Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
This division between FBA and the black diaspora is heating up, and it's really causing a lot of people to become unhinged with anger. And I say that there needs to be responsible voices in all camps. We can't have our differences. We can have our differences. We can have our differences of opinion, and we can make a decision not to deal with each other. That's always a choice. But when you're in America, this is the home of Black Americans. And that's just the bottom line. And if you don't respect that and understand that, then you will have problems with Black Americans. When Black Americans go to Ghana, that is their homeland. And if you don't want to respect that, and if you don't want to consider that, then you're going to have problems over there. That's just the bottom line. It's their country, and they run it like they want to. They have their own culture, their own traditions that may not be compatible with the Black Americans. But it is your responsibility to respect whatever they're doing there, because they are at home. And when Black immigrants come here, they may not understand our culture. They may not understand our traditions. They may not understand a lot of things about America. But the bottom line is, you would not be here as an African immigrant if it were not for the struggle that Black Americans have gone through. There was never a time when white America wanted Black people to come to this country. Now, you can fool yourself all you want to, but the truth is what the truth is, and that is that they did not want you here then, and they really don't want you here now. And they're making that clear. They don't want us here, but there's nothing they can really do about us right now. But this is our home. Now, the reason I'm doing this video is because a video of what looks like a West African woman coming across as unhinged about Black Americans. And I'm going to let you listen to some of it. I might not let you listen to all of it. I'm not doing this for it to be triggering or for you to get upset, but I'm just doing it because this is what happens when you go to a foreign land and you're not willing to accept what's going on in that land with those people. I would hope that no Black American would go to any country in the Caribbean, in Africa, or anywhere that other Black people live and get so upset with those people that somebody would catch you on camera speaking in this way, because this is not the sign of a stable person, and it's not the sign of an intelligent person. So listen to this.
This is a 59-year-old nurse that's about to say what they're about to say.
Africans and African Americans, we've never gotten along. Not today, not yesterday, not 20 years ago, not 100 years. We've never gotten along. We don't get along. All I'm saying is that stay in your lane and I stay in my own lane. I don't have any interest or desire to have that kind of relationship that I know will never be. There is no need for me to pretend to like you. You don't like me, and I with my full chest. I don't like you either. So this one that we're supposed to come together, don't ask me to come and join you to march down the street for whatever cause it is you're marching. I'm not coming to march anywhere with you. So all I'm saying is that, why are we here asking each other to get along, thinking that, we think African sisters were better than, I think I'm better than African American. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't have any African American friend. I don't need to be friends with any African American. There's nothing friendship with them that I find interesting through in university. I don't have any ounce of interest in developing any type of relationship with any of my
Sounds
African
like you went through some really traumatic
I don't have
experience,
any interest. Zero. If I see you coming
There is
down
some
the
type
road,
of trauma. Yeah.
I turn around and go the other way. I don't have any interest whatsoever to have a relationship with you.
So this lady seems to be traumatized, and she's delusional in thinking that I don't know who these Black American people who are trying to get her to march down the street or be friends with them or have any kind of relationship with them, that she says that she doesn't find Black Americans interesting. Well, this is a little bit over the top for me, but this is totally unnecessary. This woman is triggered by something or somebody, and she's decided to drag all Black Americans into whatever is going on in her head. So this is a sign of a person who is very traumatized. Now, something else is going on in her life besides Black Americans, because if she doesn't like Black Americans, she doesn't deal with Black Americans, she's staying in her lane. There is no reason for her to be that upset. So something else is going on that's causing her to be so triggered. But this is very unhealthy. But for the people who believe in Pan Africanism, this should not be a deterrent, because at the end of the day, all people of African descent are in the same matrix. And I say this over and over and over again. There is no difference. Nobody has escaped. Anybody who studies African descended people all over the world will tell you they're all in the same boat. We're all in the same boat. Black Americans, it is said, are the richest, the healthiest, and the most affluent of African people. So I don't even know what she's talking about. Talking about she thinks she's better. That's just laughable. This is laughable. People like this are pathetic. But it should not be a deterrent for people who are working towards an understanding, and I won't say Pan Africanism and all of that, an understanding of what has happened to Africa and African descended people. This kind of person, like the guy said at the beginning, these are the people that you have to shake the dust off your feet and move on, because they're not adding anything. I'm pretty sure she fled her own country. She's not adding anything to the country that she fled from, and she's not adding anything to this country. I would like to know where she's working, because if she's a nurse, then that brings in a whole different discussion about where she's working and with whom she's working with, who are her patients. Because if she feels this strongly about Black Americans, it's questionable as to whether or not she needs to be nursing Black Americans. I just feel sorry for people like this. At 59 years old, you should have learned how to navigate the world and how to regulate your emotions better than this, than to come across as somebody unhinged, full of hatred over people who don't even care about her. She's not on anybody's radar. This video came up on my Twitter page, and I thought, here we go again. Here we go again. But if you don't like people and you're not dealing with those people should not be upsetting you in that manner. If anybody is tempted to be upset by somebody like this, you shouldn't be, because this is not a stable person. And we have enough instability in our own lives and in our own communities without inviting this person in. But my point is to say that this person should not hinder the people who believe that people of African descent need to find some common ground to work for common goals that will be beneficial to all. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm a Black American, but I don't hate anybody and I don't dislike anybody. And I would never get on a platform and do a rant like this. And I would encourage other stable-minded, healthy-minded people not to do something like this because there's nothing cute about this and there's nothing impressive about this. If you have issues with people, you need to resolve those issues with those people. It's rough out here. We're all doing everything we can to make it. And I know the FBA crowd can be infuriating at times because they have no holds barred, unfiltered, and they'll just say what they think. They just call it like they see it. So I know that that is upsetting. But again, you should not let people who are not really impacting your life trigger you to the point that you would get on a social media platform, especially a 59-year-old. But she seems to be angry, she seems to be hurt, and she just seems like she wants to lash out at the people who have angered her or hurt her. That's what it sounds like. Because otherwise, there would be no reason to make a video like this. But the Pan African people should stay on their job if they believe in what they're doing. And when people can see the results of it, more people would get on board. But Africans need to get together in Africa. They need to learn how to get along with each other and work together for the common good of that continent before they look over here in America. Because we've been away from there for a long time. It's their continent, and they need to be focused on Africa. They need to be focused on building Africa and protecting the resources of Africa for future generations. I would think that would be the main thing instead of, worrying about FBA because they don't really even impact your life like that. But anyway, I hope she gets the help that she needs, or I hope she comes to terms with whatever it is that's angering her so. But it's just not healthy and it's not helpful. Okay, y'all, thank you for listening. Let me know.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. That message was approved by Stanley of Stanley versus the World, and is dedicated to my friend Vanta White, and special shout out to my buddy Gwegwe. Nobody's worried about what Africans think about Americans. You're in our country, not the other way around. So we can all live in peace. But I guess actually online social media is the place to do this sort of stuff. Get it out if you must. I also want to add, if anybody's ever been on I can't even think of the name of the platform. You get these big online forums occasionally where there will be Africans basically versus the the Africans versus American blacks, and it gets messy sometimes. If these people were actually face to face, I think they just break out weapons and have a whole war. But anyway, I found the video actually interesting, and in this case, I kind of agree with Lady Belay. And also, I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm an American. And, when you come over to America, try to be American if you plan on staying here. And if you're a visitor, to a certain extent, I agree with the Trump crowd. Let's enjoy your visit and then go back home in peace. Yeah, Simon, how you doing? She was stupid, huh? Well, instead of just be brave in this sort of critique, stupid is not actually much of a critique. It's more your opinion. How about tell me what you found stupid in her message, and then maybe we can engage fruitfully. So welcome to the show, everybody. It is going to be a fine, fine day. I've got the regular news stuff, and I'm going to try somewhat of a different approach when I go through news. I'm going to try the style where I'm not necessarily picking out stories, like 80 stories. We'll just kind of go through the news, see what's in these news sources, and then I'll just pick out what I think is interesting, or if somebody in the chat, finds something interesting, they can just shout out. Well, let's see what our buddy Simon's saying here. No one American blacks could have anything, could have any notice. No idea what that means. How about put your critique in English that has some context or meaning. No way American blacks could ever have imperfection. Look, I don't think that was her message. I think her message was, hey, you know what? If you're 50 plus years old, have some self-control and be more articulate, and do your job. Sometimes no one's really interested in what your opinion is. She said African was traumatized. Yeah, that's a little hyperbolic. I agree with that. Wait, hold it. She said she didn't know. She said basically that lady had something going on besides, what she was talking about. Maybe in her past life there was trauma. I don't think she was just saying she knew that there was trauma. She was kind of asking. So anyway, these are opinion pieces. You either agree with her or you don't. This is obviously Manhattan. And, this is one of those walk around videos that I love. I kind of use it when I'm just kibitzing. Let's see, what else have we got here? We'll just go right into the news. I'm going to start with ground news. A story that actually kind of shocked me mildly. Well, a couple of them. And, when you got a Trump administration, there's going to be something controversial every day. They drive the news cycle. That's actually the one thing that I enjoy about the Trump administration. Somebody's going to say something controversial every day. I can remember times when, Biden wasn't even in the news. So it's like the Trump administration, I know they must get together every day on these like conference calls and figure out who's going to have the hot take of the day. They probably vote on it. So RFK Jr. calls autism an epidemic. It dwarfs COVID. Of course, they're trying to downplay COVID. But then the other thing, RFK, what are his qualifications to call an epidemic? I can't remember. Last I heard, he was some kooky environmental lawyer. Oh wow! I just got a news alert. Pope Francis died. Sorry to hear that. So let's see. RFK Jr. calls autism an epidemic. Let's just go right here and see what the New York Post says. They're always entertaining to read. Let's see here. Wait, hold it. Did I get that right? Let me go back. Oh, there it is. Okay, RFK Jr. declares autism in America as an epidemic that dwarfs deadly COVID virus. Wow. Let's see, let me enlarge this. Okay, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is declaring a war on autism. Jesus God. Claiming the neurodevelopmental condition is an epidemic that's far worse than the deadly COVID-19 outbreak. I expect that RFK's autistic. As a matter of fact, I think that Trump has filled his administration with people with autism. This is an epidemic. It dwarfs the COVID epidemic and the impacts on our country because COVID killed old people, Kennedy said. I said on the Cats Roundtable radio show on WABC 770 AM. Autism affects children and affects them at the beginning of their lives, the beginning of their productivity. The 71-year-old host said, told host John Katzimatidis. Let's see what else here. 1 in every 31 Americans is now diagnosed, Kennedy added, insisting that the economic cost of autism will skyrocket to $1 trillion a year by 2035. About 26% of them have no capacity to live independently, and the indications are they never will, the HHS secretary said. We're taking kids that should be healthy, that should be contributing to society, that should be reaching their potential, and we're injuring them very early in life. I can guess what he thinks is injuring them. Autism spectrum disorder has no single known cause. However, scientists believe both genetics and environmental factors, such as complications during pregnancy, may play a role. Earlier this month, Kennedy announced that his department would examine 6 environmental factors that he said could lead to autism. Among the factors the HHS boss said would be scrutinized are ultrasound scans, mold, pesticides, food chemicals, medicines, and air and water contamination. Well, all I have to say is they're yanking money from all the top research universities. I wonder who's going to do that research. Probably Liberty University. Meanwhile, Kennedy accused the National Institutes of Health and the Centers for Disease Control, agencies now under his control, of blocking studies over the years into the cause of autism. The problem is that NIH and CDC have blocked all the studies that would determine the environmental exposure. So we don't know. Instead, they study genes. Genes contribute to autism, but you need an environmental toxin. How the hell does he know this? He's not a doctor. He's a lawyer. That's what we are now going to look for, Kennedy told Katzimatidis. Katzimatidis. Damn, hard name to pronounce. We're deploying 15 teams to look at all the potential exposures. It could be mold. It could be food additives. It could be pesticides. It could be vaccines. It could be ultrasound plastic bottles, he continued. It could be the air we breathe, which they want to pollute. We're going to look at the age of the parents. We're going to look at everything that could contribute to it. We're going to figure out what it is. Many studies have probed whether there is a link between vaccines and autism. However, no research to data has shown that getting immunized causes the disorder, according to the CDC. Kennedy's environmental factor also clashes with the study published last week by the CDC, which concluded that the uptick in confirmed autism cases was likely due to improved early detection. Totally agree with that. Technology and increased awareness of the condition. I also suspect John Galt talked about last week women being older. You know, he went into that, hey, is it better to have a child at 17? Well, basically, is it better to have a child unmarried at 17 or better to have a child in your 40s? And that certainly stirred up, you know, couple interesting opinions. CDC study revealed that 1 in 31, that's repeat, Autism Society of America has contradicted Kennedy by insisting the CDC data does not signal an epidemic as narratives are claiming. Yeah, well, he's a doctor. I'm sorry, he's a lawyer. You know, he lives by rhetoric. Let's see. She basically said there's no way a woman could be that upset. No, she basically didn't say that. If you want, Simon, I can drop that link in the chat and you can go back and study it in detail. She said nothing like that. So maybe you can watch it on your own and actually figure out what she's actually saying. Let me drop that in the chat for you. There you go. Have fun with that. So let us move on from, let's see, next ground news story. Trump draft executive order would make sweeping changes to the U.S. State Department. Now, I've not actually looked at this article. I just saw the headline. Let's see. The Trump administration could soon roll out sweeping changes to the U.S. State Department, according to a draft executive order obtained by CNBC that lays out what calls a disciplined reorganization of the nation's diplomatic service. Well, see, that's kind of funny because nothing that Trump has done, Doge, etc., has been disciplined. So I would be pleasantly surprised if these changes could be rolled out methodically. Let's see, can we find a source? Hey, let's look at Fortune magazine. Okay, this is from Fortune magazine. Trump reportedly drafted an executive order for disciplined reorganization of the State Department. Oh, you have to have a trial. Damn it. But we'll see if we can listen to this. That would shut down embassies and cut climate change and refugee offices.
Trump reportedly drafted an executive order for a disciplined reorganization of the State Department that would shut down embassies and cut climate change and refugee offices. In President Donald Trump's latest effort to overhaul federal government offices, he reportedly drafted an executive order that would drastically alter the State Department. The executive order would eliminate nearly all of the State Department's operations in Africa, shut down embassies, and cut offices at the agency's headquarters that address climate change, as well as refugee, democracy, and human rights issues, according to a 16-page draft order obtained by the New York Times. According to the document, this would be a disciplined reorganization of the agency to streamline mission delivery and cut waste, fraud, and abuse. If the executive order is enacted, this would mark one of the most significant reorganizations of the State Department since its 1789 inception, according to Bloomberg. The changes would need to be made by October 1st, the document shows. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, however, claims there are no such plans in the works. This is fake news, Rubio wrote in an X post on Sunday morning. The New York Times falls victim to another hoax. When asked for comment about the executive order draft, White House spokesperson Anna Kelly pointed Fortune to Rubio's X post. The NYT last week had also reported the Trump administration could cut nearly 50% of the State Department's funding next fiscal year, according to an internal document. Other changes included in the draft would require involvement from Congress and no doubt be challenged by lawmakers, according to the NYT, and could face lawsuits. Now, instead of bending policy to the facts, Rubio's State Department intends to censor facts about the dictators Trump is supporting to fit the policy, former U.S. Representative Tom Malinowski wrote on X. It's embarrassing and illegal, but it won't shield him from accountability. Malinowski served as Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor during the Obama administration. According to documents obtained by the NYT, the following changes, and more that aren't listed, could be made at the State Department. Lay off career diplomats and civil service employees. End foreign service exam for aspiring diplomats. Outline new hiring criteria. Expand artificial intelligence used to help draft documents. Eliminate regional bureaus. Cut the Bureau of African Affairs. Move Canada operations to a new North American Affairs office. Eliminate Bureau overseeing democracy and human rights issues. Narrow Fulbright scholarships. End fellowship contract with Howard University. Representatives for Rubio and the U.S. Department of State didn't immediately respond to Fortune's request for comment. Well,
I just do not know. The Secretary of State apparently doesn't know about about this. So now I want everyone to note. As a matter of fact, I'm going to save this article because if it turns out that this is actually true and Rubio is saying it's fake news, that's really just something I'm going to explore. Let me save this, because if Trump is like drafting orders without the actual, person in charge of the department, that basically means that, someone else is running the State Department and it's not the Secretary of State, apparently. But let's see how that one works out. So let's go back to ground news here. I just talked about the Pope dying. That just hit headlines. And, for someone like me, I happen to be Catholic, so it is big news. So let's see. Let us have a look. Oops. All right. Pope Francis has died, the Vatican says. Let's see. I have a Washington Post article. Let's just do this. This is a longish article, but I'm going to go ahead and just play it. You know what? Let's have a look at what's in this article, because I don't know that I want to play something that isn't of general interest. Let's just do the ground news synopsis. That's way too long. So it says here, Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. The Vatican has announced the pontiff, who was Bishop of Rome and head of the Catholic Church, became Pope in 2013 after his predecessor, Benedict the 16th, resigned. I wonder if Benedict is still alive. I can't remember. Let's do an Associated News look here. Okay. Damn it. Hold on one sec here. Got it wrong again. Let's see. It's got a bunch of news sources here. I wanted to read the AP. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm trying to find that AP article. The actual article. Okay, here we go. All right, so Pope Francis, first Latin American pontiff who ministered with a charming, humble style, dies at 88. Yeah, he's not looking good in this picture. Pope Francis, history's first Latin American pontiff who charmed the world with his humble style and concern for the poor. He was a Franciscan, if I recall. Or maybe, no, you know what? He was he's a Jesuit, I think. But alienated conservatives with critiques of capitalism and climate change, has died Monday. He was 88. That's today. At 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the home of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and of his church. Cardinal Kevin Farrell, the Vatican Camerlengo, said in an announcement. I've never heard that word before. Let's see what it means. Uh, oh, wow. Ah, okay. It's in the office of the papal household. So he's basically the head butler. Interesting. Let's see. Francis, who suffered from chronic lung disease and had part of one lung removed as a young man, was admitted to Gemelli Hospital on February 14, 2025, for a respiratory crisis that developed into double pneumonia. He spent 38 days there, the longest hospitalization of his 12-year papacy. That doesn't, let's see. From his first greeting as Pope, a remarkably normal Buonasera, good evening, to his embrace of refugees and the downtrodden, Francis signaled a very different tone for the papacy, stressing humility over hubris for a Catholic Church beset by scandal and accusations of indifference. After that rainy night on March 13th, 2013, the Argentine-born Jorge Mario Bergoglio brought a breath of fresh air into a 2,000-year-old institution that had seen its influence wane during the troubled tenure of Pope Benedict XVI, whose surprise resignation led to Francis's election. It's interesting. He's got an Italian name. That's interesting, but he's from Argentina. Very interesting. Francis soon invited troubles of his own, and conservatives grew increasingly upset with his progressive bent, outreach to LGBTQ plus Catholics, and crackdown on traditionalists. His greatest test came in 2018 when he botched a notorious case of clergy sexual abuse in Chile, and the scandal that festered under his predecessors erupted anew on his watch. Wait, hold it. And then Francis, the crowd-loving, globe-trotting Pope of the peripheries, navigated the unprecedented reality of leading a universal religion through the coronavirus pandemic from a lockdown Vatican City. He implored the world to use COVID-19 as an opportunity to rethink the economic and political framework that he said had turned rich against poor. More likely, well, I would say it's more likely poor against rich would be a better framing. So sorry to hear that. It's going to be interesting because I always kind of like the intrigue that surrounds papal elections. It's high drama. As a matter of fact, there was a movie out. I can't think of the name of it, but I guess I'll have to figure out how to watch it. It's all of a sudden timely. Interesting. This new headline here, again, from a ground news source. GOP senator says if Trump defies court order, I'll call him out on it. Well, gee, what would Senator Kennedy be calling anyone out on? I think he's definitely to the right of Trump. Senator John Kennedy said on Sunday that he does not think President Trump has defied any court orders. Oh, I see. In the case involving Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but the senator said he would call him out on it if it does. No. Trump's not defying court orders at all. So let's read this Fox News article here. GOP senator says Trump admin deporting Kilmar. Wait, hold it. Hold on. So we'll play this article. We'll play this video. That way I don't have to sully my brain with reading words from Fox News. Reading Fox News can give you brain rot, by the way.
you know,
Let me
we told
do
a
it.
final point I'd make. Look, this was a screw up, in my opinion. The administration won't admit it, but this was a screw up. Mr. Garcia was not supposed to be sent to El Salvador. He was sent to El Salvador. The Democrats saying, look, you know, we told you Trump is a threat to democracy. This is going to happen every other Thursday afternoon. I don't see any pattern here. I mean, you know, someday pigs may fly, but I doubt it.
Senator, this is notable because you are saying, in your words, this is a screw up. I mean, are you concerned that more mistakes could happen?
Well, sure. None of us want mistakes. Mistakes bad. Doing it right, good.
Yeah.
But it was a screw up. And I understand why the administration is bowed up and said, we won't admit it's a mistake, because if they do, they'll have their throats torn out. But it was a screw up. I don't see any pattern here. I've been listening to my Democratic friends say for, I don't know, since God was a child, that Trump is a threat to democracy. I don't see any pattern here. I see a screw up.
Jesus. All righty. Well, of course he doesn't see any screw ups. He sounds like a female foghorn leghorn. You know, and it's obvious. You know, this screw up that he's talking about actually kind of reminds me of way back in, was it 20? I think it was 2020 when a bunch of Americans came down with COVID. One of the first few cases, it was right in that March timeframe when COVID started becoming a thing of 2020. And there were maybe 10 people, if I remember, they were older people on a cruise, came down with COVID, and Trump would not let them off the boat because it would, quote, screw up his numbers. Basically, if he let them on shore, you know, the number of COVID cases would go up, and he wanted to keep the numbers under control and low and all that stuff, which made no sense because it's on the news. Everybody knows that these people are there. What on earth are you doing? And it basically told me that Trump was more interested in the narrative of how he's running the country, more so than actually running the country, which is, you know, just bizarre in my mind. So next story, China vows retaliation against countries that follow U.S. calls to isolate Beijing. And this is, you know, China is probably the only country on earth that can go toe to toe with the United States. We import almost 4 times more stuff from China than they import from us. We're going to suffer, you know, at the cash register. You know, China controls its prices. So I just, you know, I'm not necessarily against sanctioning China for, you know, various reasons, but just an outright trade war for the fun of it. You know, essentially what Trump is doing is, you know, trying to show, you know, who has the biggest dick. And, you know, there's some countries, China's just, it's going to be interesting how this turns out. I don't see China going, oh, hey, you know, uncle. So let's see here. See if there's a good article here that's worth reading. Again, here's Fortune magazine. Let's have a look at this. Oh, good. More AI readers. And this AI article reading is brought to you by 12th Man, who loves hearing these stories read by AI, so I'm told. Oop, It's not going to let me listen to it. I have to buy a subscription. We cannot do that. We cannot afford it. So let's see what else we got here. See if there are any articles. I don't think. Let's see. ABC Australia, Hindustan Times. China slams appeasement of U.S. Oh, here we go. Let's see here. Man, one of these days I'm gonna have like a membership drive to see if I can scare up some cash apps to pay for these news subscriptions that apparently I'm going to need. China number one, don't you dare disrespect China. That's good morning, Zhang. That you know what? That's got to be a show title, dude. Oh, that is funny. Let me copy and paste that. That's going to be a show title. That actually made me laugh out loud. Let's see here. Let me see if I can copy it and paste it. So don't forget it. I've actually had like several like in the past couple days, I've had like several things that are going to be show titles. You are the greatest audience today on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel because you are just full of funny comments, especially this time of the morning. And by the way, speaking of that, everyone make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you share the wealth, especially my show because it's early in the morning and I tend to not be anti-black. So my perspective is kind of a minority perspective in this space, but they are nice enough to let me hang around. I think mostly because I'm a good piñata. So make sure you support the Stanley versus the World show. Support your host. Support its executive producer, Portia J. It's nice to have beer money on the weekend, and y'all have been really nice to me. I think it's mostly because they just like, when I start drinking Bud Light and get out of control. The views get really high when that happens. So thank you all for all that. Please make sure you also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's my personal channel, which hasn't produced anything in a while. I've actually had like 2 or 3 things that I've started work on, and I just haven't been disciplined enough. But we'll get around to it, and I will surprise you. As a matter of fact, what I should be doing is clipping some of these lives and using them as clips, but I'm too lazy to do that too, apparently. But I may actually have something clippable today if I get around to talking about it. So back to the China stuff. China says Trump trade tactics will backfire like bargaining with a tiger for its skin. By the way, also, if you go back up at the very top of the chat, there's a lady, I don't know that I've ever talked to her, but we need to make sure that we support Jenny during her time of need. I believe she had a fire. So anyone in the chat who knows her, please contribute to her GoFundMe. And if you need me to drop this link again, let me know. I can do that. So back to this China trade war. Let's see if we can listen to this one. Again, this will be brought to you by 12th Man, who loves AI readers. Damn it. What on earth? Am I gonna have to actually read something? This is just bad. I don't want to read. I can't read. Let's see what CNN has to say here. Oh boy. So let's find one today that is actually usable. Newcastle Herald. Beijing warns against broad U.S. deals freezing out China. Let's see. This says China warns countries against striking a broader economic deal with the U.S. at its expense, ratcheting up its rhetoric in a spiraling trade war between the world's two biggest economies. China respects all parties resolving economic and trade differences with the United States through consultation on an equal footing, but it will firmly oppose any party striking a deal at China's expense, its Commerce Ministry said on Monday. Beijing will take countermeasures in a resolute and reciprocal manner if any countries sought such deals, a ministry spokesperson said, addressing a news report that the Trump administration was preparing to pressure other countries to limit trade with China in exchange for tariff exemptions from the U.S. See, China, unfortunately, is a country that's not only a big manufacturer for the United States, but I haven't looked at the numbers in years or thought of the numbers in years, but China exports a lot. I think I've heard it called China, the world's manufacturer. I don't think, to be honest, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I honestly don't think Trump is up to dealing with a country that is not quite America's equal, but it is not a distant second economically from the United States. So I hope Trump knows what he's doing. My guess is he doesn't. Conservatives, hey Dave, how you doing? Conservatives would use the example playing chicken. Liberal use the he's trying to see who got the biggest dick. There's something going on with that. You know what? Number one, that makes no sense. Trump is not playing chicken. Trump is being haphazard. Okay, the problem is that even if I use the term playing chicken, when you go to Walmart to get diapers, Deacon Dave, you're going to pay more for them. Okay, these costs are not coming out of Trump's wallet or Elon's wallet. They could afford it even if they pay higher prices. It's the people down in Carrollton, Georgia, who are going to suffer for Trump playing chicken or who's got the biggest dick, whatever game he thinks he's playing. And he's just not, he doesn't have the intellectual capacity. He doesn't, you know what? I'm not going to even say that. He is good at some things. He's good at running a business, but he's not good at economics. Okay. I did an article a couple weeks ago. It was an old Harvard Business School article that Paul Krugman wrote. Running a business is not the same thing as running an economy. They're two different mindsets. And that's why I've never thought that, a businessman makes necessarily a good president. And the country should not be run like a business. It's an economy, not a business. Kung Pao chicken. By the way, Jingwei, my son makes a good General Tso's chicken. He can make it from scratch, believe it or not. One day we'll invite you over for General Tso's chicken. Bet you'll like it. So anyway, we'll move on from China. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, this is actually the highlight of yesterday for me. I wonder how long Hegseth is going to last as defense secretary. They're gonna struggle to hold on to him because Trump doesn't want to look like, in his last administration, there were people, he'd appoint as temporary, Secretary of Defense, and going through, he was basically an employment mill. People were cycling through the cabinet. It was almost a revolving door, especially for defense secretary. So it says here, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth created another Signal messaging chat that included his wife and brother, where he shared similar details of a March military airstrike against Yemen's Houthi militants that were sent in another chain with top administration leaders. Sources familiar with the matter told multiple news outlets on Sunday. So who's running the Defense Department? Is it Pete Hegseth or Mrs. Hegseth? This is just outrageous. What on earth are these people thinking? Oh, my Lord. Let's see here. So let's pick a right-leaning publication. Oh shoot, let's see here. Let us see here. Let's pick something on the right. Let's do New York Post. Because they're on the right, but they're like the Saturday Night Live of right-wing newspapers. It says here, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth shared war plans in second Signal chat. Another Signal chat. He had two chats going on about military stuff. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth sent details of the March attack on the Houthis in Yemen in a second group chat that included his wife, his brother, and personal lawyer. The latest scandal out of the Pentagon in a chaotic few weeks, according to the report. Hegseth shared the sensitive details about the strikes to his spouse before the U.S. carried honey, I'm going to be late tonight. We're carrying out a strike on Yemen. Oh, this is hilarious. The information he shared was nearly identical to what was sent in another chat that mistakenly included a lefty journalist, according to the sources. And this is how you know that your the news source that you're reading leans far right. They call journalists lefty, a lefty journalist. Defense Secretary, last month, Hegseth allegedly texted the same information regarding the attack in a Signal group chat that included Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic magazine, among numerous Trump administration senior national security officials. The revelation of a second sensitive group chat in just a few weeks after the news of the first one adds to the first one that broke adds to the apparent dysfunction inside the Defense Department, in which multiple top Hegseth advisors have been shown the door, and a probe into alleged leaks is underway. The former head Pentagon spokesperson Jake Olliott who resigned last week, described the tumultuous few weeks within the department as a month from hell in an op-ed published by Politico Sunday, and said President Trump deserves better leadership at that department. No, he doesn't. It's Trump who, oh my goodness, it's Trump who appointed Pete Hegseth. I wonder when Pete Hegseth gets fired if he's going to go back to Fox News. The second chat supposedly shared details about the schedule of the airstrikes on the Iran-backed terrorist group, the Times reported. Hegseth's wife and Fox News alum, Jennifer, has also reportedly been included in sensitive meetings with foreign military officials, the Wall Street Journal reported. God damn. The news of the latest mishandling of sensitive info follows a series of outings at the Pentagon amid a leak investigation at the department, adding to the turmoil at the department. 3 Pentagon officials have been placed on leave in recent days. Last week, Dan Caldwell, one of Hegseth's leading advisors, was escorted from the Pentagon after an investigation identified him in relation to apparent leaks at the Department of Defense, a U.S. official told Reuters. Let's see here. As the Defense Department turns, Hegseth's Deputy Chief of Staff, Dan Selnick, and Colin Carroll, Chief of Staff to Hegseth's deputy, were also placed on administrative leave. Hegseth's Chief of Staff, Joe Casper, is also reportedly set to leave his post for a different position within the agency, according to Politico. The dismissal of the 3 men came less than a month after Hegseth's Chief of Staff, Joe Casper, ordered the Director of Defense Intelligence, DIA, to investigate unauthorized disclosures of sensitive and classified information across the Department of Defense. I suspect that it's Hegseth's name that came up in this investigation. The motherfucker ordered an investigation, and his name is the only one that showed up, I bet. Oh, man. The Trump administration is a fucking clown car. I cannot believe this. You know what? I'm not going to bother saying I told you so. What I want to do is wait for a better I told you so. So let's move on to Google News. It's an aggregator that I actually highly recommend. It is one of the better news aggregators. We'll see if there's anything interesting here that's worthy or the same status as that same story. And let's enlarge this. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. I don't think I'm going to be able to read this, though. Oh, no. I'm going to have to figure out how to get a cheap subscription to the Wall Street Journal. I used to get its print edition, but they've decided to put it behind a paywall, and I haven't decided whether I want to pay for that subscription, to be honest. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Let's just go ahead and do the New York Times. I pay for that, so we'll just see what we got here. This is going to be a long article, and this is basically covering why Harvard decided to fight Trump. And I definitely want to hear this in detail.
There's a perception.
Oh, I know why, because Trump's a dick.
Out there that elite universities are coddling places that cater to power. This is the story of when Harvard didn't. I'm Alan Blinder. I cover higher education for the New York Times, and I've spent many, many months tracking the kinds of changes the Trump administration wants to see in higher education and how they're coming to the forefront now. So Harvard's announcement blew up my Monday afternoon. Their decision to fight back against the administration was so deeply out of character for colleges and universities of late. And when I read the university's response to the list of demands that the Trump administration had sent them, I was really floored. It was the kind of response that I think a lot of people on campuses wanted universities to muster, but doubted they actually would. And since that moment on Monday, I've been hearing from a lot of people who had been kind of Harvard agnostic, even if they went to school there, who are now cheering them on. Because what we're seeing now is a real sense of fight that a lot of people thought had been lost. So what gave Harvard the confidence that it could push back against the White House, and what are the effects of that pushback? My colleagues Anamona Hardakolas, Vimal Patel, and Stephanie Saul and I wanted to understand the answers to those questions. So we spent a lot of the day on the phone, and we called up people who work at Harvard, who have been close observers of the university, people who are tracking trends in higher education. And what was interesting to us is that Harvard has been criticized by some, even on its own campus, maybe especially on its own campus, as being too conciliatory to the Trump administration. Alan Garber, the Harvard president, he's still pretty new in his job, has been facing a lot of pressure from professors. There have been articles in the campus newspaper, The Crimson. There have been letter writing campaigns. But Harvard had still made moves that people thought were mostly an effort to ward off the White House's interest in the university. So it was really striking to basically everyone just how quickly Harvard decided, after all of that the administration was crossing a red line with its demands. From shutting down diversity, equity, and inclusion programs immediately to subjecting the university to a bunch of audits, it was kind of the ultimate Trump administration wish list for our major university. We talked with Larry Summers, a former Treasury Secretary who was the president of Harvard after he left the Clinton administration. And he said the Trump administration's letter was so extreme, it actually probably made it pretty easy for Harvard to say no. And the more people we spoke with, the clearer it became just how viscerally offensive the government's demands were to Harvard. And their confidence in saying no, I think, came from a couple places. First, Harvard has absolutely enormous political and legal clout. They've also got a $53 billion endowment, which makes them richer than any other university in the country. And a lot of people in higher education told us that seeing what happened with Columbia University had really freaked them out. They saw Columbia make a deal with the federal government, and then the government didn't reopen the federal funding spigot. They kept basically asking for more and more from Columbia. And I think that gave Harvard a real imperative to resist. So college presidents and professors across the country are, I think, really looking to Harvard a little bit like you'd look to a coach for a pep talk before a game. A lot of them have been really unnerved these last couple months by the Trump administration, and they've been hoping anybody would stand up to the White House. They didn't want their own institutions to do it. They didn't want to be on the firing line or drawing the White House's attention. But in talking with some of the administrators over the last couple days, I heard that if Harvard had not stood up to the White House, it would have been a really dark day for higher education. And when I was talking with them, I started to pick up on a little bit of hope that I hadn't heard in a while. They see Harvard as essentially having created a playbook for other institutions. The playbook is just saying no. And that's not an easy thing for a lot of these schools to do. And as Ted Mitchell, who's the president of the American Council on Education, put it to me, there was an awfully big sigh of relief among higher education leaders this week. So here's the story I wrote with Anamona Hardakolas, Vimal Patel, and Stephanie Saul. Officials at Harvard University were trying to decipher what the Trump administration wanted the school to do to combat anti-Semitism. The government had made some straightforward demands, like requiring the school to ban masks, which are often favored by protesters. But other demands seemed vague. Then, late on the night of April 11th, the federal government sent Harvard a 5-page fusillade of new demands that would reshape the school's operations, admissions, hiring, faculty, and student life. It took less than 72 hours for Harvard to say no. The decision is the most overt defiance by a university since President Trump began pressuring higher education to conform to his political priorities. It came after leaders at Harvard, during intense discussions over the weekend, determined that what the government was proposing represented a profound threat to the 388-year-old university's mission and independence. Harvard has extraordinary financial and political firepower for a clash with Washington, and the university's leaders watched Columbia University reel as the Trump administration made more demands even after the school capitulated. Harvard would fight. The alternative seemed far worse. Harvard's president, Alan Garber, wrote this in an open letter on Monday. No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue. This account is based on correspondence between Harvard and the government, public statements, and interviews with Trump administration officials, people at Harvard, and close observers of the university. Harvard declined to make Dr. Garber available for an interview. In response to his announcement, the government swiftly retaliated with a freeze of more than $2.2 billion in federal funding. Nearly $7 billion more remain imperiled, including money that goes to Harvard's affiliated hospitals. And on Tuesday, Mr. Trump threatened Harvard's tax-exempt
money
status.
to hospitals?
Even for the world's richest university, which has an endowment of about $53 billion, a lasting freeze would cut deeply into labs, departments, and even classrooms. But officials at Harvard elected to prize its reputation, independence, and legacy, wagering that the institution could outlast Mr. Trump's crusade. Larry Summers, a former Harvard president, told us, "This is what Joe McCarthy was trying to do, magnified 10 or 100-fold, adding that it runs directly against the university's role in a free society." The first sentences of the Trump administration's letter on Friday were civil but frustrated. 3 federal officials wrote that Harvard had, quote, failed to live up to both the intellectual and civil rights conditions that justify federal investment. The officials, one from the Department of Education, one from the Department of Health and Human Services, and one from the General Services Administration, told Dr. Garber that they would, quote, welcome his collaboration in restoring the university to its promise. If Harvard agreed to their terms, the officials wrote, they could begin work on a, quote, more thorough, binding settlement agreement. The letter arrived after Harvard sought clarification over the comparably anodyne list of proposals that the government had shared 8 days earlier. What landed in Cambridge on Friday night went well beyond an explanation. The polite opening paragraphs gave way to a range of demands so broad and intrusive that they stunned Harvard leaders, who had, until recently, been open to hammering out some kind of accord with the government. The government said it wanted the Harvard faculty's power reduced and demanded that Harvard embrace so-called merit-based admissions and hiring policies. The Trump administration wanted to audit university data and sought changes to the, quote, recruitment, screening, and admissions of international students. The administration also insisted that Harvard conduct a review for, quote, viewpoint diversity. The government wanted Harvard to, quote, immediately shutter any programs related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to bring in an outsider to examine what it described as those programs and departments that most fuel anti-Semitic harassment or reflect ideological capture. And the government wanted reports, at least until the end of 2028, around the time Mr. Trump is to leave the White House, on Harvard's compliance with the administration's demands. The ultimatums seemed only tangentially connected to the Trump administration's stated ambition of erasing anti-Semitism on campus. Kenneth Marcus, the Education Department's civil rights chief during Mr. Trump's first term, said the government's proposals went, quote, far beyond anti-Semitism and reflect a far wider cultural concern within the conservative movement about what is rotten in higher education. Mr. Marcus, who is the chairman and chief executive of the Louis D. Brandeis Center for Human Rights Under Law, said the demands were an attack on, quote, the left-wing tilt that Harvard is thought to exemplify. Dr. Garber did not frame Harvard's response as a matter of left or right. In his letter rebuffing the administration, he used 12 words to summarize Harvard's stance. The university will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights. His announcement plunged Harvard into one of the gravest confrontations in its history. We spoke with Steven Pinker, a psychology professor and a co-president of the Council on Academic Freedom at Harvard. He said that it was almost inconceivable that a university president could have acceded to that list of demands because they actually stipulate the content of beliefs of faculty and admitted students. But he still marveled over the speed of Harvard's response. Dr. Summers, a former Treasury Secretary who is more a veteran of political combat than most in academia, said he figured the extremity of the demand letter made this an easier decision than it might otherwise have been. If government officials were spoiling for a fight, their tactic appears to have worked. But because the Trump administration itself did not publicly release the bombshell letter, Harvard had time to fine-tune a counterattack, including a glossy website outlining its contributions to society. It was a rare example of a university upstaging the Trump administration's campaign, which has often hinged on unpredictability. Harvard's burst of defiance unleashed surprise across higher education, partially because there had been little sense it would be bold in the face of Mr. Trump's attacks. When dozens of university leaders participated in a conference call on Sunday, according to two people familiar with the private discussion, there was no mention of the government's new demands to Harvard or of the school's coming response. In recent months, Harvard had adopted a conspicuously low and accommodating profile, so much so that many on campus had openly fretted that the university was pursuing a Columbia-style path of appeasement. In March, Columbia acceded to a roster of Trump administration demands in a quest to restore $400 million in federal grants and contracts. But the money had not begun to flow again. Instead, the government is now weighing the possibility of a consent decree with the school, which would empower a federal judge to monitor an agreement with the university and give the White House leverage, potentially, for years. In the run-up to Mr. Trump's inauguration, Harvard hired a powerhouse lobbying firm with close ties to the White House and the Justice Department. The university also adopted a stricter definition of anti-Semitism that upset many free speech advocates. As the federal government then dialed up the pressure on Columbia and its elite peers, Harvard moved to oust two leaders of its Center for Middle Eastern Studies, paused a partnership with a Palestinian university, then agreed to start one with an Israeli school. Harvard was also not among the top universities listed as plaintiffs in court challenges to the Trump administration's proposed changes to research funding formulas. Still, the university had been making subtle preparations for a clash with the White House, some of them long before the announcement by the government on March 31st that it would review roughly $9 billion in Harvard funding. The university imposed a hiring freeze in March and sought to raise $1.2 billion in the bond market. Harvard also weighed adjustments to the $53 billion endowment's payouts, just as it had done during the pandemic. The financial stakes for Harvard are enormous. They also have implications for the rest of the country, as the Trump administration appears determined to retreat from the government-university relationship that has flourished across the United States since around World War II. The actual details also remain hazy. The Trump administration has not explained to Harvard how it came up with the $2.2 billion figure that it intended to freeze, but officials believe the number could be the entirety of the roughly $650 million the federal government provides the university's researchers annually in the lifespan of any multi-year contracts. Harvard was already feeling the fallout by Tuesday morning. The university's T.H. Chan School of Public Health confirmed that Sarah Fortune, an infectious disease specialist, had received a stop work order. Dr. Fortune's tuberculosis research was supported through a $60 million National Institutes of Health contract involving Harvard and other universities across the country. Federal officials didn't immediately respond to messages asking about their communications with the university and researchers. Harvard's endowment may help it weather some of the financial fallout, but university leaders are often stringently averse to tapping into these funds, worried about drawing down funds they will need in the future. At Harvard, roughly 80% of its endowment funds are limited to specific purposes. Still, in its most recent financial report, Harvard said that there were billions of dollars that it could tap in the event of an unexpected disruption. Columbia's experience in recent weeks made it clear that any path the university chose seemed just as likely to lead to ongoing turmoil, and the Trump administration's continuing treatment of the Ivy League university unnerved officials at Harvard, who feared the White House would renege on any agreement. Lee Bollinger, who was Columbia's president for 21 years, said on Tuesday that a strategy of negotiation.
Yeah, I think we get the gist. His reading voice is not the most engaging. Deacon Dave, two versions of normal appear extreme to each other. Bullshit. And provoking each other. Bullshit. I'm just not on the side that wants to redefine everything, including what a woman is in masculinity. That's gay. Bullshit. Okay, you apparently are so far, like wherever it is you are politically, that your sense of objectivity is just, I don't know what to say. Number one, there's such a thing as horseshoe effect in politics. The progressive left and MAGA have intersections that are palpable. A lot of Bernie people basically voted for Trump, and that one of the intersections is populism. As many problems as I might have with the progressive left, they are more, in my opinion, aligned with the working class than the fake populists of MAGA. Okay. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Elon Musk and the rest of these billionaire oligarchs rode the backs of Joe the plumber into the White House. And we are literally going to see problems at the cash register with this trade war against China. And I'm going to make a prediction. Harvard is going to win this, and China is going to win this. Now, it may, even if they wind up with a stalemate, it's a win. Okay, Trump does not have the kind of popularity to win this type of battle. Okay, I don't know what the hell he's thinking, but if the country was 60-40, he might be able to do this sort of stuff and win. The country's literally 50-50. 50% of the country or more by this point just simply don't want to be ruled by an authoritarian. And there are cracks in the foundation that MAGA thought it was built upon. The narrative that they won by a landslide is literally based on 7 states that were the swing states. So they won 7 swing states. Therefore, they think they won a landslide. That's simply not true. Okay. There are many people on the right who are Harvard graduates that will not want their alma mater fucked with. Okay. Trump is going to lose this one. As a matter of fact, I didn't play the article because it's a couple days old and I never wound up using it. But that memorandum to Harvard supposedly was sent by mistake. It was leaked, essentially. That's why Harvard had time to build a damn website and have such an effective response. And I guarantee you the person who leaked it was a Harvard graduate. Trump's not going to win this. Trump's not going to win against China. He needs to realize that he is literally probably 20 years out of date with his white supremacy. If you've ever, and I mean, I listen closely to folks like Be Brave. Essentially, Trump is Be Brave, but a better educated Be Brave, or more successful Be Brave. And obviously, he's reached the pinnacle of success. But imagine, well, Trump is literally Be Brave as president. This time, the first administration, Trump basically hired the smartest people who could stomach working with him. And they just, they're like, we can't do that. That's illegal. That's just not done. This time around, he's hired people who are more on his level. And Pete Hegseth, Trump is hiring people. Probably Marco Rubio is probably the smartest person in the Trump administration. The Pete Hegseths are going to drag this Trump administration down. The RFK Juniors are going to drag this administration down. Trump didn't hire the best people he could find this time. He hired the best people who could find who would be sycophants. And it's going to basically drag him down. Elon Musk didn't fucking last 4 months. Elon Musk, with all the millions he gave away, could not swing a Supreme Court election in Wisconsin, of all places. You need to wake up and smell Trump's coffee, Deacon Dave. It's getting tepid. And in my opinion, the honeymoon should last at least 6 months. Trump made the mistake of starting to dictate policy and exert influence pretty much the next day after Election Day. He's going to fail. And you know what? I don't want him to fail. I don't agree with many of his policies, but goddamn, don't adopt a policy that 50% of the country doesn't agree with and then rub the noses of the 50% that don't agree with you and call it a landslide. It's not what it appears. And with all due respect, Dave, because I hope you know how much I respect you. You're a smart guy. Trump duped you, man. So you keep wanting to make these weird cultural arguments about two extremes provoking each other. I'm sorry. Most of the country is not extreme on either side of the political divide. And maybe the problem is we're letting the extremes define normality. In my opinion, that's actually the problem. The extremes are defining what normal is, and the normal people aren't defining, the normal people should define what normal is. So anyway, I'm done with that rant. Do better, Deacon Dave. Do better. No, I don't agree, Fred. Tulsi Gabbard is not that bright. And let me tell you why she's not that bright. Funny enough, damn it, Fred, you always you force good segues. Here is why I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is smart. Going out in, in your little Barbie commando outfit with the ICE agents, it does not impress people who are actually, worried sometimes about whether they might survive an experience. This is why I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is that bright. U.S. citizen says he and his wife detained without explanation after returning from Canada. So here we go. And 12th Man will be thrilled that I'm actually going to read this. And the only reason I'm reading it is because there's no embedded auto reader. And yep, there's one embedded in my browser, but I'm not going to bother with it. I want to make sure 12th Man is happy. An American citizen says he and his wife were detained for hours by U.S. border agents when they returned to the United States after a short trip to Canada. Bashir Attallah told CNN he and his wife Jessica were driving back into the U.S. Sunday evening after visiting family in Canada for the weekend when U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents stopped them for a secondary inspection at the Highgate Springs checkpoint in Vermont. Attallah, who is originally from Lebanon, said he was told to park his Range Rover and hand over his keys. When he asked the officer why, the officer placed his hand on his gun, they meant pistol, and told him to exit his vehicle. Attallah said. He said he was then handcuffed and led into a cell where his belongings were confiscated. He said his wife was put into a cell across from his. Seeing my wife in mascara seeing my wife's mascara running because she was crying, it was heartbreaking, Attallah said. It wasn't humane. While detained, Attallah said he gave CBP agents the passcode to his phone after they asked for it. Despite his pleadings, agents never told him why he and his wife were being detained, he said. He said he was never read his rights. The traveler's accusations are blatantly false and sensationalized, CBP officials said in a statement to CNN affiliate WMUR. CBP officers acted in accordance with established protocols. Okay, acting within established protocols does not mean that, the protocols are humane. Upon arrival at the port of entry, the traveler was appropriately referred to secondary inspection, a routine lawful process that occurs daily and can apply for any traveler. A mass deportation campaign by the White House has sparked fear as it aims to slow arrivals at the border and remove undocumented immigrants. President Trump has also threatened to send certain U.S. citizens to offshore prisons, a notion experts say has no legal basis. I fear for my life, Attallah said. Without answers to what was going on, Attallah said he started to have chest pains and felt dizzy and told CBP to call an ambulance. A record reviewed by CNN shows emergency medical services evaluated Attallah around 8 p.m. Sunday night. Attallah said he was told by CBP if he went to the emergency room, an officer would accompany him and then return him to the cell to start the entire process from the beginning. He said he chose to stay, not to leave, to not to leave his wife. Attallah said after he was first handcuffed, he told officers to call his lawyer, his sister Celine Attallah, who works as an immigration attorney. A person identifying himself as an officer at the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol left a voicemail message on Celine's phone close to 9 p.m. informing her Attallah and his wife were at Highgate Springs CBP. They were safe and they would be here for a little while, the message said. He wanted my help not to know, not to know. Wait, he wanted my help not to know that he's fine. I don't understand that sentence. Bashir and Jessica left around 11 p.m. Sunday, he said. Thank God we're safe, they said in Arabic once they got into their car to drive home. When reached by phone on Friday, Adela said he was in Lebanon visiting family. He told CNN after his and his wife's treatment last week, he's worried about returning to the U.S. Now, you know what? After you get detained, I'm not sure Lebanon is the place you actually want to go. You know, you should be worried. I hope they don't retaliate because I'm speaking out. You know they will. As a matter of fact, that kind of makes me wonder why you had to go back to Lebanon. I'm assuming this was yesterday. They could have flown to Lebanon from Canada. Let's see. He threatened to send law-abiding. Well, certain U.S. citizens. I'm assuming, Fred, he means naturalized citizens, ones who aren't necessarily born here. But I mean, you know, to me, it's a slippery slope. Let me see, can I find a story on that? Because I saw it and never really did it. You know, I have articles sometimes that I don't get to. Let's see. Here we go. This is a, let's see, I don't know what this video is, but this is basically an article from Time Magazine. It's the first one. You know, I just Googled the point about Trump and certain U.S. citizens, and it's a longish article. And part of, just so the 12th men of the world know, I wear glasses, and sometimes it's kind of hard to read stories on a computer screen, and I don't like to wear bifocals. So when an auto reader is available, it doesn't skip and stammer and mispronounce words and that sort of stuff. If you actually knew, and I figured I'll just share that with you, 60-year-old men wear glasses and they aren't always comfortable reading from computer screens. But, you know, it was a comment that caught my attention, and I thought it was just basically unkind. I read better than you, 12 man. Let's read the story, Fred, and then we can talk about it. And that still looks small. But anyway, it says if the government can deport an immigrant without due process and I think, let me see, is this a news piece? This is more or less an opinion piece, probably. If the government can deport an immigrant without due process. You know what? Let's play this video. Because if it kind of gets to the point, instead of reading this long article, that might be worth doing.
Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposedly not suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right? How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, I mean, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
So you can release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into our
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah,
They're sick. These are sick people.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago.
Well, I don't care if there's a video or
Isn't it
not.
wonderful that we're keeping
Fred?
criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody.
Fred, I'm not of the mind that these stories just kind of people make shit up. Impression is everything. I'll go back and read this article. Apparently, if you recall, videos can be doctored. So, in my opinion, even if there was a video, the first thing people are going to ask is if it's AI. So, I don't get wrapped around the article. I'm sorry, the axle around video or print. But here's kind of my litmus test. If there are publications on both sides of the spectrum that are saying this, then I tend to think there's a little bit of fire where that smoke is. So this isn't just like, some Time Magazine, for all its faults, is not just some random publication or anything like that. They have a reputation and can be sued if they get stories like this wrong. So let's see here. Let me do a quick search here. If I can figure out where ground news. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. Okay, this is from Ground News, it was just easier for me to use it to deal with this. Okay, so Trump says he's open to sending violent criminals who are U.S. citizens to El Salvador prison. Okay, and I'm just gonna the thing about Ground News is you can do a left or you can do a right. And there's not many center stories. So I'm just going to do the right, since most people in this space tend to only believe right-facing news sources. So, and then let's find one. Brunswick. Excuse me. Let's see here. You know what? Everybody in this far right space likes the New York Post. So let's see here. Oh, I understand what that video is about now. Okay, you know what? Let's go back to Time Magazine. I'm sorry. I didn't let that video play long enough. We'll see if it loads here. Basically, let's see here. Trump says homegrown Americans are next to go to El Salvador, tells Bukele, gotta build about 5 more places. So what Trump is proposing to do is outsource prisons. Let me go back and see, can I find that video, because I X'd out on it. Oh, that Time Magazine video. Let's see here. Here we go. Let's go back to it. If it'll load. I got a lot of stuff here. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and replay this video because apparently it comes up at some point. So sorry about that, folks. This is what my impatience does.
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to be suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right?
It's
I mean,
always
how can I smuggle? How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, I mean, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
But you could release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah,
they're sick. These are sick people.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You have no credibility. Please go ahead.
Damn it. We did not get to where I thought we were going to go. But anyway, supposedly in that video, hold on one sec, folks. Let me get back. I don't know why this video is not coming up on the. That video is not playing on the New York Post site. I'll see can I fix it in a minute. Okay, let's. I may just have to read it then. But supposedly in that same news conference, this one, President Trump floated sending American citizens to Salvadoran prisons during a conversation with the Central American country's leader on Monday, suggesting he build 5 more facilities to make room. Homegrowns are next. The homegrowns. You got to build about 5 more places, Trump told President Nayib Bukele in the Oval Office, prompting laughter from the administration officials seated nearby. And see, this is a fairly good example, and it's actually one of Trump's big talents is you never know whether he's serious or not. And this has given, ammunition to his sycophants over the years to go, oh, he's just joking. And he keeps you guessing. He's a consummate showman. He will keep you guessing, and they will think it's a joke. They'll tell you it's a joke until it's not a joke. So, you got to give people like Trump some credit here. So anyway, and I asked Fred in the chat, how long? Trump 78 has long said he is thinking about ways to send hardened criminals out of the U.S. That is probably not going to happen. You cannot send, even if you have to actually be able to think in a linear fashion. If you commit a crime in the U.S., outsourcing your prisons is probably not going to be constitutional. Okay, the whole concept of a jury of your peers, you should also be punished by your peers following that logic. And if you outsource it to El Salvador, that's going to be some problems. And then the other problem with that line of logic, we can just send someone, we can punish them the way we want to punish them. what happens when the definition of violent crime changes? Okay, that's such a slippery slope. Nobody in their right fucking mind is gonna is gonna allow that to happen. And let's see. I should give a damn about prison reform. Send them El Salvador. Well, you don't surprise me, Deacon Dave. You're one of them extremists who is defining normal, right? How many convictions does 47 have? Well, you know what? 47 and his 50% won't care until you start defining, that business fraud stuff that he did as violent. If you commit business fraud or you cook the books or whatever, to me, that's violence against the U.S. economy. That is violent crime. Your ass goes to El Salvador. How's your Spanish? Let's see here. Prisons are already privatized. Not all prisons, sir. Some of them are federal and staffed by private companies. Not all U.S. prisons. I don't, when I say prisons, I'm talking at the federal level. And I guess there are state prisons. And I don't know. Simon, you may have been to one of them, so you may know more about prison than I do. I've never been. So hit the link, because if you got some thoughts on prison life, and obviously you're experienced, excuse me, feel free to share with us. So anyway, we'll move from this quagmire. Hey, Dave, have you come up to define normal?
You gotta define that shit you call normal. I'm in the gym, bro. I ain't gonna be here.
I'm normal.
Yeah, you're a normal.
To be honest,
left-leaning black man. That's what you are.
I'm sorry, what?
To put some respect.
No. That is totally wrong, Simon. Prisoners lose their right to freedom. The 13th Amendment part, but I'm not sure they don't lose the right to be. Where is the right? What right are you talking about, dude? Prisoners lose some rights.
They should lose their citizenship, man. Fuck their rights, dude.
I mean,
you
they
kill
may
somebody, take somebody out.
There is nothing in the Constitution that defines how you lose citizenship. Okay, even U.S. prisoners, they don't lose a right to citizenship. They lose their right to freedom or liberty. I can't remember which word might be better. They don't lose their citizenship, sir. But anyway, I'm sorry. That was such an egregious statement. I had to say something about it. What if prisons are set up like Guantanamo, manned by the U.S.? Well, technically, I think, remind me, Fred, I've actually been to Guantanamo a couple times back in the 90s. It's still considered U.S. territory. It's a base. Hey, Brooklyn, how you doing? It's good to see you. So I'm sorry. I got distracted, Dave. We were talking about normal, and you said you were driving? I think he said he's in the car. So don't cry for me, Argentina.
No, I'm in the gym.
It's El Salvador. Funny, DiCaprio. I'm sorry, Dave.
I said I'm in the gym. You might hear some noise.
Oh. Well, that's fine. Will it be you grunting, trying to lift over your weight class?
Man, I fell out so hard, bro.
It's a joke. It's
easy to get. It's easy to fall off. It's hard to get it back. But, yeah, I would say you're a classic black Democrat, and it's hard to crack that because there's
Well,
a
you know, I'm a classic actual, and it's kind of funny because I don't think I ever thought of myself as a quote liberal until, you know, I joined this outfit.
it crosses over and comes back. It crosses the line and it comes back. It's like, oh, that's kind of extreme, you know. We'll just call him a liberal. Or it's like, okay, I can understand that. I'll call him a liberal.
I
It
was
doesn't matter.
probably more progressive when I was younger. Um, you know, I think it's actually true that you become more conservative as you get older. And I'm going to tell you, when I say older, I was probably even a little bit progressive in the Navy. But the funny thing about being in the military is you're usually too busy to really give a lot of thought to politics. And then if you're gone, you know, the internet on ships wasn't a thing. That's how long ago I was in the Navy. I mean, you could get stuff on, you know, you could get stuff via email, but there was no broadband. There were no satellites. I mean, you would literally have to get stuff from satellites, but it wasn't internet. It was like government shit. So, my point being is that, you know, I probably started moving more centrist going from college through the Navy. I mean, you just tend to get a little bit more conservative, you know, being in that environment for years. And then over the years, I've really started seeing extremes. And I think I was actually educated this way. You know, that Catholic education will make you more or less centrist. I don't like extremes. I don't like extremes on either side because I think, you know, once you go extreme, it gets real hard to like inject sense into, you know, an argument. And then the thing is it's funny how MAGA sees centrists as extreme. I think MAGA is extreme. MAGA, in
I
my
don't know if
opinion,
you're talking about the same
MAGA,
thing
in
because
my
the
opinion,
census
is
wouldn't be
the
as extreme.
equivalent of progressive. Essentially, MAGA is right-wing progressive and extreme.
But a centrist is not an extreme.
No. MAGA is not centrist by any means.
But then
Centrist
this is
don't,
why I get
centrists
caught up
don't,
with you guys because you
centrists
redefine
don't.
everything.
Okay, you need to understand what populism is. Populism is not a centrist orientation. Never has been.
Okay, so according to populism, is that not?
Well, I
Is
don't
that
take
why we have what we have now?
no, I don't agree with that. But don't take
But
my word
doesn't
for
that
it.
go against what you just said?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. Walk me down real slow, Stanley, because you have a good way of explaining something, and then you'll add in like this
Well,
random
see, this is
nuance, and we
the
go
other
that
thing.
way, and then we go this way. Let's
This is
stick to the
why
point.
this is why I am bad at conversations because I expect people to know this shit. You know,
No, you have to break it down like you're talking to a 4-year-old. If you can't do that, this is why people
no,
always discredit
you
your
are a
experience
smart.
from.
You are. That's why. You know, my mother said, "Hey, get your teaching certificate. It might come in handy." And I just, you know, kind of had to break her heart and tell her I'm just not that kind of a teacher. I don't have patience. You know, after I've said it to you twice, I expect you to know it. Or I might just tell you, go read about it. You know, I'm not going to waste my time teaching the basics to adults. Okay. You want to come up into a political conversation about what's left, what's right, what's normal, what's populism. I should not have to go back and define what populism is. Don't talk about normal or left or right or horseshoe politics or populism or any of that stuff unless you know it. And I'm simply not going to take the time to break things down for a 4-year-old when I'm talking to an adult.
No, we get it. I could follow you. You just need to be concise.
Okay, well,
about what you're saying.
populism is not normal.
Right.
It is a brand of politics that is very open to extremists. It is oppositional politics, basically. I mean, working class versus, if you want to go back to something like Marx, working class versus capital, that's adversarial and by definition, in my mind at least, extreme. You can't be kind of a capitalist. You can't be kind of a populist. You're either one or the other. So when I say that, even whether it's left or right populism, in my mind, there are no, if you actually believe that stuff, in my mind, you are not necessarily normal. To me, normal is kind of the centrist. And it's kind of, well, I'll put it to you this way. Both the left and the right populists think centrists are basically pussies. And I argue as a centrist that, you know what, actually, y'all are the extremists. I think that left progressives are the better populists if it was a populism contest. I was going to say popularity contest, but that's a bad pun.
Wouldn't that be trans people?
Wait, what?
I said, wouldn't that be
This
trans
have to do with a political argument.
No, you said left populist. You said they're better.
Well, you didn't allow me to finish, but I think they are better if you have to have populists or embrace populism, because they are just as extreme, but they don't otherize people. Okay, right populism needs like an enemy, like a they versus us. And it's not, they don't just want to fight capitalists. They need to get rid of the people that are taking our black jobs first. And once we have our black jobs, then we'll come and fight the actual problem, which is capital. Essentially, right populism is racist, always has been. And you know what? I'm not going to get knee deep into it because it'll kind of derail the show's agenda. But I can recommend books, and I got plenty of them.
But don't you think that your perspective is your...
No, my perspective.
I just don't get it, man.
And I know I'm cutting you off. I know I'm cutting you off.
You had it for 5 minutes. Let me get 5 minutes.
Okay, well, no. This is not a democracy. It's not. You get 5 minutes. Well,
let me get 2 then.
The fairness doctrine does not apply. Do you even know what the fairness doctrine is?
We're splitting M&Ms. You take 5 and I'll take 2.
Oh, no. We're not splitting M&Ms. I will give you M&Ms. My point.
I'm waiting on my M&Ms.
I kind of got derailed in my thinking here. So go ahead. You know how to interrupt an old man, and you get him off his thoughts, you bastard.
No, I may be talking about one thing, but I'm actually practicing another. That's just the way my mind works. Learning how to talk to you has been something I've been practicing. Okay?
Why?
And I see people come up here and fail because it's almost like they haven't noticed patterns or they don't.
Let me tell you, and everyone thinks I'm bullshitting. I can think of an argument almost instantly. I also think about where your argument is going to go. And sometimes it doesn't always happen that way. But, people tend to be so formulaic in their politics that it's almost predictable where an argument's going to go. People don't often reinvent the wheel when they're making these political arguments. So my bad habit, and it's a horrible habit, is I kind of predict where it's going to go. And I just kind of cut you off because either A, I already know it, or B, I already have a disagreement. Why waste the time? So,
And I'm not really good at articulating
It's
myself.
annoying.
You know, Stanley, I'm not really good at articulating myself. And a lot of times I'll have something in my head that I want to get out to you. And by the time I get a chance to do it, it's gone. So then I'm just like, I got to come up with something else, or wherever the conversation floats
Well,
off.
yeah, that's pretty much. Let me put it to you this way. And I told you the other day, and I think you kind of at least understood where I'm coming from. And I know this is the weirdest thing to say. Sometimes, I know it was you, because go listen to a Supreme Court session. Listen to a few of them, because they're actually kind of entertaining. That is kind of how I do my kind of Socratic method. You better know your shit. And I know I'm on the internet, and there are people who know more shit than I do. So sometimes I get put in my place, and I don't mind that. But the bottom line is I don't like, go. You know what? As a matter of fact, maybe tomorrow I'll pull down like the Asian affirmative action Supreme Court case, and we'll listen to a portion of it, and it will definitely give you an idea. I wonder if we can do that now.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Seriously.
God damn it!
Stop doing pop the balloons and stuff.
You know what? Let's do it. Let me. Now it'll take a few minutes for me to find it, because it's a few years old now, but I know it's in my podcast stream somewhere, or if nothing else, it's on the Supreme Court site. So let me.
Is there a YouTube filter that you actually put videos in to see if they're safe to play? Is that really a thing?
You're a little faint. I can't hear you.
Is there a YouTube filter that you put your videos in to see if they're not copyright or whatever?
Well, usually what I do is I'll take the video and run them through. I'll run them through OBS, and then upload them to YouTube, and then run it through the YouTube copyright filter. So I'll know. Most YouTube videos actually are fine, but if I have doubts about it, and my criteria is if it's like a 1 million subscriber site, I want to run that through just to make sure. And then, occasionally if there's music in a video and I know I want to show it, I'll do the same thing just to make sure there's no copyrighted music. And what I'm going to do while I look up this Supreme Court thing, this is one that I've run through the YouTube process. This is Sebastian Gorka talking to the trigonometry guys. And I'm not a trigonometry fan. However, sometimes they do have things that are at least interesting to watch. So while I'm playing this, I'll be looking for that Supreme Court thing. And you know what? We might just fucking listen to it for the rest of the show, because I love listening to Supreme Court sessions. It's rough and tumble. So just give me a second. I'll play this, and then I'll find that podcast, and then I'll come back. And if you have questions, ask. I'll be monitoring. But I don't.
Hey, Simon, there is an approach that you can to life, man. You learn something from everything that you do.
That is kind of crazy, though.
No, you're supposed to.
You can't reasonably talk to a crazy person that gaslights you if they start losing it all. It's impossible. Simon, why don't you hit the link? Let me drop it special for you so you can have the Stanley Cross experience.
No, I get what he's saying, but then it's like you meet people and they have a way of doing things, and yours is the Socratic method.
I don't. Well, see, what he's calling when I'm losing, I always assume the person doesn't understand what I'm saying. I never think I'm losing until I lose. this is how winners think. You don't lose until you lose. And if I lose outright, I'm graceful enough to go, you know what, damn it, you defeated my argument. Okay, you seem to think I won't concede a point. If I'm motherfucking wrong, I'll not only ask you what you read, I'll listen to you more. So Simon, there's the link. Hit it. You come up and get gaslighted. It's a
not only that, Stanley is a wealth of knowledge. Like you have to put it, you have to run your thoughts through the filter. Just getting to the other side of that is exciting on its own.
Well, it could just be that you know what? When have I ever, like, if you're right, you're fucking right. And I'm a lifelong learner. If you're right, if you know something more than I do, I'm 60 years old. What have I got to lose or gain at this point?
We're having fun, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Well, Simon,
I don't. Go ahead.
No, see, I'm about to turn my attention to Simon, and he doesn't want that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on the phone, man. My bad. Yeah, there's I don't hold on to this. I see what you're saying. I really do.
Well,
but
you know what?
The
fun is that I sometimes take myself too seriously. I realize that. So you're not telling me anything I don't know, son. Let's see. Maybe I'll Google it. It'll be faster. Let me play this right quick because it is actually an interesting interview.
This is a historic moment. How do you feel it's going?
Oh, that volume is low.
To keep Americans and our allies and our friends safe from the scourge of global jihadism. His demand, even more than 8 years ago, is that if you share the threat assessment that jihadism is bad, then you need to step up. You need to be more active partners, whether you're Arab nations in the Middle East or whether you're Western nations that have terrorism occurring on your streets.
So can you reassure sensible people around the world that in attempting to do a deal quickly, Ukraine isn't going to end up in a position that's bad for the world and bad for America?
He's truly horrified by what he's seeing. This isn't about a quick fix and move on. This is about stopping horror.
Seb?
Yes.
Our good friend, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the President, and you deal with counterterrorism above all. We're sitting here with the coffee cups with the President of the United States on them in the room where the American government found out Pearl Harbor had happened. So that was a historic moment. This is a historic moment. How do you feel it's going so far?
Absolutely incredible. I pinch myself every single day, not simply because of my personal reasons that I've been waiting about 25 years for this job, but it feels like we've been here for 7 months, not 7 weeks, because of the pace, the alacrity of what the president has achieved, from sealing the border to new deals to, as we are recording this, he just announced from the Oval Office with Secretary of Defense Hegseth next to him, the new F-47 fighter jet, big secret for the last 5 years. So, I mean, it's just keeping up with him is one of the toughest things in life, but it's just an amazing time to be alive, and it's an amazing time to be an American.
And what do you do day to day?
So I'm the Senior Director for Counterterrorism in the National Security Council, working for the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. And so my job is to coordinate all counterterrorism policies and activities for the president, for Mike Waltz, to make sure that we are, well, as my colleagues tell me, they ask me as I bump into them in the West Wing, have you killed more jihadis today? So we have a lot of work to keep Americans and our allies and our friends safe from the scourge of global jihadism.
Well, you say that in a way that will sound kind of like political to a lot of people, but the president has come out and been very, very clear, and Tulsi Gabbard also, that you guys see jihadism as one of the big threats to America, which seems a bit of a pivot.
Well, look, it's not a univalent situation. There's not one threat. So I'll be completely, open here. When I came into this building 8 years ago for the first Trump administration, my background was counterterrorism, was teaching the military, the intelligence community how to deal with Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And I thought I'd be doing that. And once you get the clearances and once you read the president's daily intelligence briefing, you realize there's only one real strategic level threat to America, and that's China. And the president understands that. And with people like Peter Navarro back on board, people like Scott Bessent to the Treasury, we are dealing with that strategic level nation state threat. But when it comes to counterterrorism, look, the last 4 years have been absolutely catastrophic. Let's start with Biden's surrender of Afghanistan. Afghanistan is the nation that gave aid and succor to bin Laden prior to 9/11.
What a fucking idiot.
The last administration, in ways that made the Saigon withdrawal look like a walk in the park, deserted Afghanistan, deserted the people who had fought with us against the Taliban, against Al-Qaeda. Now the organization that helped the Al-Qaeda terrorists is back in control of that nation. We've withdrawn all of our capabilities from that region to do counterterrorism as we did previously. So when I came into the building, I was told that we have an increased threat of global jihadism on the Sunni side. Iran is now stronger than ever because Biden released tens of billions of dollars. So the president is very serious about the threat of jihadi terrorism. And that's why you've seen one of the first actions, second week of the administration, is the strikes against ISIS in Somalia. The Houthis, President Trump took action just last weekend. So yeah, the president takes this threat very seriously. And if you look at the events in Europe, the Christmas market attacks, you look at the events in the UK, the stabbings and so forth, those 3 little beautiful girls. Yeah, he gets it, and we are taking action, and it is my honor to be part of that.
It's interesting because on the one hand, Trump is saying that he doesn't want to have this neocon attitude where he puts troops on the ground and he influences regime change.
Literally
But let's be
sounds like a
brutally honest,
muppet.
Iran.
Yeah.
Unless you sort Iran, whatever that means, that is the source of the poison which causes much of the disruption in the Middle East.
So you're absolutely right. The president is not a neoconservative interventionist. He's not an isolationist. There are people who say, oh, he's an isolationist. Garbage. America first does not mean America alone. The fact that he strengthened NATO by getting 2/3 of the NATO members to actually pay their dues, which was not the case when we came into the White House the first time round, demonstrates that. But when it comes to Iran, he's not interested in regime change in terms of the 82nd Airborne going in and changing nations. His first question is, whenever we brief him, why are we there? Why do we have boots on the ground anywhere? And his demand, even more than 8 years ago, is that if you share the threat assessment that jihadism is bad, if your citizens are being killed on your streets, then you need to step up. You need to be more active partners, whether you're Arab nations in the Middle East who are threatened by the Muslim Brotherhood, by Al-Qaeda, by ISIS, by al-Nusra, or whether you're Western nations that have terrorism occurring on your streets. So it's not up to us to change regimes. We have to suppress the terrorist threat. And as far as I'm concerned, I would love to see the nation of Persia, with all the ethnicities that are inside Iran today, take back their country. And the saddest, the most cripplingly tragic thing is, by the end of the first Trump administration, the Islamo-fascist regime of Tehran was on the brink of collapse. I mean, the Iranian stock exchange, thanks to our sanctions, had lost more than 50% of its value in just over a year. And now, for the last 4 years, it's been pumped full of cash by the Biden administration. Now, the collapse of the regime in Syria has hurt them. The reapplication of sanctions has also undermined them. What Israel has done, God bless Israel, since the horrific loss of Jewish life on October the 7th, has put Iran back on that teetering level. But yeah, we're not going to invade Iran, but we would like Iran to be free.
So what does that actually mean? Are you going to ratchet up the sanctions?
Absolutely. It's happening right now.
And what else? Is it just that?
There's certain things I can't discuss, but when it comes to economic pressure, political pressure, working with our allies, we are following right now what's called the maximum pressure campaign. So they use every element of national power, which is not kinetic, in terms of finance, intelligence, economics, sanctions, to just squeeze that regime until it just loses control.
Okay, Dave, I found that Supreme Court case. It's actually on the SCOTUS website. You want to continue this a little bit more? Or you want to hop right into the Supreme Court?
No, my question about this is in the back chat. You just say yes or no because I don't even think you can say that online.
They are all small hats. The Supreme Court justices.
No, this video right here. And yeah, let's do this Supreme Court.
Is Gore? I don't think Gorka. None of them are Jewish that I know of. And why would it matter?
I have my reason.
Why do you? I mean, Gorka. If I remember, he's his background. I think he's British, obviously, but he's got a Hungarian background.
He's got a good voice for radio.
He was on radio. You don't know who Gorka is?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got a good voice.
Oh yeah, he had a
like
one of those
a perfect balance of bass. And, yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, he's been around for years. I'm surprised you don't know who he is.
Who said I don't know who he is? He's the kind of guy. If he said that he was going to punch you in your chest and make your shoulders touch, I believe him.
And, you know, if he was going to punch you, he would go, would you care to engage in fisticuffs?
Right, super polite. Yeah.
I'm going to kick your arse.
Stop moving so I can hit you. That kind of stuff.
He is. I'll drop this. I have, like I said, I ran this through YouTube's algorithm to make sure it wasn't any copyrighted material, because it is trigonometry. You know, they're a fairly big website, but I will unprivate it and give you the link. I don't know. You know, he is his specialty. He's got like a PhD in something or another. But his specialty is counterterrorism. So I'm not a big fan of his.
He can't walk away from that. I think the other guy was trying to get him off of that. He came back.
No. These guys, the trigonometry crowd. Oh, they are. Well, by the way, this interview is actually happening in the White House. So that's how, close they are ally-wise with Trump's and MAGA in general. So I mean, these guys are more or less insiders. They're literally doing this interview somewhere in the White House. So they are allies. They're not adversarial at all.
Let's play the Supreme Court video because I gotta get showered up and get out of here.
Okay, well, the whole point, is not so much to listen to the case, the merits or anything. It's more or less to hear the style of argument. So
right.
Then we can always go back or do something else.
I like how people could keep their mind on the point and then dance around it and then come back to it. I admire that.
All right, well, let's hear this then.
In case 20-1199, Students for Fair Admissions versus the President and Fellows of Harvard College. Mr. Norris?
And before we start it, just so everyone knows, this is from 2022. This is Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated versus President and Fellows of Harvard College. They did a kind of a twin case against North Carolina. And the whole point of this is basically the two cases that ended affirmative action or anything like it in college admissions. So it's a landmark case. Again, there were two of them, one against a private university, Harvard, and another against University of North Carolina, a public college. So they were trying to kill, two birds with two cases. But the point of me playing this is just so you kind of hear, a style of questioning that I tend to admire. And it's not that I'm imitating it. I'm just kind of naturally my Socratic, or my pretense of a Socratic sort of dialogue just seems to be this way.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Grutter assumed that universities could use race in a narrowly tailored way if they just did it like Harvard.
Let me stop.
But this court never had any evidence about Harvard. Now you do.
You had a question?
Real quick, because I'm about to run in there. But the one step to the Socratic method that you don't do is repeat the argument back to somebody in your own words.
Right.
You do like to predict
and
where
that's
their
essentially
argument is going.
That's essentially
That's not the same thing.
No.
Yeah.
I don't. That's the one thing I don't do because I just find it slows things down. If you'll notice in this style, it's very rare you hear the lawyer's argument repeated. They assume they heard what you said. They assume you spoke intentionally. So there's no steel manning or anything like that. Now they may ask for clarification.
But Simon, this is to respond to Simon. This is what I do in my own mind with my own set of parameters.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
No, that I was saying. This point on, this is what I'm saying, Simon. This is what I do in my own mind with my own set of parameters. It's like people will have a pattern. People have patterns, and when you start noticing patterns.
You see, nice.
You try. Say it again.
No. That dude. Then you get it.
I can't articulate it all the time.
No. You're doing fine. You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, let me jump in the shower, man. I'm in the locker room.
Okay. Wealth of knowledge is irrelevant if he's constantly lying. See, this is the weird thing, Simon. Sometimes when people say I'm lying, it's just that they don't know, where I'm coming from or what I have understood or what I've read. You can always ask, where are you getting this from? And I have a very, the criticism that when I argue these points, I'm not original. Sometimes that's a credible point, but part of, you take an argument that you've read in a book or heard somebody say or something like that, and you might repeat it or you might have your own spin on it, or oftentimes I'll ask someone, well, where did you get this from? Can you cite a source? Can you tell me why you think this? And in my mind, if I heard, well, somebody who's considered an authority said this and I agree with it, no one reinvents the wheel. Okay, even if you have an original take on a topic, more than likely it's not like something that's sprang from your brain. You're probably just repeating something that you agree with, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, arguments are not like built from scratch most of the time, the majority of the time, 99% of the time. So you need to understand how arguments work, sir. And this lying stuff, you need to most times assume good faith that the person making a point actually believes what they're saying, so that maybe what you need to do is look up the definition of lying. That might help. Simon, bravo. Same to you, Dolomite. The reason you would agree with that sort of, Simon take on it is because you just don't know shit. How about learn some shit and then step to me? So let us move on.
And that evidence proves that none of Grutter's core assumptions were ever true. First, Grutter assumed that race would only be a plus, but race is a minus for Asians, a group that continues to face immense racial discrimination in this country. Asians should be getting into Harvard more than whites, but they don't because Harvard gives them significantly lower personal ratings. Harvard ranks Asians less likable, confident, and kind, even though the alumni who actually meet them disagree. What Harvard is doing to Asians, like what it was doing to Jews in the 1920s, is shameful, but it's a predictable result of letting universities use race in highly subjective processes. Second, Grutter assumed that applicants would be treated as individuals, not as members of racial groups. But Harvard gives racial preferences based on the box that applicants check, even if they never write about race or explain how it influences their views. And for competitive applicants, checking the right racial box is an anvil on the admissions scale, worth the same as ultra-rare achievements like winning a national championship. Third, Grutter assumed that universities would seriously consider race-neutral alternatives, but Harvard never once did so until 2017, 3 years after we sued it. Harvard now refuses to eliminate its legacy preferences or boost its socioeconomic preferences, even though both changes would make Harvard far less white, wealthy, and privileged. That's how Harvard uses race, and Harvard is supposed to be the model. This court should admit that it was wrong about Harvard, wrong about Grutter, and wrong about letting the poison of racial classifications seep back into education. Grutter should be overruled both for public schools and for private schools that accept federal funds.
Mr. Norris, would you spend a few minutes, some time on the originalism argument that was made at the last?
I want to comment, and again, it's a little off topic, but this is Justice Thomas. He is the senior justice, of course, outside the Chief Justice, but he is the senior justice. And they tend to ask questions, in at least initially, in order of seniority. And as a matter of fact, I also read the actual arguments, like the consent. I actually read the decisions, the consenting arguments, the dissenting arguments. This was kind of something that was near and dear to my heart. And I also want to give a little quick background. I raised my son not to care about affirmative action. You get into wherever it is you're going to go as far as college goes on your own merits. You either deserve to get in or you don't. And that's that. If you don't get in, let's not assume it was racism or anything like that. If you make the grade, you will get in to somewhere. And, I'm kind of lucky. He got into his first choice. And it wasn't Harvard, by the way.
That's the end of the last case.
Absolutely. So in terms of the original meaning of the 14th Amendment, the best source on this I've ever read is the United States brief on re-argument in Brown.
Okay. And by the way, this is going to be the last time. I'll let it play a little bit more. Dolomite, thank you for supporting the show. Much appreciated. And, I'll keep doing what I'm doing. And, your criticism actually helps me. It does not hurt me. You're one of the better critiques, and usually it's either funny or constructive. So I definitely appreciate that. So thank you for supporting Stanley versus the World.
It painstakingly details the legislative history and how the framers of the 14th Amendment saw it as a ban on all racial classifications. Everyone knows that the impetus for the 14th Amendment was to constitutionalize the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
Got that part wrong.
The Civil Rights Act of 1866 is a series of bans on racial discrimination. It's a series of colorblind measures and requirements. And then one of the earliest cases this court had before it went off the rails in Plessy was a case called Strouder, where the court immediately recognized that the purpose of this amendment was to eliminate racial classifications, no matter whether they benefited whites or blacks, because racial classifications themselves impose harms. That's the affirmative evidence. Now, I know that the evidence, the pushback is the post-ratification history, but the post-ratification of the history of the 14th Amendment is not the best evidence, because we know there was massive resistance to the original meaning of the text of the 14th Amendment. But it also doesn't prove anything. Every measure that's cited in Harvard's brief was a remedial measure. It was in response to the end of slavery and the position that Black Americans found themselves in. Harvard does not cite a remedial measure for what it's doing today. Those same measures that it cites would not be constitutional today, because they would no longer serve a remedial purpose, and not a shred of evidence that anyone back then used race to achieve the educational benefits of diversity.
Would you have any objection if you do not ask candidates for admission to check a box what their race is?
Now, I want to make a point. Instantly, the Chief Justice comes in. There was no repeating, what did you mean? There was no steel manning. He just heard, the opening statement of the lawyer and just went into questioning. There was no pause. You either know your shit or you don't. That's what I love about, how this sort of, process works. We assume you know your shit. Now let's see how well you know your shit and how well you can go back and forth. And sometimes the justices overtalk each other, by the way.
But you are allowed to take into consideration what an applicant would say in an essay about having to confront discrimination growing up and how he or she did that. You are allowed to take in consideration what a faculty recommender said. One of the things that, this applicant would bring is how to deal with racial discrimination in an area or in a school where he's part of a very small minority. Do you have any objection to that sort of introduction of race on behalf of a particular applicant?
Absolutely not, Mr. Chief Justice. And in fact, at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, we discovered that Harvard had amended its reading procedures for applications. And there had been an amendment that said you only should take into account race if someone talks about it on their essay or in their recommendation letters. Harvard deleted that instruction and said that is not how we use race, and that should have never been put in there. So we really are, in this case, talking about the checkbox.
So you agree that with respect to the essays, the Chief Justice suggested that one aspect of racial experience is confronting discrimination, but there are also other aspects of racial experience. Justice Alito gave an example earlier. But you agree that with respect to the essays, whether it's guidance counselors or whether it's students, can express whatever views they choose to express about their own racial experiences and the relevance of that for admissions officers.
Yes, what Title VI bans is race itself as a.
Okay, and I want to point out something. That's Justice Kagan, and I said that was Chief Justice Roberts. It was actually Alito. They and anybody with any sense of American history, and by the way, a lot of these political arguments we tend to have on the urban landlord space or in the urban landlord space, I take it as a base premise that America is a racist country. Okay, and that doesn't necessarily mean I'm saying it's a pejorative. I don't necessarily mean it as a pejorative as much as it is true. We have used race as one measure for one thing or another, literally from the floor up. And people who want to pretend that America wasn't founded in this way obviously haven't read enough American history. And number two, the people who want to think you can go from the way we were founded into a raceless society are fooling themselves. In a way, racelessness or a colorblind society, that's literally radical. You would literally have to rebuild the country one way or another. It is a form of radicalism, in my opinion. Now, there probably most people would disagree, but you can't just stop people from thinking that way. And the people who I generally disagree with, mostly at least, everybody's racist, it's normal. Well, if you take that premise, then we are not a colorblind society. We will try to do better, of course, but you need to take America. You need to meet America where it is and where it has been. By the way.
Consideration. So if a university gives credit to a Black student who writes an essay about overcoming discrimination and equal credit to an Asian student who writes an essay about overcoming discrimination, then that is not race itself. That is
eclectic?
Sorry, finish.
So that's overcoming discrimination, which Justice Scalia wrote in Croson is not a racial classification.
But I guess, in our earlier argument, Justice Kagan pointed out that this gets to be slicing the salami pretty finely. I mean, it's one thing to say, yes, that shows resilience because you've written about overcoming discrimination. And a student could write about any number of obstacles that they've overcome, from physical disabilities on down the line. But what if, Justice Jackson had asked in the last argument, about pride? What if an applicant wrote an essay about how integral their racial identity was to them as a source of pride, and the cultural attributes of the racial heritage were very important? Would that be okay, even if it were all intimately tied up, say, with, the traditions of a Mexican family? And if the answer is no, that can't be extricated from race, why would that be different than someone writing about how important it was to them to have this passion for music in their life, that they loved music?
I think culture, tradition, heritage are all not off limits for students to talk about and for universities to consider. They can't consider that. They can't read that and say, oh, this person is Hispanic or Black or Asian, and therefore I'm going to credit that. They need to credit something unique and individual in what they actually wrote, not race itself.
I'm a little confused because this almost sounds like a different kind of viewpoint discrimination. And under our strict scrutiny standards, we're not supposed to discriminate on the basis of viewpoint or discriminate on the basis of religion. They're considered as sacrosanct, I believe, as race. And yet what you're suggesting is that the viewpoint that somehow being a minority that overcomes discrimination in the way you define it as important, as overcoming obstacles, that's okay. But if you're a Black person who's from an affluent family, who may be the only class president ever in a white school's history, that fact shouldn't feature. That's a form of viewpoint discrimination, isn't it?
I don't think
that's not overcoming any kind of obstacle?
We're not saying that universities have to consider anything or nothing. Universities just cannot consider race itself.
But I thought you were saying that both of those essays might be entirely appropriate for the university.
See how they butt in?
Is that
There's
correct?
no.
Or did I misunderstand what you were saying?
No, there is no federal statute about what essays universities consider. There's a federal ban on consideration of race itself.
So why is it? Are you just objecting to touching a box that admissions officers can look at?
We're objecting to the use of race as either a plus or a minus in making.
But I don't think I think the district court made very clear findings that checking the box alone is not what got anybody in. That it was a holistic enterprise that looked at everything that candidate did, and race might have been one among many factors. Because there's a lot of Hispanics and Blacks who have higher GPAs than many whites who don't get admitted. So they're not looking at just being Black and white. They're rejecting a lot of the 10% applicants who have higher numbers than, I guess, whites and Asian Americans.
Your Honor, there's a finding from the district court in our favor at page 116 of the petition appendix that Harvard can award a racial preference based on the checkbox alone, whether or not an applicant writes about it or otherwise indicates that it's important to them. And that is important. That's race itself.
That finding was made in an undisputed finding by the district court that race alone did not account for any one admissions package, that it was race among many factors.
Well, the district court found that race is determinative for 45% of Blacks and Hispanics who get into Harvard. So yes, there's 55% who would not get in.
I'll let Mr. Waxman debate that, because that's not the way I saw that record. It was very clear that the district court found, for example, that being Asian or not being Asian wasn't involved statistically in any amount, in any of the admissions, whether for ADLCs or for non-ADLCs.
Well, I just want to be clear, the 45% number is when race is determinative for Blacks and Hispanics. That's the number of applicants who it's determinative for. Our number was much higher. That's not my number. That's Harvard's number in their race neutral alternatives report.
Counsel, if I could return a moment to the drafting of the 14th Amendment. You said we should ignore the post-ratification history, but let's just pay a little attention to it for a moment. In the briefs, we have discussion about the Freedmen's Bureau that Congress set up. How is that consistent or inconsistent with your position?
I think it's entirely consistent, Your Honor. The Freedmen's Bureau, for the most part, did not draw any racial classifications. It was classifications on the basis of being a former slave or a refugee, and the refugees at the time from the Civil War were mostly white. In fact, when objections were made in Congress that this is a racial based law, the people who supported the Freedmen's Bureau denied the charge. They didn't say yes, but so what? They said, no, it is not. It is not race-based at all.
So today, a benefit to descendants of slaves would not be race-based, correct?
I think that's incorrect, Justice Kavanaugh.
Well, how does that, you just said benefit to former slaves was not race-based in the Freedmen's Bureau. How is that different now?
Well, the remedial exception that this court has recognized is fairly narrow. It has to be prior.
The question is whether it's race-based. You said, I think, to Justice Gorsuch, I'm sorry to interrupt his question, but you said to Justice Gorsuch, I think, that the benefit for former slaves was not race-based. That's correct. And the benefit for descendants of former slaves is also not race-based. You can make other arguments if you want about that, but it does not seem to be race-based under what you said to Justice Gorsuch, correct?
Not correct. I think there's a difference between the former slaves themselves getting a benefit versus generations later. I think that's a classification on the basis of ancestry, which is still problematic under this court's precedents. Even if it's not directly race-based, I would assume that universities are, and it depends on the record, but universities are drawing that classification as a proxy for race in ways that the Reconstruction Congress was not.
Okay, if I might just finish up. The Freedmen's Bureau is on the federal side. We have some briefs before us that also talk about practice on the state side. Now, we know that shortly after the Civil War, there were a lot of race-based statutes passed by states, and most of them were Jim Crow laws that invidiously discriminated on the basis of race. But your friend on the other side cites two that he says are not, one from Kentucky and one from South Carolina. Could you address those?
Yes, so we cite a book full of statutes from the same era from states that were purely colorblind. But they do cite two examples, one from South Carolina, which I believe banned racial discrimination by government licensed entities. And there was a finding by that legislature that our government licensed entities were continuing to discriminate on the basis of race. I think it was a remedial measure. It made sense in light of the end of the war and the massive racial discrimination that was still ongoing. Now, the Kentucky statute is even clearer. It gave benefits. It was a racial classification, but it gave benefits to a group of people in Mercer County, Kentucky, who had no property, were so injured they could no longer work, had no income. I mean, I think that what the statute was talking about were the people, the recently freed slaves in Mercer County, to which there were many.
And then I have one final question about this. There's also a question of whether we should pay attention to state practices, given the language of the 14th Amendment, which doesn't pertain to, or whether we should pay attention to the federal side, given that the language of the 14th Amendment doesn't purport to bar remedial measures or classifications by Congress, which at that time was in full Reconstruction efforts, but that the drafters of the 14th Amendment were especially concerned about racial classifications at the state level because so many of them, everyone knew, would be used as Jim Crow laws were to discriminate against African Americans.
I think there's something to that, Justice Gorsuch. Justice Scalia recounted some of that history, I think in Croson and maybe Adirond, where he said there's no reason to think that the same distrust of the federal government would have been there at the time. But I don't think any of these federal statutes are even particularly hard if you assume the equal protection principle binds the federal government, because they are all plainly remedial. None have anything to do with diversity, and Harvard has not pressed the remedial interest that justified those
I'm
statutes.
sorry, but many of the civil rights statutes and some of the laws pertaining thereto were directed to being equal to whites. So there was consciousness of race in those statutes.
I think not in a relevant sense. Those statutes, this court said in the Jam case in 2019 that exact language is colorblind, that whites, you have to have the same rights as whites, which means everyone is equal. Now they used race-based language, but what they did was they banned racial discrimination.
So
That's
what
not
do
race
we
consciousness.
do about all the legislation that was passed that gave benefits not just to former slaves, but to free blacks? That was still remedial in your mind? Because there was inequality, correct?
I believe it was. And it was in response to an entire system that had been built up of de jure discrimination. I think those were remedial statutes as well. And
So even if we have de jure discrimination now or segregation now, Congress can't look at that? Because we certainly have de jure segregation. The races are treated very differently in our society in terms of their access to opportunity.
I believe that the remedial exception is still good law. It was one of the two things that justifies the use of race in education that this court identified in parents involved. However, Harvard has not made that argument and has no factual record that you would need to support that argument. It does not justify its use of race based on its own prior discrimination against blacks and Hispanics.
Are you aware of de jure segregation today?
I am not. I'm aware that that racial preferences on college campuses, in our view, have increased racial consciousness, and so there's some of this is happening on campus, but it's not de jure.
It's not clear that there's segregation between there are large swaths of the country with residential segregation. There are large numbers of schools in our country that have people of just one race. There are districts that have only kids of one race and not multiple race or not white people. De jure to me means places are segregated. The causes may be different, but places are segregated in our country.
Absolutely. And I think the top 10% program in Fisher, which really got a bad rap in Fisher too, but was solutions like that are meant to account for residential segregation in a race neutral way.
Yeah, the problem is that they don't. That's what the district court found.
My memory of Fisher too was that the top 10% program was extremely successful at increasing the enrollment of underrepresented minorities at Texas. There are other solutions. We have a very sophisticated race neutral alternative in this case that takes into account socioeconomic status and forces Harvard to eliminate its preferences for largely white legacies. And that is another way. I mean, our numbers, the number of Asians would increase on campus, the number of Hispanics would increase on campus, the overall number of underrepresented minorities would increase on campus.
Blacks wouldn't increase.
Black representation would be 10%, which is higher than it is in the state of Massachusetts. And that number is quite low. Our expert testified that if Harvard was only willing to consider wealth instead of income, that number would be quite a bit better, because the main disparities we see on the basis of race today is not on parental income, but on generational wealth.
Harvard argues, though, that we have a compelling interest in diversity writ large, and that this court has deferred to that interest. And among the diverse things that we need to have in our class are children of large donors. There's evidence about that museum we talked about earlier, children of legacies, and squash team. I'm not making it up. It's in the record. And to what extent should this court be deferring to those interests as part of its compelling interest analysis?
Not at all, Your Honor. I think strict scrutiny means you need to be able to reject race-neutral alternatives because they don't satisfy the compelling interest, and the compelling interest is overall broad-based diversity, not declines in our fencing status, not drops in 5 points on the U.S. News and World Report, but it's diversity. And Harvard, it's a little ironic in this case, Harvard is not diverse at all. Besides its racial statistics, 9% of incoming freshmen at Harvard are conservatives. Harvard is 82% wealthy. There's 23 rich students for every one low-income student on campus. It is not diverse in hardly any other way. And so I think that the compelling interest that you recognized in Grutter is not what's actually being pursued on Harvard.
You heard
Go ahead. I mean, are you saying now that there is an interest and a compelling interest in racial diversity among other kinds of diversity? I mean, putting Harvard's, whether Harvard should be more socioeconomically diverse, probably should be. But putting that, I mean, is there an interest in racial diversity?
I agree with my colleague, not a compelling interest that could justify a racial classification, but racial diversity is not a bad thing. It is a great thing. It is something.
But the whole premise of this, right? And, we can talk about whether these programs are narrowly tailored, whether
I want to point out that, these questions are rapid fire. One justice kind of almost overtalked another justice and said, "Excuse me, this is how it's my style of argument." And y'all need to keep up with it. And yes, I am rude. I do overtalk people. I put people in the back. Fucking deal with it or don't. That is basically my perspective. And I'm always open to, hey, you shouldn't do that. And I would tend to agree with that sort of thing. But I don't have time. If you come up here to argue a point, know your shit. Period. You may know it better than I do. And then I'm not averse to conceding points. But you better know your shit. Don't come up here half-cocked. Don't come up here calling me a liar. Because I suspect sometimes when people say, well, Stanley's lying, it's just that you may not know what I know, and vice versa. But I don't ever call people liars. I'm more inclined to think, hey, there's just something this dude or, this person doesn't know. Let me tell you about it.
Hey, Stanley, why do you think nobody really hits the link? I'm not saying nobody, but like people who haven't hit the link, how come they never hit the link?
Well, I mean, there are people who have never hit links, like DiCapriono, and I'm not picking on you, DiCapriono. He's been up here once, but he's, he is either busy. Some people are at work and can't hit the link. So it doesn't hurt my feelings if you don't hit the link, especially if I know you. Like, DiCapriono is a definite friend of this show. So that he, wants to make his jokes in the chat, I understand why he doesn't. He just doesn't. And, let me also tell you something. You would never believe this. I get stage fright, a very mild form of stage fright before I hit the go live on these streams. And I found out because it was either Orthodox guy or someone, and he kind of surprised me. No, it's Jay Rillo. He will go on another stream just to kind of warm up and get into that, that show hosting mode. And at first I was like, well, that's rather interesting, but you know what? Sometimes I'll go on T's show because I just like her, the way she runs her shows. I have gone up there and I'm like ready to start the show. So I believe in that warm up stuff. The people may or may not want to come up on the link. They, oddly enough, over the months, they tend to be consistent in whether they want to hit the link, before they even join the chat. People like 12th Man and Snake, first thing they do is hit the link.
Yeah, they're ready to go right out the box.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's why, hey, you either want to or can hit the link or you don't. I don't tend to, make any judgment, I guess is my point. And, to Buck Breaker's point, You know what? What other truth is there for Stanley but my truth? Okay, you need to understand that whether we like it or not, and I actually meant to go into it deeper on this show, and I may still get the chance because we got a while before morning roast starts up. Who's I mean, Buckbreaker, you have your truth. It may intersect or overlap with other people's truths, but you're not hurting my feelings when you go Stanley's truth. Whose other truth would I profess? So nice try, son.
Buckbreaker 3000.
No, he's been around before. It's a funny name. Brave has me in 2 titles? What? It's fucking 6 a.m. You know what? Are you? But do you kind of get my point, Dave? With this,
Oh yeah, yeah, they're very accurate. I think because
they're very vigorous. Okay, they're not wasting a whole lot of time. You know, and this is actually kind of calm towards the end, and there are certain other topics where they are talking all over and excuse me, or Justice Kagan said, let me follow up with what Justice Roberts or Chief Justice Roberts said. It is rapid fire. Okay, and you know what? You either know your shit or you don't. And the other thing that I find impressive is, they will go, well, in this court case, and whoever asked the question brings it up, whoever is answering, they're right on it. It's not, hey, hold on one sec, let me go look up a page right quick. Let me find it. Sometimes they do, but it's fairly rare. What truly impresses me is I don't know how much prep these lawyers do to argue before the court. And I know the justices do a hell of a lot of research, and they have, interns and stuff. They have their whatever I can't even think of the name right now. Their little helpers, their clerks.
Yeah, the paralegals.
Right, but it is rapid damn fire. It is not hemming and hawing. It is getting to the point. And sorry, it's just my natural way of doing it. And it drives my son crazy. As a matter of fact, what drives my son crazy is I rarely, especially to him, because, he'll be 19 in a couple months, but him growing up, and it was just me and him from like 7, he was almost 8. From 8 to 18 and now 19, it was just me and him. And he knows me by now. He is very careful answering questions because about 80% of the time, I already know the answer. Did you clean up your room? Dumb shit like that. He knows that he knows it's a rhetorical question. And it'll come out in the wash, but I actually think that's part of why he's so good at what he does. And I've also heard tell that he's quite a funny person. He's quite good with one-liners, and he asks hard questions. Sometimes it's just of his cousins, but you know what? They don't fuck with my son because he asks hard questions. And where this comes from is my sister, who I trust. She's probably my best friend, probably always has been. And she's a lot like me, except nicer, and she cares more. But you know what? She's saying, "Oh yeah, that kid, he's a humdinger." That's not her word, but in that, you know what? It all comes out in the wash, whether I've been a good parent or not. But the thing is he doesn't like wasting time with bullshit. I don't like wasting time with bullshit. Get to the motherfucking point.
Yeah, Stanley, that is what makes you who you are. The part that you don't like wasting your time with bullshit. But sometimes though, you gotta let people dig the hole.
I struggle.
You have to work on that.
I struggle, And you know what, motherfucker? Maybe you ought to come up and help me co-host sometimes.
Well, you
But
see when I'm in the chat,
here's
I
the
talk my
deal.
shit.
Well, no. I understand. I mean, you have responsibilities that I don't have. And I am actually kind of jealous of you. You know, I fucking loved being a family. I loved it. So I'm totally envious of you. I know you are doing a good job and will continue. Motherfucker, you're my hero. Whether
No, Stanley, my wife has an uncle. My wife has an uncle. He is 73 now.
Mhm.
And he had at 70 he had his wife, his recent wife just had one. She's
Wow.
what, 20? She's 28. He's 70, she's 28.
Yeah, but let's admit it. Your wife's uncle is probably 10 times more charming than I am. So
No, he's
you
a
don't.
drunk. He's a fucking drunk. I love him. He's a hoot, but you know, he likes to be
Right.
fucked up, smash.
Right.
But everybody wonder how he's still alive, but he's got 3 kids under 10.
But let me get back to one of your points. I know I have problems with that. I don't think I'm unaware. Dude, I've been struggling with this since I was in first grade. And I have stories, that my parents would laugh about 20 years later. But, and I knew my first grade teacher for quite some time after, because she was kind of a friend of my mother. She was my mother was a teacher. So, they, knew each other through professional circles. But I used to finish, my test or whatever. I'd turn around and wonder, why aren't y'all done? I've been obnoxious for quite some time. It is a lifelong bad habit. And I've worked on it, obviously unsuccessfully, for years, but I used to be worse. Can you imagine me being in the Navy where no one could check me? All I want to hear from you is yes, sir.
I was kind of the same way. I went to a white elementary school, and I made better grades. Like I was the only pepper in that salt pile, and yeah, I used to turn in all my work first, and I was that guy back then.
Right. Well, the funny thing was, first through sixth grade, my Catholic school was pretty much like 99% black. We had a white family there for a bit, but no, more than likely when I walked into first grade, all the kids in there were black. So, I didn't go to, my first white experience in elementary school was 7th grade. From 7th through 12th grade, and you could even say, because I went to Georgia, from then on, it was, mostly white. But see, this is why I'm actually a lot more comfortable than people would expect. My first through sixth grade, and kindergarten formative experiences was literally growing up in a very middle class black neighborhood with black parents, going first through sixth to an all black Catholic school. So you can't challenge my blackness. I know that I'm black, probably better than most of the little neophyte blacks that I run into. I know I'm black. I know how I've seen black excellence. I've seen the range, the gamut of what black is. That's why I don't think that, there is a black community to the extent in America that, hey, if you marry a white woman, you're not black. That's bullshit. I know I'm black. I'm so black, I don't get disturbed when I marry outside my race. Okay. My black don't crack. And that's what some of the dumb motherfuckers who want to challenge that sort of thing to me, I find just, y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So anyway, that's a little off topic, but my black is real black. So real that fuck you. I married a white woman. And it was later in life, but motherfucker, she didn't crack my black. If anything, I made her more black.
I don't know why you care about it.
Well, I don't, but it
I really don't. I don't give a fuck about the skin suit. I don't like.
Well, yeah,
when
but you're one of the rare exceptions in this John Galt space. I've had John ask me, well, do you think you're black? Basically challenging me. Shit, HB does it constantly.
Yeah, some people take way too much pride in that. I don't. I'm not one of those guys.
Well, if you like your woman chocolate, great.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's the
I
problem.
like them too. But you know what? I like a little variety in my flavors. It does all chocolate all the time.
That's the problem, and I think that's unique to the black experience, where you have to claim this black card because of where you put your dick. That is so stupid.
My black
concept
card is
that I don't accept, and I totally reject.
Hey Dave, my black card is a chip. It's under my skin. I don't have a motherfucking card. I got a chip. And Elon Musk, my parents made that chip and they embedded.
My black card is somewhere in between Georgia and Ohio. I threw it on the way back to Ohio. Don't give a fuck about that shit.
Well, I see that Be Brave. I think Be Brave. Stanley's Lady Boulay is upset. Africans want no part of Black Americans. Damn. You know what? Running. What the show? You know what? She wasn't upset at all. And as a matter of fact, she's older than Be Brave. By the way, she's like a retired teacher. I think she might be in Georgia. She's somewhere in the South. You can tell from her accent. But this is what I mean by people like Be Brave. Be Brave is more interested in spinning narrative than actually trying to get at some form of truth. I think Be Brave makes a lot of bad faith arguments.
And I gotta say this before I go, because I gotta get to work. I'll be at work bullshitting a lot. That I'm slowly chipping away at your idea of totally dismissing Be Brave as a formidable foe.
I'm very dismissive. But not well, hold on. I'm not dismissing him. I'm dismissive of his take on American culture and race in particular. He is clueless, he is racist, and he's uneducated.
But those things should not stop you from sitting down across the table at a Skip Shannon type of fashion where you guys could totally just battle it out without getting too personal to the point where you may not want to continue the show. Because you guys have that thing.
Okay, well, hold on. See what you think. See, you want an argument for argument's sake. And
no, I think you guys have arguments, and the fact that you keep going around them.
I don't think he has an argument at all.
Okay, and that could be the argument.
Well, we've had that argument plenty of times for months.
But not cordially or not within parameters.
Well, that debate
the debate was nice. The debate was nice, but there was still somebody in the middle. There should still be room for you to, go at him, but not rip the head off.
If I click Be Brave's link, he knows what's going to happen. Dude, I'm not shy at calling the old codger an asshole who doesn't know anything. That doesn't make for good conversation.
But you come off as the curmudgeon because I don't know, you take it to the next step faster.
Oh, absolutely. Dude, I don't suffer fools gladly. Which part of that can't you understand?
God. It's the thing.
How many times have I said
that's
this?
Just it.
I think he is a fool.
Man, y'all had the height of this thing, the debate. Did you see the numbers on the debate?
No.
I think I might have touched the cloud on that a little bit.
Really? What were the
Yeah.
numbers?
Well, because
Well, I
mine
mean,
doesn't refresh.
because it got simulcast to my channel. You know what? Oddly enough, it didn't have. I've had shows because my numbers have been steadily creeping up. It was maybe middle of the pack, that debate was. It
And then
didn't
y'all
do
could even
good
have ran the
numbers on my
teams.
channel.
Y'all could have ran the teams, UNC KJ3, but you gotta let him talk. All right, so I gotta explain that to you before I get out of here.
You know what?
I
I think CKJ3 should debate Brave.
I don't know. He doesn't really get a chance to express his chops the way you used to. You guys run channels, so it's not really. He's got to be fire tested.
He can use my channel.
Yeah, but he's got to get his chops up.
Why?
It's like me. Like I could make the point to you when on a one-on-one basis, but like if you were coming at me with the Stanley Force, the verse the world energy, I wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't be here.
Okay.
Because you never did it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't do it.
Right. Well, apparently, today is the 21st, so his little Lady Belay show won't be up till tomorrow. By then, I will have done another show. I bet the title will change. But I don't know. Are you going to listen to this on the way to work? Because I could listen to this till it's done.
No, I'm at work and I'm on the clock. I'm just standing in the back.
Okay. Well, can you listen or
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm listening
yeah,
all
I'll
the time.
play it. I may not play the whole thing, and you know why I'm playing it. Hopefully, everyone in the chat knows why I'm playing it. And I'm not imitating the Supreme Court. I'm just saying it. I started listening to the Supreme Court. This is actually a SCOTUS podcast that we're listening to. It's an official channel, or one of the approved channels. It's not. This might actually be the official channel. What I'm saying is it's just happy coincidence that I've been listening to the Supreme Court, these arguments for a few years now. And it just so happens that, hey, I'm like, hey, this is exciting. I love this way of, it's rapid fire. Know your shit or don't. And you know what? Every now and again, a lawyer gets shitted on. Sometimes the justices snipe at each other, not by name, but I love, and this is why the judicial is my favorite branch of government. I just like that deliberative style. So anyway, I'm not going to belabor it, but I hope people kind of understand. And I have tons of character flaws. I'm a lousy show host, but and don't think I don't work on it, but I just don't have patience, especially if you are repetitive. And Be Brave is repetitive. And my favorite is when I go into his chat and I ask, well, why didn't that 70% thing come up during the debate? Well, you want to know why? Because I told HB it's such a foolish notion. I'm not going to even debate it. Tell Be Brave, don't bring that bullshit to this debate. And you know what? Be Brave couldn't insist on it because he knows it's bullshit. This is a little behind the scenes quote dope. Be Brave didn't insist on arguing that bullshit because he knew. Well, first off, I told him, told HB to tell him, don't bring it because I'm just one of two things is going to happen. I'm going to shit on it and do the ad hominems, or I'm simply going to quit and say, I don't debate with fools. So guess what Be Brave did not do? He acquiesced to the black man because the black man made sense. So I hope Be Brave is listening. That's why you didn't bring it, because motherfucker, I wouldn't let you.
He's going to address that. You know it.
Oh, I hope. No. I'm saying this because I know he's lurking in the bushes. I want him to address it. He can dress it up in his little overall, in his little farmer in the Dell coveralls, whatever he calls his logic. But the bottom line is the motherfucker didn't bring it, and that speaks for itself. And by the way, and I told HB this, I don't have to get into the debate and win it. I won because I controlled what was debated.
Well,
hey, I won the debate before the motherfucker even started because I said I'm not debating this, therefore I win.
There's some credit there, I guess, but
oh no. I'm more crafty than people give me. I knew I was. You know what? It might be a 50-50 debate. Most people, I'm debating in an anti-black space. Okay, so I didn't expect people to go, well, Stanley's the champion. But I got at least that poll, the last poll I saw, it was 50-50. Being in an anti-black space and taking him to a 50-50 split, that's a victory. See, I thought deeper than the Be Braves, the Be Brave crowd is actually willing to do. I won because I fought him to a standstill on his home turf. And by the way, HB is not neutral. He thinks Be Brave has points. So kudos to HB for, being neutral. I'm not saying he wasn't neutral in the debate. He was neutral. However, my moderator basically is a Be Braver. It's on a John Galt Be Brave venue that is just intrinsically anti-black. And I got 50% of people thinking that, I won. That's a victory, sir. So, Dave, I know you're at work and can't talk, so I want to go ahead and play a little bit more. Folks in the chat, if you start getting bored with this, just tell me, hey, I'm bored, and we can move on because I got more videos, and I haven't even gotten to, there's still a couple news aggregators that we can go through. And I'm not going to, it's 7 Eastern time, after 7 Eastern time. We'll see how long I go. I might get into the spirit, might not. And the other thing, Dave, is it doesn't bother me if people don't hit the link. As a matter of fact, sometimes people hitting the link, and I'm not talking about you specifically, because I like it when you hit the link. But don't think, sometimes having other people up here is just a distraction. So, because I do have an agenda somewhat.
The universities have done enough to with the use of race neutral criteria, but the premise of your argument is that even if race neutral criteria could not achieve the object, Harvard can't use race conscious criteria, and that must be because you think it's just not important enough. Isn't that right?
I don't think that's right. So we have very detailed record evidence here that if Harvard just turned off race on its admissions process, it would still have 6% African Americans. I believe it's 9% Hispanics, so 15% underrepresented.
So you think good enough, but how about if it were 2%? I mean, the nature of your argument is that it doesn't matter. That's what the nature of your argument is.
I disagree, Justice Kagan. It does matter because if you're below those numbers, then Harvard's probably discriminating in some sense, and it should stop. Or it's not reaching underrepresented minorities in the way that it should. Perhaps it should not.
Well, that's just fighting the question. I mean, the question is, is there a limit beyond which you would say, oh, yes, if you can't achieve that level of diversity with race-neutral criteria, then you're allowed to use race-conscious criteria?
I don't think there's any level that justifies explicit racial classifications, but I'm going to fight the hypothetical one more time if you'll let me, because race neutral
I don't
alternatives.
think I will. So let me just go on and ask you a couple of other things. I mean, because this is, to me, this is a lot of the argument here is about a university has a compelling interest in collecting a diverse class, including along racial dimensions, and maybe especially along racial dimensions, given the kinds of challenges that our society faces, in the exact same way that all the other institutions of our society does. So I'm just going to ask you some questions about that. If you're a hospital and you serve a diverse group of patients, is it super important to you to have a diverse set of doctors?
I don't know that the evidence about the diversity of doctors and patients or anything about the medical field.
It wouldn't matter. Yeah. Okay. Or maybe it would. You don't know. If you're a police department and you serve a diverse community, is it super important to you to have a diverse set of police officers?
I mean, I believe that's important if there's good evidence that a racial classification was needed. That has nothing to do with the educational benefits of diversity in universities. That's the interest that Grutter
Do you
upheld.
think that if you're a law firm or if you're a judge and you want to have a diverse set of clerks, do you think a judge can't think about that in making clerkship decisions?
Absolutely can think about it. This court's decision in Feeney says knowledge of race is not the violation. It is using it as a factor to distinguish him.
Let's say a judge says, I want a diverse set of clerks. That's, I want clerks who would, grade on any number of criteria, but I also want a diverse set of clerks. So over the years, people will look at that and they'll say, there are Asian Americans there, there are Hispanics there, there are African Americans there, as well as there are whites there. Can a judge not do that?
I mean, I think that is a admirable goal. I don't think a judge could implement that goal by putting a thumb on the scale against Asian applicants or giving a big preference to Black and Hispanic applicants. I think you need to treat people equally based on race, just as you're not going to hold my race against me in judging the quality of my arguments. I think racial diversity is important because it's a good metric to make sure our institutions are equally open. You can certainly be concerned about that. But the question is using racial classification, telling people that you didn't get the clerkship because of your race.
Yeah, but the point here is, look, everybody would rather achieve all our racial diversity goals through race-neutral means. Everybody would rather that. And that's certainly what our cases say you have to do. The question is, when the race-neutral means don't get you there,
I stopped it for a second just to address this comment. Simon Plementu says, if it's fiction, then, I assume you meant then, you would have won that topic. Why remove it if it's such an easy win? You're lying again. Well, Simon, if you're obviously a very young man, so let an elder kind of remind you or educate you on this aphorism. The aphorism is, it is very difficult to debate a smart person and damn near impossible to debate a stupid person. So my contention is that it's such a stupid point that winning it would be damn near impossible because it is a belief versus a fact. It is extremely hard to argue people out of their heartfelt beliefs. It is a belief, much like faith in, Christianity. Be Brave has a faith in the 70%, and it's damn near his deity. It is unprovable. And if it is provable, he's obviously not smart enough to convince me or anyone else. It's a 70%. It is a belief, not a fact. I can't debate. It's like me debating Christianity. You can't tell somebody not to believe in Jesus. They just believe.
But the one thing that it did correlate with was the percentage of blacks that voted for Kamala.
Okay, well, voting for Kamala doesn't mean you condone inner city crime.
But you don't condemn it either.
I don't agree with that.
I think
so. You're saying that 50% of the country is okay with crime?
No, I think that you would probably have a better upbringing of children.
Okay, no. Let's not deviate from the question that was asked. Do you believe that Kamala voters in particular and the 50% of the country who isn't that thrilled with MAGA, you actually think we condone crime?
No, but I do think
Then
that
what
would
the fuck?
come.
No. You don't
But,
need to go farther
okay,
than that.
ask the question.
If
No.
the
All
answer
right.
is no,
No.
how do you qualify no? Okay, you
I
cannot
was going to tell you,
expand
you threw
on
me
no.
off. You do that. You do the
Okay, no.
Stanleyism thing.
And you know what? It is not hard to throw people off who don't know what they're talking about. Okay, if you make some flippant comment like 70% of the Black community is making excuses for 3% of the people that are committing crime, and I haven't even gotten to that 3% number, because that's probably not correct either. However, no is no. Okay, and that's what the Be Bravers can't seem to get. If you don't believe that, then don't bring it up in a conversation with me, because I'm going to trash you for it. That's why I asked direct questions. Your answer was no. There's no reason to go but. It's no. And stop that kind of foolishness.
No, you got to stop being closed-minded.
No. I gotta
talking
start.
about.
No.
This is exactly what I was talking about. We talked about this.
The answer was no, and I accept your answer. We don't need to go farther than that.
If you respected the person you were conversing with,
you know
allow
what?
them to
I
elaborate.
respect the person, but I don't respect the answer. Okay, I'm not hating the player. I'm hating the game.
That's the problem. That's the base core principle. That's the principle. What I tell you the first time I ever talked to you is that, you know what, Stanley? I can't go against my principle.
Oh, well, that's fine. But if your principles are to think most people can, or 50% or 70% of Blacks condone crime, if that's your principle, you got some splaining to do.
If you believe the concept of silence is accepted,
I don't believe the concept.
Okay, that's the basis of my argument.
Okay, well, I think it's a shitty basis, and
it's not.
Probably
you don't respect. You don't like
no,
that.
No. Everyone doesn't have to complain. It's like everyone should be an informed voter, but are they?
But that is the premise of those who still take race is why they can't.
Well, I think
those who still use race is why they can't achieve them.
I understand. And I think it's a shitty premise, and every chance I get to mock people who have that premise, not only is it entertaining to me personally, it's just me exposing a dumb premise. I relish that. I love shitting on people who make bad points. Oh, now you must know that by now.
Oh, I do. I think sometimes I like to toe the line, put my toe in the water, see if I'm ready to get the Stanley treatment on these topics. Yeah, I know how to in and out. It's a way to do it. You don't always have to uppercut. Sometimes you just jab a little bit.
Well, see, the thing is that you, and I admire this about you. You're just sharpening your argument. You'll figure out a way to defeat my point.
But see, in between today and that day that I do, it's going to seem like I'm attacking you because I'm actually just building the argument.
You know what? Nope. I don't think you're attacking me at all.
Good. I'm glad you don't. I'm glad you don't, because I'm not. I am just strengthening the argument, and it can be taken either way depending on your perception.
Now, the thing is about that premise, silence is acceptance. It's an easy premise to believe. Essentially, it's like the same thing as saying, lying by omission. If you don't tell the truth. So, I mean, your premise actually has some solid, background. The whole Catholic thing, lying by omission. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's unfounded. I'm just saying I don't support that premise. Most people don't even get on the internet to express their opinions. So you don't know if they're silent. They might be complaining locally in a way that we can't track and don't know about. I think it's a mistake to start, basing a premise on unsupported premises. Be Brave has not lived in a Black environment since the 60s. Yet he professes to know all this stuff about Black people based on what he's seen. And from as near as I can tell, the only thing he's seen is videos on YouTube. That's not something I'm going to accept is even like, it's a bad premise. Versus someone like myself, and I just told you, I literally, like the first white kids I ever went to school with, I was damn near 12? So I had 12 years of, like, I could literally, and every now and again we go to the mall or something. I could literally go a whole summer and not see white people, especially on a daily basis. Nope. I lived in that 50% of Savannah, Georgia back then. It was a very, white and Black town, almost literally back in the 70s and, through the, most of the 80s. So again, my Black credentials are embedded. I don't have a card. I have a chip. So, I don't get nervous when someone like a John Galt or an HB starts questioning my Blackness. My Black credentials are far supersede theirs, if only because I've been Black longer. I've been Black about a decade longer than either of those fools. So somewhere between experience, reading, and just, general I know shit, I don't get tipped off my my Black plinth just because they doubt me. In my opinion, when it comes to race, history, politics, HB and John Galt are clowns. They think they know shit that they actually don't know. Knowing shit by feel, if they're really good and entertaining and they build an audience, it's just not me. So more power to them, but my confidence in who I am, what I am, how I am, shit, I knew that decades ago.
Yeah, I mean,
and then that doesn't mean I need to be emulated. No. I'm nobody's role model except my son. And again, he's done pretty good thus far. He could wind up, doing a Carmelo Anthony tomorrow and my whole worldview gets blown up. But so far he has not. So
Stanley,
at least I have a leg to stand on.
I could do this all day. I do have to make a call to the super. So
yeah, I know. And I thank you for being here.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop down real quick. I'll be back up later after I charge this phone up too.
Well, it'll either be me or the Black roast.
No, you hold it down and you do a damn good job of that. So
well, thank
I want to give you a props for that, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know what, Fred? I know your opinion of that 70% number. I don't know. Now you can make the argument that people don't do enough. It's dangerous if you live in a neighborhood where, being a witness or something like that could be life-threatening. That is a thing. And you've heard Wolf actually talk about, what I don't know about the hood. And I have had to just go, Wolf, you're right. I'm not going to talk about it anymore because I still think the police should do more and be more involved or do whatever they need to do. But Wolf is told me, Stanley, stop talking about shit you don't know. So I haven't talked to Wolf in a while. I have to catch up with him. But anyway, I'm going to go back to the Supreme Court thing for a while, maybe another 15 minutes or so. I just want to re-emphasize that when I listen to the Supreme Court, it's like being home. It's just kind of naturally the way I argue shit, or see the way arguments should go. And it's not everybody's cup of tea. So I do understand. By the way, I just discovered the Supreme Court has a YouTube site. Who the fuck knew this? Damn it. I'm embarrassed I didn't know.
Are you prevented from taking race into account in all those ways that I said? And I could add a dozen more. Businesses who find it necessary, in order to achieve their economic objectives, to have racially diverse workforces. I mean, I could go on and on and on. And the question is, when race neutral means can't get you there, don't get you there, when you've tried and they still won't get you there, can you go race conscious?
I don't believe so, Justice Kagan, and I think this court has already said in Parents Involved that racial diversity is not a compelling interest. It is the overall diversity of all kinds on college campuses. And this doesn't have to be hypothetical. We presented an alternative to Harvard that would achieve socioeconomic diversity for the first time, that would boost underrepresented minority representation, that would lower the number of white students on campus. And so we're talking not about no diversity and diversity, we're talking about 10% Black representation or 14% Black representation.
That's your, I would say, narrower argument. I think Justice Kagan's right that you have a broader argument that it wouldn't matter. Then you have a narrower argument, as I read the submission and hear you, that even under the Bakke-Grutter framework, race-neutral alternatives suffice to achieve the kind of sufficient diversity. And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the Solicitor General, which is, how do you measure that on your narrow, or as I see it, argument? Maybe you don't want to accept my characterization, but on what I see as your narrow argument, what is sufficient? What's meaningful, to use the Solicitor General's words, in your view?
Well, I think you need to be measuring, if you just take Grutter's interest as a given, you need to be measuring whether your student body is diverse on all dimensions. I don't think Harvard is.
Now, let me ask it specifically. How do you know whether a race-neutral alternative proposed would be sufficient, adequate to achieve sufficient levels of otherwise underrepresented minorities that you would satisfy what Bakke and Grutter, which I know you disagree with, but would satisfy what those achieve? And you heard the Solicitor General's answer, and I'd be curious your responses to her or your alternative submission on that.
Well, I think the burden is on Harvard, and so Harvard would need to come forward with evidence about race-neutral alternatives that have been presented or that it's considered itself, and show how under that alternative it's not getting the educational benefits of diversity. Now, in this case, the only testimony we have is that Harvard doesn't know what number it needs to get the educational benefits of diversity, doesn't know what evidence to consult to know whether it has that, doesn't know what the evidence would even look like, as Dean Fitzsimmons testified. And the only evidence is Harvard's report on the importance of diversity.
Looking at your proposals, or looking at California or Michigan or Washington, one of the big themes, I think, of the brief is, hey, we have these states that have done race-neutral alternatives, and that's been effective in achieving diversity. I think you can dispute that characterization, but that's a theme I gleaned from the briefs. And as I look at that, I want to know, what does that mean, effective or adequate? What's the measurement? Really the same question I had for the Solicitor General. It's asking us to say, yes, that's adequate, but what does that, got to say more than that, I think.
Part of the problem, I think, is the fuzziness of the interest in Grutter itself. But
No.
I've often wondered why people, and I know that, actually, I guess I know the argument's been made, but, if America is a Christian country, as some claim it is, how about just say diversity is the right thing to do and be done with it? Fred, that's funny. So anyway, but you know what? These two cases, this is the second. I think UNC was the first students for fair admissions. So they're referring back to the UNC session. But again, if you in the audience, because this particular one, in my opinion, doesn't get dry because the affirmative action part is so serious. But if y'all want to move on, just say, let's move on. But I need a majority to do it because, I'm enjoying this.
Accept the interest.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Accepting that the interest, race neutral, this is the back part of your brief, race neutral alternatives are adequate. And I just want to know, okay, well, California, Florida, great. That's adequate because, and that could be translated to Harvard because.
The University of California system is the most racially diverse elite institution in the world. Whites are the third most represented group on campus. So if racial diversity has these educational benefits and they've achieved them, I think they study their undergraduates on your racial consciousness and your cross-racial understanding. They get really high scores at Berkeley. Berkeley and all the UC system tells prospective students that we have a very diverse student body and that the educational benefits that you would expect to get from that are present. It's the top ranked.
I want to make a little editorial comment here, and people, including John Galt, have kind of, taken what I've said and twisted it, and rightly so, because sometimes with my little pithy one-liners, I kind of go out on a limb, and people will, in my opinion, rightly take what I say and twist it to make a funnier point. But I was only half kidding when I said, and I think I was mostly kidding, but my son is in a university that is very marginally, mostly Asian. Okay, so, basically kind of doing a rhetorical gymnastic. I said, hey, my son tested with the Asians and got in. Not only did he get in because there's an early admissions period and then there's a later general admissions period. He got his first choice in the specific early, like winter session. Like he applied before he even got his first grades as a senior in high school. So he was in before the general admissions period. The dude did well. So he tested in with the Asians. Now, it's a little bit of rhetorical gymnastics. And the reason I'm mentioning this is Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley specifically, has an, excuse me, not an insignificant margin, an Asian majority. And whites, I think, it might even be that whites are second and Hispanics are third. So whites, and by the way, this Students for Fair Admission was Asian inspired. In the corporation, Students for Fair Admissions had tried this a few years ago with a young white female college student and lost. So, they felt basically, the Asians had a better argument, and obviously the Supreme Court agreed. But to tack on a second round of jokes, folks, and this is statistically borne out, whites are not the most successful demographic group these days. And people need to understand all this white supremacy is bullshit. Asians do better financially, educationally, etc. So that's the way it goes. If whites are going to blow all this smoke, and the anti-blacks are going to have Jason Kesslers and all on, Jason Kessler, and if you'll recall, the last time Jason Kessler was on John's show, I asked him about Asians, and even Jason Kessler had to admit, well, whites are second best. Okay. And my argument, and I'm serious about this, is whites aren't the best demographic to emulate. If you want success, maybe look into how Asians, get their kids up to a certain academic level. Now, the one thing I'm going to say is if you go and you read something like Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom, Amy Chua, I read that book and I was like, I'm not raising my kid like that. That shit was borderline cruel. So I think there is a happy medium. When I raised my son, it's not that I was forcing him to study every night or, forcing him to learn classical piano and yelling, if he made a bad note playing the piano. I just didn't accept excuses because I knew what he was capable of doing. So, if he wanted to bring home a C on a test, well, I'm like, motherfucker, that's a failure. Don't bring home another C or there will be consequences. Now, I never said what the consequences were, and probably there wouldn't be any consequences, but he didn't have a mother to go hide behind. It was just me and him. And you're not going to escape me, motherfucker. I will find you. So, and he kind of, he had a little perfectionist streak, which I like to stoke as well. I never gave my son an allowance. I never gave him $5 for every A. I'm like, dude, I'm not paying you to make A's. That's what I expect. I'm not paying a kid to meet my expectations. You just meet the expectations because I'm the parent and you're the child. And it just so happened he was the kind of child who would kind of listen to reason. And now he's got his reward. The motherfucker doesn't have to see me every day. and from what I can tell, he's enjoying it. He might text me once a week. I think he was home over spring break. That motherfucker hasn't been home since. It's like, hey, you know what? I earned my way out of your fucking parenthood. And, he only calls me when he needs me. So, hey, more power to him. He earned where he is. And hey, I'm an overbearing parent. Hey, you know what? So it goes. But I basically think that he's going to wind up raising his kids, because I raised him kind of on my parents' model. I kept the stuff that I thought was good and didn't do the stuff that as a kid I didn't like and still didn't like as an adult. Okay, parents aren't perfect, but they can be a template that you can build from. Parenting is not reinventing the wheel, it's modifying the wheel to your purposes or your temperament or whatever. Absolutely, humble. They need to understand that, making a fucking A is not a profit-making venture short term. One day you will go somewhere, whether it's a trade or whether it's the military, you're investing in yourself, okay? And your parents are supposed to kind of like say, hey, this is what you need to be doing. But no, child. Especially, and I think these days, unfortunately, back in my day, you could maybe get serious as a junior in high school and still be okay. Or you could just ace an SAT with mediocre grades and still be okay. The Asians specifically, and I'm not fussing at Asians, and the rich people, dude, they start like SAT prep in 8th grade and some bullshit like that. That's another thing. My son had a couple of those SAT book things. I never did, and maybe I should have, but I never paid for SAT prep or anything like that. He took the practice tests online. It was all free. I never paid for SAT prep, and he shit, if I'd done SAT prep, who knows, maybe he would have gotten a perfect score on the SAT, but he I'll just brag a little bit and say he got better than a 1400, which is competitive. I think it was maybe a 1450, which is minimal competitive for an Ivy League or elite school. But you know what? He had excellent grades. So we go. And he had extracurriculars. So here we go. Hey, if one happens to wander into my little small town life, I will definitely do that, Dave. And I again, Dave, you know what? You are an awesome person. I really appreciate our back and forth.
Ranked public university in the country.
And your
great.
point then, the necessary add-on point is, and that could be translated to Harvard in essence, or something sufficient could be translated to Harvard. And I just want you to fill in the blank there. Why?
I think it can. Our race-neutral alternative that we've focused on, Simulation D is what we called it, would make Harvard they would go from 82% economically advantaged to 51%. You would actually have pure socioeconomic diversity where it's about 50-50. The number of white students would decrease, the number of Asian students would increase, the number of Hispanic students would increase. I think you'd see lots of benefits in that.
The number of black students would decrease from what to what?
Would decrease from 14% to 10% was the number. And our expert testified that number, 10% is an absolute floor, because the number couldn't be higher because his socioeconomic preference didn't have the sophisticated data that Harvard has. I think that's successful on any metric. And I've never heard Harvard prove the delta there as being necessary for educational benefits of diversity.
Counsel, I don't know what to do in a situation like this one. If you have perfect scores on every metric, you're not guaranteed a spot at Harvard, because they have enough people with perfect scores of every background that exceeds their class limit. At some point, something has to break the tie. And as we know, top 10% students of Asian and of Black and Hispanic backgrounds in academic and extracurricular activities are not being admitted to Harvard. So it's not as if once we say,
well,
take race out of this,
in Harvard's
that
defense,
all of the
I'm not
people
one to come to elite universities' defense. To get into Harvard, 10%, being in the top 10%, every motherfucking body's in the top 10%. Being in like the top 5 or top 1% is, a little bit of an edge up. I think that I don't think that Justice Sotomayor's point is a very good one. But who am I to tell, a Princeton-educated Supreme Court justice that she's not making a good point? So
people who are that you consider super qualified are going to get in. But on every matrix, there's going to be competing applicants. And you're saying a school can't look at its general diversity figures and say, among equal applicants, I might make race a tiebreaker if the numbers that I have on that metrics seem fairly low. Otherwise, you're saying, no, you can't do that.
No, you cannot do that. That's what Title VI forbids.
And that
I would
basically, what you're saying is really race diversity.
That point that she makes actually does send a little bit of a shiver down my spine. Race is a tiebreaker. That just does not seem even constitutional to me. So maybe she was just asking the question, but that is not going to fly anywhere. Race is a tiebreaker. That's basically a quota. And that's unconstitutional. I'm surprised she asked that question.
is not important. So I don't actually see why all the race-based, because all of the alternatives, whether it's the 10% plan, whether it's socioeconomic, they're all subterfuges to reaching some
What's up,
sort
Calvin?
of
How you
diversity
doing?
in race. You're touting them as race neutral, but none of them are race neutral. You're doing them because you believe in racial diversity. I just don't understand why considering race as one factor, but not the sole factor, is any different than using any of those other metrics.
Well, I don't think those are racial classifications in disguise. Harvard's never criticized Simulation D that we presented as a racial classification in disguise. It criticizes it because it doesn't hit Harvard's precise racial numbers. It's based on socioeconomic status, and I don't think anyone thinks eliminating legacy.
It reduces SAT scores, averages, it reduces lots of other factors to get to your numbers.
I mean, I think that's our point, that SAT scores would go from the 99th percentile to the 98th percentile. That's not sacrificing academic excellence. That's moving Harvard from Harvard to Dartmouth. Dartmouth is still a great school. That they get 98th percentile SAT scores. You've got to make some sacrifices.
There are those who love it.
Thank you, Counsel. Justice Thomas. Justice Alito.
After Justice Thomas is
Anything
done, we'll
further?
move on to the other side, and then we'll move on.
One question about the
another-
how to think about the 25-year
Something else.
sentence in Grutter and the surrounding discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that what people forget about the 25-year mark were the 4 paragraphs you mentioned before it, where they explain that racial preferences, they will fail their own acid test unless they make themselves unnecessary. So I think what Justice O'Connor was saying is that in 25 years, if we still need race, it's not that you get another 25 years, it's that we then declare racial preferences to be a failure and call it off and go to race neutrality and try that instead.
Justice Barrett.
But we're not to that 25-year point yet, right? So if it has its own self-destruct mechanism where it says like, hey, Grutter says we got to call it quits because they're just not working, are we obligated to give more time?
Well, Harvard has certainly never indicated that in 5 years it will stop using race.
By
Harvard,
the
over
way,
the 20-year span, has not
one
decreased
sec
its use
here.
of race at all.
That Grutter case is actually a University of Michigan case. I think it was specifically on quotas. And I think Justice O'Connor wrote the majority opinion. Before that case was the Bakke case. And I don't know if there are recordings of those, but you can certainly read the opinions and how affirmative action evolved from Bakke to Grutter to, these two students for fair admissions cases. If you're interested in that sort of thing, they're out there to study. And there have been other affirmative action cases, but those are the ones that were kind of like landmark Supreme Court sort of level cases. So I thought Justice Thomas was coming up. I think what I'm going to do is just move it ahead a little bit so you can hear. This is basically the lawyer for students for fair admissions. The lady, I cannot remember her name. She's the former Solicitor General. She is an excellent lawyer. So let's see if we can get some of the other side's questions and that sort of stuff, and then we'll move on. I said Grutter, it's Grutter.
In Bakke.
No, I know. I'm attempting single witness to testify that he or she had been discriminated. That is the very metric that they're displaying for you. Harvard doesn't even use the testimony in the case was the only reason that the academic index is even calculated is because the Ivy League athletic rules require that your recruited athlete class, the AI for your recruited athlete class, not be more than 2 standard deviations below the
Mr. Waxman,
matriculating class last year.
put aside the hypothetical about the African-American applicant who's a legacy. Take two African-American applicants in the same category, however you want to take it. They both get, or both can get, a tip, right? Based on their race. And yet they may have entirely different views. Some of their views may contribute to diversity from the perspective of Asians or whites. Some of them may not. And yet it's true that they're eligible for the same increase in their opportunities for admission based solely on their skin color.
So the point—
That was a question.
No, I know. I'm attempting to answer your question. There is no doubt.
See, that's a little bit of contention there.
As the testimony showed, that for applicants who are essentially so strong on multiple dimensions, so extraordinarily strong on multiple dimensions, that they are sort of on the bubble, that they're a real candidate for admission. Being African American, or being Hispanic, or in some instances being Asian American, can provide one of many, many tips that will put
People
you
say
in.
that, yes, but you will have to concede that if it provides one of many, that in some cases it will be determinative.
I do concede that.
Okay, so we're talking about race as a determining factor in admission to Harvard.
Race for some highly qualified applicants can be the determinant factor, just as being an oboe player in a year in which the Harvard Radcliffe Orchestra needs an oboe player will be the tip.
We did not fight a civil war about oboe players. We did fight a civil war to eliminate racial discrimination, and that's why it's a matter of concern. I think it's important for you to.
No, we did not fight a civil war to end racial discrimination, because if that was true, racial discrimination would not have restarted in 1877. This sort of fucking bullshit point is what pisses me off. Okay, the Lincoln's reason for it was to keep the Union together. Okay, and the South Side was to not be in the Union because, they wanted to do slavery and other things. Okay, this notion that the Civil War was fought to end racial discrimination as an overarching reason to fight the Civil War, bullshit. Okay, and I'll even argue that racial discrimination, ending slavery, wasn't even a major cause at the beginning, but in no way was the fucking Civil War in the United States fought to end racial discrimination. And my proof of that is it lasted 100 more years. There's Be Brave. Let me mute him. Y'all can't hear him, but I can. As a matter of fact, once he starts up, we're going to shift over, since he has chosen to do a whole monologue on my very correct points. Let's see, I've got like a bunch of tabs up here. I've got to find where his totally annoying voice is in my ear, and I can't share the pain with you all. There it is. All right. So anyway, my point, I can't even tell. I think that was, it wasn't Alito. It was probably, whoever. The fucking point, whoever thinks that the Civil War was fought to end racial discrimination that is so ahistorical. It shocks me. And this is the other thing about listening to these Supreme Court cases. You learn that these people are human, and they're certainly not historians. So anyway, I'll stop my fussing, but God damn it, I hate it when people think that the Civil War was fought to end racial discrimination. That is just so fucking wrong.
To establish whether or not.
That was Gorsuch and Gorsuch went to Harvard. What kind of education did he get at Harvard? I think he went to Harvard.
Granting a credit based solely on skin color is based on a stereotype. When you say this brings diversity of viewpoint, it may not bring diversity of viewpoint in a particular case at all.
Well, number one, viewpoint diversity, while Harvard values it and seeks it, is not the only by far the only reason for wanting a genuinely diverse class. We want a diverse class for backgrounds and interests and lots of things other than just viewpoint. If we were to use, for example, the example that has been discussed, I believe, for every other advocate that has stood up this morning, and what about taking race into account if the student writes about it? The fact of the matter is Harvard is attempting not to have among a class that is diverse among many generations, a class that is racially diverse only for people for whom their racial identity and their racial experiences is of such compelling importance that they write about it, right? Your hypothetical about the Black student who may have very different views than the stereotype of what a Black student will have is in fact the subject of that's discussed in the Corona report. The Corona report gave, in its analysis of the importance and dimensions of diversity, an actual example that came from Richard Light's book, published book, which had a particular class. It happened to have 3 African-American students in it. An African-American student gave an answer in a discussion, which another African-American student said, "That is not my view. My view is quite the opposite." And a third one said, "I wasn't actually going to say anything, but I have a completely different view." That was an incredible learning experience, not only for the non-African Americans in the discussion, but for them. And that's what Harvard is trying to get at.
Thank
I'm
you, Mr.
sorry for
Waxman.
taking so long.
No, I appreciate your answers. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
In Bakke, Justice Powell chose Harvard's admission program as a model, and that's
All right. Well, anyway, if anybody's interested in hearing the rest of this case, I can drop the link into the chat. On the way to talk about Simon's point, right here, Asians are 27%, whites are 14%. This is like, I'm sorry, 35% of Berkeley students are Asian, 27% white, 14% Hispanic. So get your demographics right, sir. Let's hear "Be Brave" because he's grousing
That's why I
over there
said
for
I
some
suggested
reason or another.
immediately drop the
Yeah,
70%.
motherfucker, I
No big
shut
deal.
it down before it ever
No
started.
big deal. But this lady Belay gave me some
Yes,
gold.
it's
I got to
that
run
high.
this. Even for
But
the
Berkeley
replay
is kind of
for
an
people on the
anomaly. It's
replay.
not that high in all the
This lady Belay
in
is
all
talking
the
about this Black
California
African.
university. Well,
She goes
not
off.
every university in the
And
University
she's really
of
mad
California
at.
system's that high.
She's not mad. She just doesn't want nothing to do with Black Americans.
Oh, where did B.
Miss Lady Belay, a 70%er, by the way. And are you seeing the views that Jason Black is getting?
Because I want you to
That
hear.
dude's hitting like
He's
30,000
starting the morning
views.
off with bullshit.
You ever heard him talk about Whitey?
So I figured we'll drink some coffee and
He
listen
said,
to
I'm making
him
the 70% shit
spin
up
his
out of
little
the
racist
whole
narratives.
cloth. It's amazing. It's amazing. But this lady Belay starts talking about how this African American woman is upset with Black Americans. And what kills me is I'm thinking, wait a minute. Here's a African American woman. These Africans, they come to America. They're probably amazed at the magnificence of how well we live, number one. I mean, can you imagine coming from, I don't care if you're a rich person in Africa
Okay,
and you
let's
live
see
in the
here.
towns where, you know, they might have some running water and stools as opposed to ditches to defecate in.
You know what? I don't know whether. Let's
So
see
can you
here.
imagine
Hold
when an
on a
African American woman or man comes over here and they see all of this ability to make money, no matter where you go, there's some job to do. There's by far generally a roof in a house with running water. And these Africans come over here,
folks.
and they
I
look
need
at
to take these
black Americans
earbuds out.
pissing and moaning about this stuff. And this Lady Boulay doesn't understand that.
Put on my headphones.
And Stanley thinks I'm making up the 70%.
I want to hear.
70% of blacks are psychopaths.
We'll have
I'm
a
gonna look up that
bullshit
definition
Danish
right quick.
with our
I'm sure I've read
bullshit
it correctly
flavored
before.
coffee.
I'm going to read it again. Let's do this.
Afraid not, Simon. I don't know where you get your numbers from. It must be from the Racist Times.
Psychopathy, a persistent pattern of
Simon,
antisocial, impulsive, manipulative, and sometimes
fresh.
aggressive. Sometimes, not always, because that's
Either
why
that or
there's
you
violent
can't
and nonviolent. Did I get that one right, or didn't I?
Let me know.
Aggressive
Somebody
behavior,
put a one in
sometimes
the chat
described
if
as
you
a
can hear
personality
me.
disorder.
And I guess we'll just bullshit back and forth until B. Brave starts up. I thought he was going to go, but apparently that prune
A
juice
psychopath is defined as
is
a
kicked
mentally
in,
unstable
so maybe he
person,
has to take a quick
particularly
bowel
characterized
movement.
by an egocentric and antisocial personality. How much more egocentric do you have to be
And
to
in the
understand,
meantime, I'll drop this Supreme
to
Court
deny
link.
the complete destruction that black culture is doing to American culture? How
I
egocentric
see
do you
what
have
the
to be to
problem
think
is.
that you can blurt out stupid shit and think people are
damn it.
supposed to listen to that shit about when you make an
Hold
excuse?
on one second, folks. All right, let me see. For some reason or another, I couldn't get audio from that tab. I got a bunch of them open. I may have to shut some of these tabs down. Let's see. Be brave. Let's see. Let's look at our history. That's going to be easier because I want to hear his take on it. Be Brave is not anywhere near an expert on anything black. He's just a racist spouting racist views. There we go.
It's not
Lady
important
Boulay
to talk about
did not
3%
talk
of our
slavery or Jim
youth
Crow.
that are shooting bullets all over the streets and killing and robbing people in driveways. Google any crime. Google carjacking, drive-through robberies, shootouts at gas stations. Google it. As Stanley says, yeah, you know, these closed circuit cameras and news feeds, they're not viable information.
I did not talk about.
But if you Google it, you'll see who's doing
I've
it.
never talked closed circuit cameras. This motherfucker's lying. He's making this
How
shit
is it
up.
not lack of remorse when you're talking about defending them?
You know what?
And you go to stupid something like worrying about Whitey when you've got huge numbers of low-income, wonderful, decent people victimized by these 3% of these violent psychopaths. They have no remorse for that. They're more worried about talking about Whitey than they are talking about the very real problem facing
There
black
is-
communities in the inner cities.
I don't give a fuck about the inner cities. I don't live there. Stop fucking acting like it is every black person's concern, you
Additional
moron.
psychopathy is associated with traits such as impaired empathy, boldness, and superficial charm. Psychopaths are often described as callous,
so now he's
unemotional,
reading
and
the
morally
definition
depraved.
of
70% of the
psychopaths
black,
as if it has anything to
70%
do
of
with
black
the
Americans
reality
are
he's
just
trying
that,
to
folks.
emulate.
You got your
I think racists like Be
violent
Brave
psychopaths,
are
and you got your
psychopaths.
non-violent psychopaths. but they're shot to hell.
Non-violent psychopaths. That's what Be Brave is.
And they think
Let me put that
they've got
in his
everybody fooled. That's egocentric. It's antisocial, callous, impaired empathy. It's empathy impaired. What they're worried about Whitey over here when millions of their low-income, decent blacks are victims to the people that they're protecting. While they're worried about Whitey, which is no problem to the low-income blacks, none at all. And they say nothing about the bullet shooters. Impaired empathy there. Boldness off of their stupidity and think we're supposed to buy it. Superficial charm.
Superficial charm.
Anyway, so let me get back to the studio here. So here we got God of the Seed 85, a method
if it's psychopathic to dislike someone not making the arguments I made and kind of putting his own hillbilly homespun
Stanley's
spin on
it. Getting shit wrong needs a lead time. No, Stanley, I just, damn, I'm not as popular as you. If I come on, I want people to find out it's on. Damn, man. Stanley's,
motherfucker.
Stanley, boy, he's fully insulting.
I love it. I love it when he reads my
But
chat.
anyway, so you got this lady Boulay who doesn't understand, and she's a psychopath. Listen to her talk.
The
She's
woman is
clueless as to
older
why
than you are, Be Brave. I think
come
she
from
understands a couple
a
things.
continent where the countries are in the fucking dirt. No matter what they do, it's rough living. If you go 3 blocks out of town, you're shitting in ditches. There's nothing. There's no.
This motherfucker has never even been to Africa. Why is he describing it?
Town established, or else it's rough living.
This is white supremacy
and they look, no matter where
right
they
here.
go,
I'm white,
there's all the
therefore I
necessities
know
of
about
life.
Africa. Because
No matter
my
where you go, I
forebears
come to these stores
enslaved
everywhere.
people, therefore I know.
Look at these meat cases. I'm sure they have meat cases in Africa, but it's established,
Nope,
it's
don't
in
care
established
about
areas.
it.
In Africa, in the countries in Africa,
I can't.
again, it's a third world.
But
you got
how am I
going
going
to getting
to
in on things?
people I don't
Like in Nigeria,
know, you
200 million
moron?
people, 90 million people in Nigeria have no electricity. That's where these Africans are coming from. And they come here.
Hey, what you ought to do is network
and
them.
we're living like gods,
you
and
need
we
to-
are. We all know this.
We're
Most of us
living
don't
like
understand it or
gods.
acknowledge it
This
because we're so wrapped
moron
up our
in
goddamn
his
stupid head.
coveralls
That's why
digging up
basically
turnips
I'm an empath.
thinks we are
80% of
living
humans
like
to me are
gods.
just fucking idiots.
And Ryan, can
Pathetic,
you network
self-centered
your
fucking
iPhone
idiots.
to your iPad?
Self-inflicted, smart people, but still, just weird. So here's these Africans coming over here.
This
And they're
motherfucker
looking at
doesn't
this
even
magnificent
see. This
living
is the
standard
other
we have.
thing.
And I'm
The
gonna play you this
moron
lady Boulay. It's like she
fucking
just
puts
doesn't
up a
understand.
video and does not play it.
She thinks this African
Because
woman
if he
has no
fucking
reason
played
to be
it,
completely
he wouldn't
disgusted
have a
with
narrative.
with Black Americans.
Why
It's
do these
amazing.
people fucking tolerate this guy?
Yeah, drinking water in Africa is from rivers.
Not a one of these
Big
motherfuckers
girl,
has
I'm
been
sorry,
to Africa.
I'll go look at it. I haven't looked at my email yet today. Big girl.
Well,
yeah, African. Yeah,
Ryan, that's your problem. Pick
dip
one side.
Containers in the rivers for water when they're near them.
The motherfucker
Oh,
doesn't
come
live in
on.
Africa. He's describing
Lady
shit
Boulay
he
doesn't
doesn't
understand why an
know.
African
He
comes
has
over
no
here
credibility.
And is disgusted with Black
This is
Americans that are
hee
pissing and moaning
haw
about this.
sociology.
I just came from a place where
haw,
this
haw.
and this happens. Human misery is very existent. It's prevalent. No, the people are still happy and everything, but it's it's just basic.
No, we
human
don't know,
misery.
Brave. Tell us.
And they come here and we live like gods.
We don't live
and she
like
wonders why
gods,
the Africans
motherfucker.
that come over here aren't disgusted with Black Americans.
No,
How
they're
could you
not
be
disgusted with Black
disgusted with Black
Americans.
Americans when you
They're
come from
just
a third world
following
country?
you.
And that's just not Africans. Think of all the other groups that come over here and do
Simon,
magnificent.
you know what? You can't confirm or
Why do
deny
you
it
think
either.
they're sick of?
So
Why do you
don't
think, as Lady
ask
Boulay
me
says,
meet
people are coming
standards
together?
you're not
All
currently
groups are coming
meeting.
together with their
Dude,
anti-blackness.
do better.
Why, Lady Boulay? Because the immigrants, the
Play
migrants,
the video,
immigrants are
Brave.
coming over
Play
here from other
the
third world
video,
countries, and they're
Brave.
looking at Black
Play
Americans
the
pissing and moaning
video,
about shit.
Brave. Don't talk about it. Play it. I bet he doesn't even hit the play button.
Yeah, Viola, they have to
And that
cook their
sign
water.
says, love one
boil
another.
it, cook it. Hope they kill the parasites in it.
That's actually the
Oh, this
irony.
is weird that this Lady Boulay, but this is a 70%er. Lady Boulay, thank you for
Okay,
proving my point
dude,
once
stolen
again.
valor African?
I'm always so correct.
Yeah, that's what Be Brave is. Motherfucker's never
Always so
been there,
correct.
but he's acting like he has.
So let's
That is
play this
indeed
whack
stolen
job
valor
and see
African.
what she's got.
Brave hate along. That is funny.
And yes,
Oh, he plays it. Thank God.
whether we want to or
Love
not,
one another.
or whether
Hear
we
her say
agree
this.
with each
Love one
other
another,
or
Brave.
not. Now, this division between FBA and the Black diaspora is heating up, and it's really causing a lot of people to become unhinged with anger.
Hey, Be Brave, she's
Who's
talking
unhinged?
about you.
The FBA or the diaspora?
Look at this motherfucker. He is unhinged with his anger, and he's not
And
even
I say
African.
that- And the Black diaspora is heating up, and it's VA and the Black diaspora is heating up, and it's really causing a lot of people to become unhinged.
Who's unhinged? African Americans, you hear, they just don't want to be bothered with Black Americans. Why is she surprised? See, this is what I'm saying.
See,
Psychopathy.
this is
Psychopath.
me making up shit.
Nothing matters what's in her face. What matters is what she wants to be, what she wants to perceive things at. That's a
That
damn
doesn't even
psychopath.
fuck. She wants to be things where she's perceived at.
How in the hell are
How
you
the fuck
gonna
does
blame
that even
Africans
mean?
from coming over here and being upset with people that are fucking pissing and moaning while they're living like gods?
We're not living like
is
gods,
amazing.
dude. You don't
It's
live
the
like a
FBA that are
god.
more upset.
Gods live like gods, you moron.
The Africans are probably the more calm ones. And of course, they know they better be. They're a step away from being deported. Be real, so but come on.
Well, maybe what you ought to do to get
This
blacks
is
under
only
your
about
white ass
12 minutes
control
long,
is
folks,
threaten to deport us.
With anger. And I say that there needs to be responsible voices in all camps. We can't have our differences. We can have our differences. We can have our differences of opinion, and we can make a decision not to deal with each other. That's always a choice. But when you're in America,
Well, if you don't
this is the
care,
home
then
of Black
why the
Americans,
fuck?
and that's just
Why
the
the
bottom line.
fuck?
And if you don't respect that,
Okay,
and
well,
understand
Simon,
that,
you make a
then you
valid
will
point.
have problems
Brave
with
hasn't
Black
even read
Americans.
about Africa, let alone
No.
been there.
No, that's not why Africans have problems with Black Americans.
How many motherfucking Africans
No.
does
Again,
Brave know? I bet he's never
sociopath,
asked them
psychopath,
about
pathological
anything.
lying. These blacks, these 70%,
The only
don't
African
even
Be
understand what
Brave
they're afflicted
knows
with
is
psychologically, the
CT,
ailments.
and CT isn't African.
They're so
He
used
is
to their
an
own
American
story is all that
citizen, last
matters.
I said.
Africans come over here
Africa
and they look
is
at
a
all
beautiful
the other
country.
groups
Did
of
he say
people.
that? I
Now,
didn't
let me
even
see, I'm
catch
from
that,
Africa.
Kelvin. This motherfucker thinks Africa's a country.
The Philippines, people from Asia, from Taiwan, and from Philippines, they're doing well. Oh, look at from Mexico, restaurants, workers, roofers, landscapers. Oh my goodness, from India, look where they're at. Yeah, tech industries. Now, let me see, as an African, what do I look at? I look at my people, Black America. Where are they at? Bunch of goddamn idiots in the streets shooting the fucking streets up. Can't ride buses in the city. You think these Africans that come to these large cities don't see the behavior of these fucking Black Americans? That's where it's happening, full bore.
Full bore.
And they look, they say, well, okay, here's a Black woman, and okay, she's doing right. But they don't see any Black businesses.
You have no
The
clue what Black
women that they
people see.
Are
Well,
pissing and moaning about things or have ratchet attitudes. You know how
Well,
many
see,
ratchet
he's
Black
not
women,
asking you, Ryan. He's not even
African
asking
women come
you
over
what
and
to
see,
think.
Black Africans come over and see.
Black Africans.
Black American ratchet women are
Has
everywhere in the inner
anyone ever
cities.
noticed that when Be Brave says
So here's an
black, it
African
sounds
comes
like
over here and
he's
they look
spitting?
at all the other groups and go, and their performance is magnificent. And then you turn around and look at your group, and you wonder why Africans
No, we don't
want to
wonder
be
why,
associated
Brave.
with their own color.
We wonder why you're wondering why,
Woman is
Brave.
wild. This is amazing.
He's amazing.
Thank you, Stanley.
Motherfucker, say my name with
I'll have
respect.
to look into more of her videos. Listen how she's talking, like, with her little
Okay,
sweet, innocent
you're
black
doing
voice,
more
like, "Oh, never
talking
mind
than
what
she
blacks do.
is."
You're supposed to not be that upset with us just because
They don't
we're
know
act
what
like
the
goddamn
fuck she's
fools
talking
as a
about.
culture.
'Cause you're talking.
What are you saying?
When Black Americans go to Ghana, that is their homeland.
He says black
And
like
if you don't respect that, and if you don't want to consider that, then you're gonna have problems over there.
You misspelled
That's the
your,
bottom line.
by the way,
It's their country,
Simon. Do better.
and they run it like they want to. They have their own culture, their own traditions.
I don't see a black ratchet woman in that picture. 3 of them. Line up 3 black women and
I don't see a black ratchet woman in this picture. I'm in love.
lashes, weave, raptor nails, or as one person called it,
all wearing head
crafter nails
covers,
because they're so long you
moron.
can't get
That's
the
why
crap
you don't
out
see
from
their
under the
hair.
nails when you wipe your behind, Missy. In case you don't know that, with them long
Why is he
nails,
talking about
and
wiping
you know
behind?
they're not cleaning those nails individually after a wipe. They're washing their hands in general. That's not that. Them raptor nails, the crafter nails, scoop bacteria up.
Actually, they're 2 characters, right?
at
The
this.
apostrophe and that E are
And she's
problematic.
talking about going home to Ghana, wondering why are Ghanans having problems with Black Americans. I wouldn't doubt it. They probably don't want any part of them. People.
Oh, no,
coming
no,
from
no,
a
no, no.
land
Oh,
of
that is so,
God,
see, this motherfucker
with the-
doesn't know
and
shit.
half of them are
Dude
dingbat
is
fucking
just
uneducated.
ignorant. Ghana is literally trying to lure Black Americans over there. Dude, if you only knew what the fuck you ever were talking about, or just ask me, I'll fucking educate you. Dude is, oh, you know what? This is what happens when ignorance is the controlling value in your value system. I want to be dumb so I can talk about shit, and I'll call myself a bottom feeder. Therefore, nobody can call me a bottom feeder. Dude, Ghanaians want Black Americans over there. And there's a reason why you're not playing the whole video. I played the whole video so everybody could have context and push back if there was something they disagreed with. And your dumb ass did more talking about that video than you even let Lady Boulay say on the video. And the morons in your chat actually think you have a point. This is fucking ridiculous. This is why I don't want to debate you. You simply are ignorant, and I believe willfully so. And I hope somebody motherfucking clips this so he can play this for tomorrow's monologue. And you said there was a second show that he's got. Oh my goodness, I've given him so much content today. Let's see what else. Let's see what the other show is. Stanley's Lady Boulay. How is she my Lady Boulay? Ugh. Now he's insinuating stuff. So sad. Uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. Anyway, you know, he's got my blood a-boiling better than caffeine ever could. That's for sure. Let's see. What loves? So he's got another one called WYT Anger. Is that white? Gee, guess who is the lead in Eastern European? I have no idea what the fuck that means. Let's see. Maybe there's something in the title. It never fails. Get away from him. You know, Do you think Be Brave knows when you title a show, all the words are supposed to begin, or all the major words are supposed to begin with a capital letter? Maybe I should gift him a style guide or something. So anyway, let's see. We'll listen to him a few more minutes. Listening to Be Brave actually makes me tired, and all of a sudden I'm just kind of sleepy now. I want to dream of a day when bottom feeding whites actually have a point, and surely there must be some.
That Black Americans have gone through.
Bullshit. The people that own this fucking planet that are calling corporate machine shots, they're calling the corporate energy shots. It doesn't fucking
And see
matter.
how he wants to weave that cockamamie conspiracy bullshit into
Their
this?
struggles, blacks, are set up by small hats.
Small hats? What
Blacks
the fuck
owe
is
the
a small hat?
Blacks
You
aren't
fucking racist, anti-Semitic
about their
asshole.
They owe the small hats. For
They
their
owe the
advancements.
small
And
hats.
the white people that go along with
Small
it.
hats.
Blacks owe
Can
whites
you hear?
reparations.
He spits
We've
when
been
he
taking
gets
care of you
racist.
like children.
Small
for 100
hats and
years now.
black. He's like a racist Yosemite
There was
Sam.
never a time when white America wanted black people to come to this country. Now, you can fool yourself all you want to.
Like Be Brave
But
does.
the truth is what the truth is, and that is that they did not want you here then, and they really don't want you here now. And they're making that clear. They don't want us here, but there's nothing they can really do about us right now.
No, it's not that whites don't want you here.
Yeah,
it's that
motherfucker.
whites are sick of you.
See,
and
this
your
is the other
violence
thing that just
and your
does not
stupidity
get
in
me.
public places.
Most whites fucking he's speaking for whites who would have nothing to do with him. Dude, Be Brave speaking for quote most whites is stolen valor whiteness. Most whites don't want to be like Be Brave. Most whites don't want to listen to Be Brave. Most whites don't want to be around Be Brave. That's actually, I suspect, his major problem. Most of them whites don't want to be around him. He's annoying. He needs to realize why most whites don't want him. Motherfucker, they booted you out of Whitopia. That's why that's why you have to do YouTube shows. You don't live like gods. They kicked you out of Whitopia.
Bamboozling a lot of blacks that are wrapped up in self-pity, because that's what they call them. I think they call them race pimps or poverty pimps, or I call them race
motherfucker.
They call them.
They also call you stolen valor white.
For us.
This motherfucker will talk about how great the country is and all the achievements that white people have done while being a self-professed bottom feeder. That motherfucker is living off white achievement the same way his blacks are. Why does he think he's better than blacks? Motherfucker, you're a bottom feeder. You are living off white superior or white achievement as well, except you have not contributed to your culture. Essentially, what white people think of Be Brave is he's a waste of white skin. In some of the stories he'll tell about how he dated the school valedictorian and stuff, I have no doubt he did. My question is, how long did that last? Obviously, it didn't last long because the motherfucker is not still with the woman. So I don't know what went on, but does he really have a leg to stand on in these arguments he wants to talk? If I changed his skin color to black, even blacks would think he's a failure. Blacks don't fucking... This argument that what's happening in the inner city is the blacks' problem. No, it's not. It's no more a problem to me than it is to whites. The only difference is that, the way American history works, if you're black, you get judged by what goes on in the inner city. This is what Be Brave can't seem to get from my point. Okay. He talks about the inner city, which he knows nothing about. And then he wants to pin what's happening in the inner city on blacks who don't live in the inner city. And that argument, the argument doesn't work. It only works for people who can't actually reason their way through the dumb argument. Okay, I don't give a fuck about what happens in the inner city because I don't live there. And that I should feel responsible because I'm black for what goes on in the hood, that is literally one form or one racist view that I'm simply not going to debate. The 70% argument that Be Brave wants to shove and force people to agree with one way or another is moronic. In that the reason that 70% number, and I'm going to reiterate it, the reason it didn't come into the debate is I basically said, don't bring the bullshit, bring your best game. And the 70% argument is unprovable. The data is buried knee deep it's buried in that walnut-sized thing between Be Brave's ears that some people would call a brain. The 70% number is made up, and that's why I'm not going to debate that little fantasy of his. And let's see what Mr. Simon has to say. Let's see. Stanley says races are all... I never said all races are equal, you fucking moron. When did I say it? Stolen valor white. Like white people are more accomplished. I don't even understand what this means. Even blacks would think he's a failure. Ha ha. You just said blacks are failures, basically. No, I'm afraid. Actually, I said the opposite, Simon. Do I need to talk slower for you? If blacks would find Be Brave a motherfucking failure, that means they at least think they're better than Be Brave. Simon, do better. You need to go back to Be Brave's channel where he speaks in a style that is more suited to your abilities. When you come over here, you actually need to be able to think. It is better if you don't get what I'm not saying, what I'm saying, either type a question, come up to the chat, or just don't type at all. Who says that, it's better for people to think you're stupid than to open your mouth and prove them right? You're in danger of doing that, except you're typing, Simon. What you need to do, slow your roll, take a deep breath, and maybe replay what I'm saying at a slower speed. So you can actually, sometimes I throw out these points a mile a minute, and obviously you need some training wheels. What's up, Lawrence? So we'll listen to a little bit more of Be Brave. I don't need morning coffee now. This motherfucker's
telling the people within there,
waking me up.
Somewhat, their ethnicity, their racial group.
Hey, Ross.
Stay the fuck away from them. And you black Americans look at this like she's the fucking crazy one.
You black Americans.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, black Americans.
70% of black Americans are fucking out they fucking minds.
Out they fucking mind. Now he's trying to sound like a 70%
of black Americans are out they fucking minds.
Listen to this motherfucker.
Come on now.
Who are you talking to?
Did I say that right? Jesus Christ.
Now this motherfucker is trying to do Ebonics.
for me to pretend to like you.
Apparently,
you don't like me,
apparently,
and
if he
with my
speaks
full chest, I
in
don't
like an
like you either.
ebonical
So
way,
this one
he
that we're
thinks
supposed to come
that's
together.
gonna get
Don't
him
ask me to
cred.
come and join you to march down the street for whatever cause it is you're marching. I'm not coming to march anywhere with you. So
It's not even a theory, Roz.
African has
It's
to
just
tell
a
a black, I
racist
ain't marching
belief.
with you. You know why the African's telling the black that? Because the African sees something with their fucking eyes that jumps out at you. It's like this
It
big
jumps out
neon
at
sign
you,
that says,
and it's
all
not
of these
some
people
sort of weird
in the
spirit.
USA live like gods.
We do not live like
And so
gods.
this African
Gods live
lady,
like
this
gods, you
Africans
moron.
go, what are you fucking complaining about? March over what?
Listen to this moron.
And people are surprised that these Africans don't want any part of them.
Africans don't want any
Folks, I'm
part
not
of
kidding.
them.
I'm not playing. I ain't playing.
Motherfucker, you are
70% of
playing
Black
every
Americans are
day.
fucking psychopaths.
You
that they
are
think this
in
woman's
your
in the
own
wrong.
little romper room.
She's completely legitimate. She's completely has all. It's justifiable in saying what she's saying.
Justifiable to in your
that are
head.
full of negativity when you come to a country where people live like gods and you want to get
We
a
do
piece
not
of it.
live like gods, you fucking moron. You know what? This
Damnable
dude is
fucking
driving me
black race if
to
you are, if you've
distraction.
ever
Let me
been.
add something to his chat just to help him out a bit.
So all I'm saying is that, why are we here asking each other to get along? Thinking that, we think African sisters were better than, I think I'm African.
It's not Africans asking to get along with Black Americans. It's Black Americans that want to drag people into their fucking hole. It's Black Americans that want to fucking make sure that somebody that from a third world country doesn't
No,
outshine
Simon,
them.
we don't live like gods. Gods live like gods. And by the way, witch gods, Greek gods, Norse gods, it's a completely ridiculous
She's
statement.
taking a bunch of goddamn people who are half-wits. I'm not saying low IQ. They're destroyed intellectually from the psychological wrecking ball
Hearing
that is
Be
called
Brave
black culture.
talk
She's
about
talking to these people and she's
intellectually,
convincing them that this
oh,
black
that is
woman, this
that
African woman
is a
doesn't
joke.
have a point.
Well,
And that
this
she's
motherfucker's
wrong.
off his rocker. Does Be Brave drink in the mornings? Does anybody know?
Any African American
Maybe
friends. I
he's
don't need
drunk.
to be
Maybe
friends
maybe
with any
he's had
African
some
American.
corn
There's nothing
squeezins
friendship
in
with
his
them
coffee.
that I find interesting through in university. I don't have any ounce.
Nothing they find interesting. Why? Because 70% of black people are wrapped up in are psychopaths.
Yeah, get in his
Psychopaths
chat
are
and
not
ask him
somebody
if he's
that when the
drinking.
psychopathy starts showing itself, you don't want to be around it. A lot of goofy psychopaths hide it pretty well, but blacks, they're not good at hiding it. Just their stupid utterances. They can be standing in a fucking grocery line where there's nothing wrong and see a fat black woman looking like a hooker, piss and moan about something. Or they drive up and they go into a neighborhood and all the people the Africans that they're around, because they get around their own in the large city, the African immigrants, and they're told, don't go to that area of town. It's not that they're looking for.
I just typed into his chat, Be Brave.
Who's ever a victim?
Are you drinking? Ryan said you started early.
Don't go to that part of town. Right? What part of town can
Let's
I
see
go
if that
to?
gets Ryan in hot water.
What part of town can I go to? Is it where the whites live? No, then they're person that's been here for a while as a migrant. They have to tell the new immigrant. No, where the whites are at.
Okay, relative to what?
Is it the Indonesian?
Simon, Kelvin.
No, where they're at,
God's
it's okay.
relative to what?
Is it the
God
Indian?
damn it. Stop
No,
this
where
nonsense.
they're at, it's okay.
How can a
Where
God
can I
be
go?
relative? Relative to
Where
what?
the blacks are at.
Other gods? Demigods?
Oh, what about white trash? I see people living in mobile homes. No, it's okay there too. They may be in there doing some drugs here and there, but no, it's okay. There's no street violence. Nobody's carjacking. You don't have to worry about losing your life.
I really
Because
need
some
Be
kid wants your
Brave to
car and he's
stop
gonna have
this
fun
fucking
shooting you in
drinking
the head
in
so
the
he can
morning.
go back and brag to his ops that he's got a body
he do
find.
better. We all wish him well in his quest
That
for
only blacks?
sobriety.
Migrant says, well, yes, it is. And you think these Africans aren't going to catch an attitude after 20, 30 years of that shit? This Lady Boulay is a psychopath, man, in every sense.
Of interest in developing any type of relationship with any of my African sisters.
This is be brave and
Have
drink.
any interest, zero. If I see you coming down the road, like this, I turn around and go there. I don't have any interest whatsoever to have a relationship with you.
So
No, no,
this lady
that's
seems
still
to be
wrong.
traumatized and
What
she's
gods?
delusional.
Yeah, that's what you
So
black people do. You have
we
such
live like
unreasonable
gods
expectations.
relative to
You
third
make
world
people
gods.
fucking sick
It's
of you.
moronic. Stop this be brave level
Yes.
trying
Living
to make
around you is
sense
nothing
of
but a big
stuff.
fucking
Read a
headache.
goddamn book.
Working with any number of you is a big headache. Oh, what do you mean? I just
Oh, that's funny.
we act as so negative as a group. How dare you have a psychological reaction to that? This fucking lady's nuts. It's Lady Boulay.
It's be brave and drink
She
time.
had to go to the word traumatized. She just couldn't say, these people don't like us. She had to use trauma to elevate her pathetic position.
Damn it.
And thank you, Stanley, for this. I'm never deleting this goddamn video. This
I
is
hope
way
you
too-
don't. Maybe
this
you'll
is way
learn
too
something
good.
from it if you read it 80 times or listen to it 80
this,
times.
Stanley put in the link to get to this and to Lady Boulay.
In thinking that I don't know who these black American
Be
people
brave
are who are
and
trying
drink.
to get her to march down the street or be friends with them or be friends with them.
No, see again, this Lady Boulay who's acting like she's got brains don't understand that this woman looks like she's a black American.
What the fuck does that
A
have
lot
to
of
do with
Africans,
anything?
they look like they're black
Oh
Americans.
my lord,
Okay,
this
you can tell
this
the difference
motherfucker
slightly,
is
but
just
not
a
immediately because
sad.
it's first generation, second generation.
Okay, white people,
You know how many
surely
African Americans,
this will not
blacks
be.
come up and say, "Hey, my brother."
Don't
or,
let
"Hey,
your
sister,
kids grow up to
You know how
be
many
brave
black
and think.
Americans say we're the same color? You have to be on my side. 70%. You have to be on my side. You can't disagree with me. And you wonder what the hell she's worried about being how she's concerned with being associated, as if you black Americans don't force your way upon immigrants. Fucking Lady Boulay is fucking nuts, man. It's amazing.
Them or have any kind of relationship with them that she says that she doesn't find black Americans interesting. Well, this is a little bit over the top for me, but this is totally unnecessary. This woman is triggered by something or somebody, and she's decided to.
Yeah, triggered like be brave
This
is
woman
triggered.
is triggered by something or somebody.
Now he's making fun of Southern accents.
Black people that she sees, because these migrants come to large cities for the most part, folks. Black Americans that they see acting like goddamn fools on public transportation. Everybody knows you can't go to
Now look
MLK
at
Boulevard.
King Shenard here.
And something, what
This
she
is
bothered by?
amazing.
Your
Let me blow this
persistence
up
that Black
again.
Americans think that somehow Africans are supposed to be on their side because of skin color. That's what Africans are deathly afraid of. Africans, and I don't blame them, don't want to be within a mile of you crazy 70%
King
black
Shenard
pieces
is
of
saying,
shit.
I have
You
heard
70% black Americans turn yourself into
Stanley
humans
say
that are
fuck Africa or
disgusting.
something like, I ain't no damn African.
I don't care if you
Tap
work
dancing
every
is
day or you got a
worldwide.
job. You're still, what's in
No,
your head is
poor King
disgusting.
Shenard.
You're delusional.
African tap dancers are worse than American ones,
all
though.
black Americans
African
into
tap
whatever
dance.
is
What the
going
fuck?
on in
What is? Does
So
anybody
this is
have any in this
She went
chat
to the
have
all black
any
American.
idea
Oh, poor
what
it ain't all. It's
or
just a small number.
what
No, it ain't a small number, Lady
King
Boulay.
Shenard
70% of you
defines
fucking
as a
black
tap
Americans are out your
dancer?
fucking mind.
He keeps calling people tap dancers, and I have no motherfucking idea what the term means when he uses it to describe people. We're all privileged in America. So the fuck what, Simon? What you want to do, since you seem to embrace the term relative, is we are so successful, as you just said, that we judge people in our society relative to each other. We do not judge it relative to other countries and come off credibly. Okay, Simon, I think you actually belong over in the logic training wheels class. Up here, over here, we at least try and approach things in an adult measure. So compared to the third world we live, well, that's we don't live in the third world. Why would we make the comparison? Okay, the only country in the world economically that's close to where we live is China. And then my second point is, if we're such a great country, why do we have such a homeless problem? Dumb fucking arguments like that, Simon, are just so easy to defeat. I wonder why I'm even talking about it. Yeah, Lawrence, he has called me a tap dancer. That's why I'm trying to figure out. He seems to have a weird, let's see, Ryan says he means tap dancing for white audiences. Oh my God. You know what? This motherfucker's over in a white racist chat as a moderator, and he wants to make the motherfucker's a moderator for a white nationalist racist channel, and I'm a tap dancer. That's a weird thing about people like Be Brave. They have no sense of irony. They have no sense of self-reflection, and they don't think they need self-improvement. Oh, the irony is beyond hilarious. Yeah, it's almost it almost reaches the level of psychopathy. These motherfuckers need help. So let's see.
For you African Americans that are thinking Pan-African, you got to start counting your blessings and quit complaining about whitey.
So this
because the
motherfucker is
Africans,
going
when they
to
don't
tell
come,
me
when the
about
Africans,
my
migrants
blessing.
come here,
What an-
they're not complaining about whitey. They're jumping in and hanging on and making things work. You Pan-Africans are
A
a
regular
fucking poison to
Degula
Africans.
says the
You're
U.S.
coming
has
too close of
black
an association with Africans when you talk Pan-African.
You know, it's so
and then
weird
African
that
immigrants come over
14,
here.
well,
They hear
actually
you talking
probably about
Pan-African.
12.5%
Lady Belay, isn't that kind of a
of the
suggestion
U.S.
towards going
demographic
towards
is
combining
stress the country out so
agendas?
much. It is odd.
So you scare the African Americans, you stupid Pan-Africans. They
Stupid
don't want to be
Pan-Af-
around you. What do you mean Pan-Africa? What do you mean you're not representative of black people? You're 40 million idiots, or I should say 32 million idiots, because of the 30% that are doing fine and upstanding. Black people in America.
So
Pan-Africans don't
32%
need to
of
be concerned. I
45
know,
million
because you're
is
psychopaths. You lack empathy. You never look at what you do
this
to other people.
motherfucker has a
That's
real
a
problem
psychopath.
with math.
You make people sick.
Anybody ever notice that?
People of African descent are in the same matrix. And I say this over and
Listen to this stupid bitch. What matrix?
Yeah,
You mean the
well,
Africans are in the
you
same
know.
matrix of black Americans, where black Americans get to live like gods? You mean that
Black
matrix?
Americans don't live like gods. Ugh.
Where black Americans get
When
housing,
Africans
food,
come here, they
shelter,
think
air
blacks are
conditioning,
ridiculous.
health care? You mean that matrix?
You know what?
No,
Africans
the Africans
come.
aren't in that
Let me
same matrix.
turn this fool
That's what makes you
down a
sick,
bit.
when you fucking people run your money.
Simon, I hate to actually kind of break this down, but I'm going to help you pre-digest your food for thought. Africans come over to America to be successful like Black Americans. Okay, what they do is they buy into the Be Brave stuff. Be Brave is a very prejudiced and racist motherfucker. Okay, he is just basically feeding into a stereotype his grandpappy and his pappy taught him. Okay, I'm convinced that racists are made it's not so much a natural instinct. So when you say Africans think we're ridiculous, they're buying into a stereotype. Shit, I'm sure that Be Brave has more Africans who listen to him. So Africans are just listening to the Be Braves who are racist. Let's see, they're used to more struggle. Yeah, and so are you buying into like Africans are better because they struggle more? Who the fuck caused them to struggle, moron? It was a nation of Be Braves called England, Germany, and other European countries. Okay, Africans are used to more struggle because white people fucking caused it. It's called colonialism, Simon. Read a goddamn book. And let's see, we're in the greatest country in the world. Depends. We're the greatest economically. We are not the greatest when it comes to lack of incarceration, education, healthcare. I think the main thing is we do have the greatest culture. And that's not because of whites. It's because, in my opinion, and I'm a little prejudiced here, but culture, consumerism, and the military are pretty much what we contribute to the world in the 21st century. We're not the best educated, that's for sure. What's up, Speak Radio? Let's see what you got to say. Do they not realize most immigrants are just regular everyday people here in the States? These MFers talk like all immigrants come here and be balling. As a matter of fact, a lot of black people act like that as well. I like to, just shit on Be Brave just because he's, a fellow YouTube creator. I don't take Be Brave seriously. 12th man, motherfucker, I was in the military, so I have an idea of what the greatest military might be. So don't ask me stupid questions. Oh, by the way, happy Easter. Straw man Stan. Hey, you know what? Simon, you have an open invitation to hit the link. Let's trade some straw men. Immigrants come here and kick ass. I'm sorry, sir. It's immigrants kick ass so much that white failures like Be Brave should really be in fear. Okay, blacks aren't destroying the country. It's a white culture that has been demoted. The fucking white culture has been demoted. Asians do it better. Let's see. Healthcare has definitely went downhill since Obamacare. What's Obamacare? 12th man, you know what? Don't bother hitting the link if that's the kind of trash you want to have me address. African immigrants also outperform white people. You forgot to mention that part, Ryan. Not just FBAs. They outperform, Nigerians especially, outperform you in Be Brave. So okay. But this is the thing. That's Be Brave level. It's rhetorical without being more complete. So thanks for that contribution. Thank you for giving me something to shit on, Ryan. Much appreciated. So anyway, let's see. We'll listen to a couple more minutes of this bozo.
Africa and African descended people. This kind of person, like the guy said at the beginning, these are people that you have to shake the dust off your feet and move on because they're not adding anything. I'm pretty sure she fled.
Who's sitting there trying to demonize the Africans, the African migrants, Lady Boulay, and in defense of your black culture that which is indefensible? And somebody needs to shake something off and move on. That's what I'm telling you, folks. It never ends with blacks. It never ends with these 70%.
I'm also gonna add that
They're
what
they're out of their
culture
fucking
somebody
minds.
who's white in the audience, maybe Ryan, does Be Brave represent white culture by any chance? Can somebody answer that question? 12th man, does Be Brave represent white culture? Does he have the kind of cultural capital that he can go out and criticize other cultures? The motherfucker does not speak. I've literally known plenty of white people. Be Brave doesn't represent those white people. Those white people would look at him and go, who is this clown? So, I understand he's got the gift of gab. People are largely entertained. And I guess maybe I just have to kind of maybe come to terms. And Deacon Dave is probably the best, like, tutor for me. I guess the only reason I kind of take Be Brave seriously these days is when he just wants to grab stuff from my show and comment on it. Honestly, when Be Brave doesn't put my name in a show title, I honestly don't bother tuning in. And this morning, I think it was J Dub. I didn't even know that he had put my name in his show titles. If somebody doesn't tell me these days, I don't. Yesterday I was in his chat. You know what? I was bored and kind of slept in. So, my Sunday morning racist wake up call. Be Brave gave me my Sunday morning brunch racist chat. And other than that, I wouldn't generally even tune in. He might have even had my name in yesterday. As a matter of fact, he did have my name in yesterday's show title. So anyway, it's time to move past this moron. He is definitely John Galt level. So let us move on to something more pleasant. I should play this video, but I think I'm going to save it for tonight. It'll give Be Brave something to talk about tomorrow. See, I'm a welfare-minded guy. Basically, I give off my used show topics, and they're like hand-me-downs to my little brother Brave. Used show topics, so he can fucking. I'm the Goodwill of show topics, apparently. Well, yeah, because John loves to play that little soundbite. And, what can I say? I think that there's, if Be Brave considers John Galt holy, then, maybe when Be Brave says we live like gods, maybe he means we live like John Galt, maybe. What do you think, Lawrence? So anyway, I'm probably, let's see, it's 8:58. I'm going to go ahead and play some of this video, and then I'm going to wrap this up. But I had to show my lovely Tiffany Silver. She's cooking massive monster snapper. She says she almost lost her finger. Don't hurt yourself, sweetie. You're too accomplished to hurt yourself like that. Oops. Uh-oh. You know what? I'm going to have to reload this. There we go.
Welcome guys, welcome back to my channel. So today we're going to be cooking in the kitchen, but funny story about what happened. I was on my way down to Portland the other day,
Yeah,
and
she's
right as
gorgeous.
I got there, it started to rain. I'm talking about
She's also
hours
an
upon
outdoor
hours
girl.
upon hours of rain.
This
And
man Lawrence.
within a couple
So we can
days,
get her
I was like,
full
okay,
glory.
can dive now. When we look at the water, it was literally not visible. The water was dirty. The waterfall was dirty, everything. So I decided to get back home. I actually bought a fish from a fisherman, a local fisherman. Alright guys, so I'm gonna buy this 4-pound snapper from one of the fishermen them just now, and we're gonna cook it up because it's a rainy season. So yeah, I'll see y'all in the kitchen.
Is it me or is
Told him
her
that I wanted a
volume
snapper,
low?
and he got me this huge snapper right here. Literally the only snapper that he caught that day. Amazing. So I'm back home and we're gonna be doing some coconut curry snapper fish. Let me just grab my board.
Oh, by the way, Lawrence, she's got her own line of like that cutting board
Alright,
is
so the
her
first thing I have to
kitchenware
do is
line.
cut them up into
She's
sections
quite a
because obviously we
she's got
can't
almost
cook
500,000
all of this a whole. I can't cook
subscribers
all of this as a whole fish.
on this show.
So
She's
that's what
got
we're gonna do
another
right
show
now.
she does with a friend of hers. Look at that knife set. She's gonna ruin that knife. No, I'm not blaming Be Brave for putting my name in his titles. I literally said it's the only time I watch his show these days. If he doesn't, if he's not talking about something I talked about, I generally don't watch his show. Oh yeah, I'll talk about him whenever I want. He's a moron. Part of the format of this show is highlighting stupidity. So Simon, make sure
Here at
anything
home,
that
here
I've
is what you'll
said,
need.
feel free to
We
go over
have
to Be
the
Brave's channel
regular
and
powder
tell him I
seasoning. We
said it.
have some
Of
all-purpose
course, he does
seasoning,
listen to my shows,
garlic
so
powder,
he'll probably know about
curry
it at
powder,
some
of
point.
course. I like to use cayenne pepper and paprika just for a little
You little
spice.
snitch.
So we're gonna mix everything up and then layer it on the fish. All right, we're gonna have the coconut oil as base. Just gonna make sure that every single fish gets some base. All right, so I add all the seasonings to it: all-purpose, cayenne pepper, paprika, garlic powder, mix. Like that. All right, so we're gonna do light
Just so you
seasoning.
know, I tend to actually like fish either fried or grilled. the weird, well, I don't call them weird, but, coconut curry, fish curries. I actually do like fish curry, but the Indian version of it. But I'm just not into the recipe she's making today.
All right,
I'm
so I'm
sure
gonna
I'd be
finish
able to
doing the
eat it
rest of
and
them, and
enjoy
then we're
it,
gonna get
but it
started.
wouldn't be my preference. I'm not that big a fan of coconut,
All right, guys. So now we're gonna
oddly.
start chopping up the season. We have a lot. We have the sweet pepper, the onion. We have some thyme, some pepper, scallion round back so, and garlic. And I'm gonna add some corn, sweet potato, and then we have plantain. We're gonna roast this. It's gonna be so good. So let's get started. I'm just prepping the seasonings real quick. We have the garlic. Of course, garlic is essential. Just laying them out. And then we're gonna wash them after. Sorry, I never get for dive. Jeez, have the corn. I'm gonna add it to the. Oh, can't wait for you to see it. Ooh. All right, let's get chopping. Start with the scallion. All right, guys. So in the midst of me
The hell is a
cutting,
bunda?
I cut my finger 2 places. This is not so bad, but
Oh
this
my
one,
God.
yeah, you don't want to see this one. So I'm going to go to the pharmacy, see if I can get some gauze or whatever to cover this, because
Plaster.
I have to finish cook.
Hey,
But
Portion.
I'll see you guys when I get back.
She needs a cooking
So
plaster or
I'm back
whatever they're called.
from the
Finger plaster.
hospital. Yes, this is
How
what
the
happened.
fuck did she
I
do that?
sliced my finger, both of them. When I realized that this was sliced, my accidentally sliced, yeah, so yeah, this is what's going on. But we're gonna get back to cooking. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this right now, but let's see what happens. But do not cuss me in the comments. I'm well aware of what I did wrong. It's not gonna happen again. So let's get started. Oh my Lord, I don't know what I'm gonna do right now.
Well, at least she's getting back up on the horse.
Damn, my new knives. All right.
I wouldn't be looking away from
All
that
right,
knife.
here we go.
Uncle Tom Sambo and the Modern Divide, how it reflects on the Carmelo. That might be actually interesting to watch. Lawrence, I don't have TikTok, so the 1 or 2 or 3 times I've seen Cooking with Kaya, it's been on YouTube, but it's not something I watch regularly or would. Her cooking's not advanced enough for me.
All right, so we're making good progress.
You're
so
watching
far.
some girl twerk in the kitchen,
Whew.
Okay, let's see what you got there, Fred.
All right, just take your time. Just take your time. One. Just one. Just take your time, Tiffany. Shit happens. Just take your time, yes. Just take it off slowly. But yeah, I like to take these off the stems because I don't like when everything in there and then you have to pick through the food to take it out. It doesn't make no sense. So I'm just taking it off. Chano, keep forgetting. Ugh. Hungry no one, Jesus. It's like the blood will drain my body. It just makes me feel hungry and tired. Jesus, we eat some bun. The pressure is getting worse. See where my finger there? Doing a foolishness. See where there? You may forget some raw cutting up because me.
Yeah, Fred, I haven't
Don't need
watched
no more
Professor.
today.
I haven't watched
We're going to do the potato now.
Professor Black Truth in a
Saving the
while,
potato
so we'll
first.
watch that right after this, and then I'll end the show. I haven't seen him in a while. He's always good for a laugh, though. Yeah, she's okay, but I mean,
All right, so
the
normally
videos
I
I've
would
seen,
use the
Kelvin,
stove to fry the
been
fish, but
nothing
we're gonna
that I
use my
couldn't
air
make
fryer this
without a
time.
recipe. You know, she's pretty good for. I mean,
So let
she's
me use
not
2
bad.
sides.
But you know, again, she's not cooking anything complicated. You know, when she cooks like coconut curry fish, maybe I'll start watching. But she doesn't cook anything. I tend to want to watch cooking shows that either make stuff that, you know, that's either kind of complicated or interesting, or just, you know, maybe use techniques that I don't usually make. The ones that I've seen of her, the Kaya videos that I've seen, you know, making chicken in, you know,
All right, let's put it in.
greens and macaroni. You know, I grew up on that stuff. I can literally make it
Now we're gonna air
without even
fry,
thinking about it.
and then I think we're gonna do it for 17 minutes because it's both sides. There we go. So we're gonna wait 17 minutes. But
By
in
the
the
way,
midst of that, we're gonna
I've
come
got an
back
air
and
fryer
toss them
down at my
around, and then
grandmother's
we're
old
done.
house. I've literally, other than making toast,
All right,
I've
now
never
we're
used
gonna
an air
start
fryer.
making the curry coconut sauce.
Hey, it does things to me too, Calvin. She is a
Coconut oil, of
gorgeous
course.
woman, and she likes the outdoors. Yeah, well, come on now, Fred. I didn't own a microwave for like years, and my
We're gonna
first
add in the onions.
microwave I got in my 30s, and my parents bought it. I guess they figured, why the hell don't you have a microwave? Happy birthday.
Kind of let them have a little caramelized look before I add the curry in. All right, I'm just gonna stop it and check it. Ooh, these look really good.
Honestly, I'd be more impressed if she grilled it.
Just gonna toss it around a little bit and then put it back. Here we go. Now we're gonna burn some curry. Should be enough. I like this, the taste of it with the onion. It's done. Guys, look at that. Looks so nice and golden and brown and crispy. All right, that's done. Now we're mixing the coconut milk here to add to the pot. It's gonna be so good. All right, we're gonna add in the coconut milk. All right, so I will go and make that boil. So we're just gonna cover it. Oops, sorry. There we go. And then come back to it. We're gonna add in the rest of the seasonings now.
Yeah, I think I might agree with you, 12th man. Her outdoor cooking, for some reason, is a little bit more, quote, action-packed.
Nice, there we go. Now I gotta add in the sweet
Kelvin,
corn. I believe it's sweet corn for last, a little bit.
I can
Like
be
when it's
dual
almost done, I'm
purpose.
just gonna add
I
in the
care
sweet
about her
corn.
cooking.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, to be honest, I would rather watch
All right, so I'm
Tiffany
just
cook
transferring
than
everything to
Kaya.
one side of the air fryer because I'm gonna use the next side to do the plantain. We're gonna roast the
I
plantain.
think she's way prettier
Too
than
fat,
Kaya.
too fat, too fat, too fat.
Definitely more interesting since she dives and fishes and camps out and all that stuff.
All right, so we're gonna roast it in the skin. I'm just washing it. Now I just cut off the ends. Like that. And then I just slice it 4 times. Like that. Let's put them in.
You know what? I've never thought of putting plantains in an air fryer.
All right. Roast. 15. Just gonna add the rest of the seasoning, powder seasoning, to the pot. All right, guys, let's check on it.
Yes, microwaves were invented when I was 30.
Good. Yeah. Now we're gonna add the corn. Yeah. Like that. I'm just gonna cover it.
Good morning there, Texas girl.
All right.
Anyway, let's just go ahead and move on. Hopefully that's like canned music, but we get the idea. I don't know. You know, it's an interesting recipe. I don't know that it's anything that I would want to make. You know, if I'm going to fry fish, I want it fried. If I'm going to grill fish, I want it grilled. You know, I've had fish in soup. I could do like a seafood stew or something, but you know, that just made my I can't mix food like that. It's just, you know, maybe if she had started the fish in the coconut curry and maybe poached it, I could deal with it, but not frying it and then like dunking it basically. Can't do that. So let's see. All right, so this is going to be the last video brought to you by Fred. And I didn't actually see what the subject's about. Florida University shooter is a white supremacist. Okay, I get where you're coming from now, Fred. Yeah, we must watch this.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
This is one of my
All right,
favorite,
hands up. Who was stupid
YouTubers,
enough not
by
to
the
see
way.
this one coming? This morning's briefing is a follow-up to the Friday crime report. The white media is reporting that Phoenix Ickner, the gunman who murdered 2 people and wounded half a dozen others in an attack at Florida State University, had what the white media calls troubling fascination with Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. Troubling fascination, they say, as opposed to a healthy fascination, I suppose. Not surprisingly, this guy is also a so-called gamer, and we can see what he used his online time to push. He had a picture on one of his online gaming accounts where he used a drawing of Adolf Hitler with the word 9 in a thought bubble. For the screen name that he used on another account, he used the name Schutzstaffel, which was the name of Hitler's SS thugs. These video game networks and websites, they act as places for these racists to hang out and to act out the racist hate speech they love so much and not be punished for it. And as we all know, hate speech leads to hate crimes. But the video game companies don't mind because 99% of the time, they spout anti-black rhetoric, and everyone knows the people who run these video game companies are as racist as their so-called gamer fans are, the Phoenix Ickners of the world. Of course, when you look at his internet searches, you see that this guy also had a troubling fascination with the Confederate flag and scientific racism, too. Another account that Ickner used had the symbol for Patriot Front. That's the white extremist group who previously called themselves Vanguard America. Back then, one of their members drove his car into a crowd of people in Charlottesville, killing Heather Heyer in the process. These days, Patriot Front runs around in rider vans doing flash mob antics, but a number of these criminals also join law enforcement. Ickner was aspiring to be one of them, but he couldn't contain his racial privilege long enough. Ordinarily, I'd say I told you so, but this is so normal, so routine. We all knew it well before the white media finally decided to admit to it. In addition to being a mass shooter and a double murderer, Phoenix Ickner was also a white supremacist too. Seems every one of these mass murderers from the Columbine...
You know, what's actually funny, and I don't watch every Be Brave episode, somebody who is a Be Braver, does anyone know if Be Brave actually talked about this Florida State shooting? I bet he didn't, because and this is actually something that I've been meaning to bring up. It is so weird that Be Brave is fixated on what happens in the inner city. Obviously, he doesn't consider these school and university shootings a problem at all. Okay, which is to me right in line, you know, with the farther right reaches. They basically just think that, hey, you know, these shootings are the consequence of having a Second Amendment right. And it's, you know, hey, you know, this is the freedom isn't free is basically what they're saying. So, hey, every now and again, you know, until your kid gets killed at school, hey, no problem. You know, that's freedom isn't free is basically the attitude. I bet Be Brave didn't even talk about this. Okay, and then the kicker, because I actually covered this story last Friday or the morning it happened, I think it was last Friday. This guy was the son of the local sheriff, like a local sheriff's deputy. So I think it's his mother. The shooting was done with her old service revolver, which is, you know, I don't know what it is with people not securing their weapons. So to sum it up, Be Brave doesn't think this, for instance, is a problem. He actually thinks inner city crime is a bigger issue than shooting up a university and this kid being like a 20-year-old son of a sheriff's deputy who used her old service weapon to do it. That's not a problem in Be Brave's little feeble brain. It's the black shooting up a neighborhood that's the problem. This is a huge problem. These are people that are not, quote, marginalized. It actually is kind of shocking that Be Brave cares about black bodies at all. Most white supremacists don't. You know, I've heard many white supremacists go, hey, you know, let them shoot each other up, let God sort it out, that sort of thing. So Be Brave is such an extreme racist that he cares about black people, you know, shooting each other up because in his mind, it's destroying America. And then somehow he connects it to this fucking lunacy about global corporate elites, which I don't even get that part. So anyway, I thought it's interesting, and maybe somebody knows if Be Brave actually talked about this particular incident, which happened last Friday. I'm going to bet he did not talk about it. I'm also going to go out on a limb, and he would explain this away. It's worse in the inner cities. This apparently doesn't reach to the level of Be Brave's concern, you know, and it doesn't meet his racist template. You know, it's got to have race involved for Be Brave to even notice it or talk about it.
Killers to Nicholas Cruz has all kinds of anti-black ideology that they love to spout. USA Today, the rag of record, actually gave some passing mention to this fact, even though this is the most consistent trait that these mass murderers have in common. Psychopathic anti-black racism. All the things that we in the black media have reported and chronicled for you, the white media is only just now being embarrassed into admitting to it. As I've always told you, if
12th man, I'm glad you keep shit like that down in the chat, because I would just fucking shit all over this point if you brought it up to my panel. I care about what's going on in Chicago about as much as I care about this mass shooting in Florida. It's equal to me. They're both equally bad, to be honest. Okay, dumb motherfuckers like you want to talk about scale instead of actually quality. Any murder is bad, whether it's 1 or 100. You know, it's just that 100, you know, hurts a lot more families and people. Murder is murder. And for fucking racists like you, 12th man, who want to say that Chicago is worse than what happened in Florida is frankly disgusting. Okay, this motherfucking comparative suffering that morons like you and Be Brave want to do, I find it actually just troubling in a moral sense. It's disgusting. And I love shitting on these kinds of points. You're making my day, son.
If you're not following the black media, you'll always be the last to know. But his video game profiles and his internet searches, that's what he was doing when he was online. Did his classmates at FSU know about his anti-black white supremacist leanings? Of course they did. They knew that he was expressing all of this stuff, and they were calling him out on it. His classmates have talked about how he openly touted right-wing conspiracy theories and hateful ideas. Among them was his assertion that Rosa Parks was in the wrong and black people were ruining his neighborhood. One classmate said that Ickner had been part of a political roundtable club.
Blacks were, oh wait, hold on.
Basically, our only rule was no Nazis, colloquially speaking.
Be brave right there.
Quote, neighborhood. Rosa Parks was in the wrong and black people were ruining his neighborhood.
Oh, that is Be Brave back and forth. Black people are ruining his neighborhood, so he fucking goes and shoots up a school. If Be Brave doesn't see something like this as a problem, black people are worse. I know what Be Brave would say. This kid wouldn't have snapped and gone and shot people up if it weren't for the blacks. The blacks made this kid do it. Oh, fucking moron.
One classmate said that Ickner had been part of a political roundtable club. Quote, basically our only rule was no Nazis, colloquially speaking.
Y'all make sure
and he espoused so much white
supremacist
rhetoric and far-right rhetoric as well, to the point where we had to exercise that rule. Another classmate said, I got into arguments with him in class over how gross the things he said were. I remember thinking this man should not have access to firearms. But what are you supposed to do? Yeah, everyone already knew that there's laws in place that are supposed to stop people like this, but the people who are supposed to enforce these laws won't. These race soldiers are being deliberately protected by these schools and by the state. This is what moron DeSantis and the rest of the white right think of as a well-regulated militia. The reason they don't want these racist murderers to be disarmed is because they don't want any of these race soldiers, in uniform or without, to think that the state's going to restrict their violence. They've written laws openly meant to encourage exactly this kind of savagery because the white right is waging a race war and the white left is letting them. We've seen this pattern enough times where it's undeniable. These are the warning signs. The problem isn't that the warning signs were missed. It's that the people who are giving off the warning signs are the wrong color. We've seen this from Columbine to Ethan Crumbley to Nicholas Cruz. Everyone knows these mass shooters when they see them at this point. The problem is they also know the administrators of these schools aren't going to do anything about them because their top priority is maintaining white primacy. And that means whenever these burgeoning psychopaths are getting ready to cross the line, nothing can be done to stop them. Nothing can be allowed to stop them. If a black student wears dreadlocks or their teachers or what have you say that they don't like their hairstyle, then they will forcibly cut their hair. But someone showing obvious white supremacist ideology that you know routinely precedes mass murders, and there's just nothing they can do. As soon as he began spouting that anti-black crap, he should have been kicked out of the university, not just out of a political discussions club. You got the white left and the white right who are so hot and bothered to make sure that anything that even remotely smells of anti-Semitism results in people getting kicked out of school immediately. There's no violence required and no history of violence, but it's just a matter of we got to make sure you don't say the wrong thing. Meanwhile, you got all of these school
Sam,
shooters
is that his
who
real name?
overwhelmingly have
He is
anti-black
Professor
racism in common, and well, we're not kicking anybody out of school just because they say something. Even whenever they threaten people on campus or perform some act of violence, well, unless they actually pull a pistol and start gunning people down, we can't actually kick them out of school, don't you know? So the people who are actually responsible for the actual on-campus violence, you're not going to do anything about that. But somebody who says something that certain people don't like, that's all it takes. That's how you know they're protecting them. You have people who are also doing what the white media has conditioned them to do, to pretend as if these murders are some sort of anomaly or some kind of wild deviation from the norm, when in reality, they are completely normal for this society. The problem isn't that this murderer was exposed to extremism. It's that this society has made white supremacist extremism normal and always has.
Once again,
what's not normal is punishing these people.
Can you help me out here, 12 man? You said you 2 killed, 3 injured in the mass shooting I was victim of. And then you go Crips and Bloods. How is it Crips and Bloods? How is that relevant to what you experienced? Can you help me out on that? I think I know where you're going with this, but I want to confirm it before I shit all over it. But help me out. Or maybe just don't tell me why there were Crips and Bloods to prevent the shitting I'm going to do. Your choice.
What's not normal is conditioning society that when these people rear their heads, they'll be expelled, fired, punished. This is why he wanted to be in law enforcement. White supremacists know that they can harm people, especially black people, violate their rights, put bogus criminal cases on innocent people, murder unarmed citizens in the streets, and not be punished for it. When these guys look at the police, they see an obvious and ready outlet for their anti-black violence, and they're right. And this stuff is also taught in the home. Are we supposed to believe that his mother didn't know what he was into? Are we supposed to believe that the apple fell far from the tree? You combine the deliberate legal immunity that the thugs in blue receive with ready, no-problem access to guns and a socially permissive environment where certain classes of people are never told they're wrong, never told no, and never punished for their behavior. And this is what you get. As we told you and keep telling you, these mass murderers are not so much a gun problem as they are a white supremacist problem. The reason that no school massacre is enough for this country to even consider limiting access to guns for certain people is because that's how white supremacy entrenched itself, through open, unpunished violence. And that's how it intends to maintain its position in the world, having armed racial zealots willing to kill any and everyone, including other white people. That's precisely what the dominant society wants. For the dominant society, they've already reduced it to nothing more than a math equation. 330 million people in the United States, with tens of millions of them going to universities and schools every single day, and only 2 got killed today and 6 wounded. Far as the dominant society is concerned, that's not even a drop in the bucket, much less a drop in the ocean.
Absolutely.
The same way that those young people at these schools and universities have been conditioned to understand that nothing's going to be done, so the rest of the society has also been conditioned to understand nothing's going to be done, because they want it this way. Groups like Patriot Front should be on a terrorist watch list. They should actually be pursued actively as terrorists, because that's what they are. But they're not. Even Democrats didn't dare pursue them as terrorists. They don't even dare say that they're going to designate them as terrorists. So what's going to happen is the bodies are going to continue to hit the floor. As we speak, the next school shooter is no doubt practicing their anti-black memes in whatever video game chat rooms they're in.
Or
And they're
listening
also
to Be
telling
Brave.
themselves that when they get to school, they're going to try to make sure that they kill some black people first. The white media will be telling everyone there's nothing to see here, and let's go ahead and change the subject. The school administrators will swear that there's no way that they could predict who's going to do these kind of things. And even if they could, well, there's nothing they can do. And the race soldiers and law enforcement will be giving a wink and a nod to this violence. Because the reality is the Phoenix Ichners aren't the only ones with blood on their hands. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Left Trabia Lawson, Joe Bobo, Faith Speaks Life, Wesley Monroe.
You know what? I'm sure Savannah had gangs when I was growing up, and gangs aren't actually where you were going with this, 12th man. I know where you were going with this. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm not going to even go there. You'll reveal where you're really going with that. Telling me that I don't understand is a cop-out. Okay, as far as I know, Savannah probably had gang activity, even if it was only Hell's Angels or something. You're full of shit. You're as full of as much shit as Be Brave. And you know what? If you want to come in and float this stuff past me, I'm just going to tell you what I think about it. Okay, I'm sorry you had a bad experience, but a mass murder or something like that, and then the next post you're talking Crips and blood. I only have one way to think about why it mattered who perpetrated the crime. The crime is the problem, not so much who perpetrated it, unless you want to play identity politics, and I know how to do that. Yes, scatological references are necessary. I'm a word guy. So you know what? If you can come up with a better way to, I guess, Kelvin, I could say, well, I destroyed his point. That's too internet for me. I was in the Navy. I'm gonna use some salty language. I'm real comfortable with that. Brooklyn, if it's leftist propaganda, so what? I happen to be a fan, and I hadn't heard this guy in a while. Leftist propaganda, is leftist propaganda better than rightist propaganda? It's all propaganda to me. But it doesn't sound like, what you're calling propaganda is a point of view, and I appreciate his point of view because he's right. And you should know me, I'm not a man of the right. So hell, half of what I say, you probably think is leftist propaganda. you just kind of enjoy it. You're making it up in your head. 12th man, you know what? You know what I think of your level of intelligence, so this means nothing to me. How many mass shootings are there? Who gives a fuck? I was making a point, moron. God damn. Yeah, it's about time for me to end the show, folks, because I guess I'm getting a little tired and annoyed, crotchety at some of these just random, ramshackle arguments that people want to shove in, thinking I'll mistake it for actual like something that's worthy of discussing. I didn't mention Hell's Angels for mass shootings, and quite frankly, I feel sorry for your loss, or feel sorry you had to go through that, but that's up to you to deal with, not me. Now compared to okay, again, we know why you brought up the Crips and the Bloods, and it wasn't just because they were a gang, okay? I know why you did it. Now, what you need to do is tell the audience why you brought up Crips and Bloods. You didn't even include it in that first post. You talked about the mass event, a mass shooting, and then the very next post, you talk about Crips and Bloods. I think I know why you did it. Why don't you tell me why you did it? And I'm not going to, you know what? I'm done with it. I'm not going round and round. You motherfuckers think you can be cryptic or clever with your racist attitudes. It all comes out in the words, son. And be brave. At least I have to. Be brave has earned his name because he's naked with his racist point of view. Others are, think they're being clever when they're not really. So let's see. I have a lot of videos that I didn't get to today because of that Supreme Court stuff, which I actually wish. I'm glad Dave mentioned it because I honestly never thought about talking about Supreme Court cases and playing them. So we'll have to add that to the repertoire. So I'm pretty sure Morning Roast is going to start at 10 or 10:30. I may or may not be here for it. I do have some housework to do, unfortunately. So everyone, make sure that you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe and share the John Galt channel. If you are new, share the wealth. Share the leftist propaganda that I do every morning, almost every morning. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I may just like dig out a bunch of Professor Black Truth. Maybe we'll just do a whole marathon of it for several hours. Let's see. What does he have to say? This will be your parting shot. Oh, I'm racist because it was Black people that committed them. No. See, once again, second rate stuff. No, I don't think you're racist because Black people killed some people. That's idiotic. Why would I think that? Why would anyone think that? A mass shooting and I was a victim of Jeebus. No, 12th man. I have to read this again. Oh, I'm racist because it was Black people that committed the mass shooting. The fuck? How could you be racist because Black people did a shooting? Total retardation. I don't know why do these people get into the chat and want to make political points and either can't express their opinions in a way that's understandable? I'm sorry, I'm not your fucking kindergarten teacher, okay? I'm not going to be patient with this sort of foolishness. It is not my job to be your psychotherapist, for starters, 12th man. Go to Universal Jones if you need psychiatric help or psychological help. I'm not the guy. And never claimed to be. All right. Well, with that horrible display of bedside manner. Let me go through these tabs. I don't think there's anything else that's pressing for my propaganda purposes today. Excuse me. Let's see. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. Don't know what this is. All right, folks. Morning roast at either 10 or 10:30. I can't remember. You can look it up on your schedule. I will more than likely be back tomorrow. I think I have it scheduled for 3:30, maybe even 3:45. So I may tune into morning roast, but I have actually some chores to do around the house. And I actually have a couple things I'm going to work on in a movie I want to watch. So pop the balloon. Pop the balloon and Supreme Court hearing. Such an eclectic show. Well, I've never thought of putting them in the same show. That is an idea. You can go to Brave. He says, oh, that's right. I forgot about that, Humble. Be Brave just said yesterday that he was a psychologist. Damn. Yep, Kelvin. Supreme Court hearings, pop the balloon, and racism. That is a very good synopsis. As a matter of fact, that's got to be a show title. Let me go ahead and copy and paste these so I can remember. That's very funny. Oh wait, hold it. There's something that let's see. Let's see. Do you know next to nothing about oh motherfucker. Of course I know next to nothing about psychology. Dude, and that's by design. I don't fucking, you know what? I think we get too fancy with this psychology stuff. I don't think we need to get much more. I think we need to keep it simple. People want to get all fancy with this stuff. And Universal is actually very good at explaining things. He at least knows how to keep it simple. And I appreciate him for that. I'm not a big fan of psychology in general, but you know, if I have to be exposed to it, Universal is probably the person I like to go to because, you know, he often makes sense. So, no, I don't know anything about psychology. I've literally, let me tell you something. This is so funny. I had, you know, Psychology 101 is, you know, something I could have taken as an elective in college, and I didn't take it by design. Okay, I avoided Psychology 101 because I've never been a fan of psychology. I've seen it abused in too many ways. I've seen, you know, people like a 12th man want to talk about, actually a better example is Be Brave, want to talk about psychological stuff, and they just, it's like misappropriating. Well, I mean, I would actually make it akin to malpractice, but, you know, I guess you have to have a license to practice. So thou shalt not share. Is that right there, Kenny? I shall not share. That's a good one. So anyway, let's see. Do I have, let me make sure I got that there. Make sure I got all the stuff I need. And that's going to be it, a wrap. So everybody tune into Morning Roast. I'm sure they have some stuff to roast. And I will either see you there or I will see you later. Everyone have a good day. I enjoyed it. And I want to give a special shout out to Deacon Dave. Man, he is really a good conversationalist and really the sort of guy, he just asks good questions. And as a matter of fact, he's way more patient with me than I am of him. So, and he brought up some good points. I really need to work on that patience part. So Deacon Dave, I promise I'm going to work on it. And thank you for the constructive criticism. I appreciate it. So y'all take it easy. And I will leave you with you know what? The Pope died today, Calvin. And there's a movie that came out recently, The Conclave. Is that the name of it? Let's see here. And it is accidentally, maybe accidentally timely, but it's a movie that came out called The Conclave. Did I get that right? I think it's called it's called Conclave. So it came out last November. I saw that it came out, maybe it was on Amazon or something. You can rent it. So, since the Pope has died today, and we'll be going through that whole papal election process, which I always actually have enjoyed keeping up with, just, because it's full of intrigue. So we'll look at that. What's up, Solid Snake? Let's see. That's left-wing go-to word racist. No, 12th man, I hope you know by now that I don't use that word wantonly. I actually think you're a racist. And I know Be Brave. See, I think you're a racist. I know Be Brave is a racist. So, motherfucker, I call a spade a spade. And you know what? It's just my opinion. Don't worry about it. What's up, Solid Snake? You're catching me on the way out, but morning roast is going to start, I believe, at 10:30. So we'll either catch up in the chat or we'll catch up in the morning. So everyone take it easy. I enjoyed it. And for those that I have roasted this morning, don't take it personally. It's just my opinion and my observation. Have a good night. Good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he don't have a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.